I've felt this after watching Star Trek: The Last Jedi, or whatever the fuck that movie was called. If I could make a counterpoint, we did discover what's out there. What's way out there in Star Trek Voyager, and it's a lot of people with a couple of bumps on their face. Hey, I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
I love the Orville so much that I can't watch it. I've watched 5 episodes of the Orville. I can't watch anymore. Because I watch it. Wait, let me stop you. Hold on, everybody. Or the most fucked up TOS episode ever, when a Starfleet admiral is on a planet and he thinks that the Nazis had a really good, efficient system. We got this haunted house set. Let's make cat's paw. There's a giant cat. Because it's like looking at a picture of your favorite meal. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's great. Somewhere out there is Picard drinking wine on the Chateau Picard in retirement. Riker's flying around with Troy on the USS Titan. Data's in pieces floating in space. Everyone's and all of their stories. And when Discovery comes around and says, this is 10 years before Kirk and Spock, before like the terrible buttons and knobs, and Star Trek Discovery is now Star Wars.
And Star Trek is the Orville.
Star Trek is the Orville. Yeah, but all their ships got powered down by the giant space sausage.
Are you okay?
I think I'm all right. We start off in the mirror universe. We don't tell the fans, and half of them go, "This sucks. Everyone's so violent, and the captain's an asshole." But then it's like they flip over, and then here comes a Constitution-class ship. It says Captain Christopher Pike of the Starship Enterprise.
That would be insane.
But yes, they really have to hit it home at the end of this season. They've got to hit a home run, and they've got to sell it to me. And Jonathan Frakes is like, "Hey, Discovery, it's darker. It's more like the Abrams movies. And Orville, it's kind of like TNG, but they say dick in it." That could have been this whole video, just us saying those 2 sentences, because that's what it is. But it's incredibly frustrating.
It made me die a little bit inside.
What doesn't these days?
I think that's when I made the decision to cancel my CBS All Access subscription. Michael Burnham was having a sword fight, and I'm like, why am I here?
I'm sorry, Rich. I'm sorry.
We'll do what old men do. We'll just rewatch our old stuff and complain about them kids and their new thing.
And then just die.
And then we'll just die.
That's fair. That's fair. That's the plan then. See you next time. Oh, okay, I got it now.
Hey!
That was apropos.
Very interesting. Is there another way in?
Of course.
That was the weirdest hee-haw joke I've ever seen.
Look at that one! With the nipples on the outside.
Oh my god. I almost spit out everything. Just the hard cut to that. They have to be nudie, Rich, in the travel tube. And they're going to appear at the wet t-shirt. Oh my god. Yeah.
I'll have my revenge, and Deathstalker too.
What? What?
Wait, we got a title drop. His name is Deathstalker 2.
T-O-O.
T-O-O is what she did. That was the joke.
say hello to Crazy Otto Rheingold, the Mad Russian.
Hello. Wait, he's the Mad Russian?
Like the next one would be wearing all pink and be flamboyant.
Yeah, the last one has to be a joke.
Yeah.
Possibly a little person.
And last but not least, the real fine.
Damn!
Oh my God.
Do a no number one.
You're the real seer. That bitch had exploded.
He just exploded?
Yeah.
I think he fell on his arrows. But
So what do you think is best of the worst?
this is great.
This is
Something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna spray you down, honey.
Oh, where's that guy now? And
Let me get him all wet. I would actually appreciate this film more if it were just the setup to an orgy.
Oh
my God!
He just murdered women.
Can she hear us? She's been coming in and out for the past few hours. She looks pretty much like a vegetable.
She can only be resuscitated with lesbian sex. What is this? Lesbian sex.
And then just 90 minutes of scissoring.
This is part 3 of our special review edition of Star Trek Discovery Talk. I don't even know what this is.
Is that the formal name?
That's the formal name. And now that season 1 is concluded, we know exactly what happened, and now we can talk.
Well, those are facts.
Instead of speculation.
I'm Michael Burnham.
That was a really good impression. I mean, I got to give it to you. She wants to bring her back by saving the evil empress.
Which
Who's a psychopath.
yes.
I mean, and you know what? She gets a pass because every admiral in Starfleet is wicked and evil. So it's like, okay. He didn't get the little trial like Kirk had on the voyage home.
Oh, Kirk also got a new ship.
Yeah, he got a new ship. But because you figured out that whales needed to talk to a space sausage, physical assault to Starfleet officers,
Creating and blowing up a planet.
you solved our whale problem. Everything's okay. So in true Star Trek
You gave Earth transparent aluminum technology 100 years before they should have had it.
violated the Prime Directive, the temporal Prime Directive. Yes. It's fine. It's fine.
They went in and they surgically altered all of the DNA.
This warrior race culture is very good.
That hates science.
That hates science.
Use our science to make the ultimate spy.
We have the most sophisticated and advanced technology ever invented in the universe. Now let's headbutt each other and eat raw meat.
It's true, the Klingons are dumb. It's true.
I like to believe that somewhere like underground in some like secret place they have like just thousands of just really smart Klingons with like glasses. They're just doing work. And
They're just in charge of everything.
The warrior guys like kind of look the other way.
Do you remember the TNG episode where like Beverly Crusher was running her little think tank?
Oh,
and
yeah.
there was a Klingon scientist who was like super insecure and traumatized.
Everyone beat me up. Somewhere there are Klingons that do research into all this stuff.
And they get absolutely no respect.
They get absolutely no respect, but they provide all the warriors with the tools they need to kill and murder. The first thing I thought was, oh, they're going to throw some kind of bomb down there to reignite all the volcanoes. And Michael Burnham's like, what are they up to? Come on! What do you think they're up to? We were looking to throw this thing down a volcano hole. At the very end of the first season, they get a distress call. And I was like, oh no. I remember the very first time I watched Deep Space Nine, when it first came out. And I was like, what's going on? Like, this is really weird. There's all these strange people I don't know. There's this man who looks like a ghost who's made of liquid. And then the Enterprise, I remember the Enterprise leaving. And I was like, don't go. Don't go. I don't know any of these people. Don't leave me with them.
You're leaving me with strangers. You're like a kid being like your mother dropped you off at kindergarten for the first time.
Yes.
She left you all alone. No.
I said, come back, Captain Picard. Come back, warm, comfy Enterprise with your bright lights and your holodecks, and there's garbage everywhere.
Why hasn't anybody cleaned this up?
Jake Sisko doesn't have a bed. And then we go to the Mirror Mirror universe, and there she is, and she's evil. Maybe she's one of those unfortunate people who's like evil in both universes.
That's just how I took it. Or maybe she's just slightly less evil in the Mirror universe.
Okay. It's just a grade.
Hey, they did this thing 100 years ago.
It's in our databanks.
Do you remember that spore drive that was super useful for getting across the galaxy?
Janeway's back on Earth, and she's just like, she's reading this like story, and she goes, "Why didn't anybody bring this fucking thing up?" I really enjoyed the Klingon sleaze planet. I guess that was Kronos. Because essentially they're like, the entire Federation has been defeated. And I'm like, oh, this is some doomsday stuff. This is some yesterday's Enterprise stuff. Where we can fix this with space. We can fix this with time travel, right?
Right.
It's like if yesterday's Enterprise, Star Trek just continued on from that. That gives them a reason to build a whole fleet of Constitution-class starships, right? Because everything's blowed up. I really pictured Michelle Yeoh, aka Philippa Georgiou, and Evil Empress having a fight.
On other sword fight
Yes.
at the end of the show. Or maybe you don't know who won. Maybe that's a tease.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd find out pretty quickly when one starts eating Saru.
I know, Starbase. Go boom.
What? I have a theory.
Yeah?
The 1701 Enterprise, the bridge is completely like destroyed because of some kind of accident or incident.
Yeah.
And then that's gonna say, well, we're gonna have to rebuild this whole bridge. Why not? Why the fuck not? Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
Blackstreet Boys.
I'm done. I'm done.
I had to learn how to dance.
Ding 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 ding.
That's not what you cut to after you say that.
Oh God.
Don Beverage Customization Seminar.
Do you know that 70% of the time the Whoppers serve cold? Yeah. Tell the crew to push the Whopper button.
Tell the crew to push the Whopper button. You got a Whopper button, you gotta push it or else your Whopper's cold.
This is Don Beverage.
This is Don Beverage.
You gotta push the Whopper button. That's a t-shirt.
By the way, I'll never forget Manny Garcia.
Almost forgot it. Almost a system malfunction.
It's like a robot malfunction.
Yeah.
I'll never forget.
Dealing with what they perceive to be decay or a deficiency of knowledge.
The awards are presented.
That's stage.
But it's to physically watch them and record ourselves watching them and turning it into a show that you, the viewer, must endure. I mean, watch and enjoy. He was riding around on like a little tiny tricycle, and they're trying to do like
that was when
gags.
you realized that they were desperate.
We'll
try anything.
It smelled of desperation. The height of their success, they look like they're between 16 and 18, and the low point of their success, they're 25 to 30, and they're street hustling Canadians. And it's like
customerization seminar. Is that a word? That must be a word. I trust Don Beveridge.
Push the Whopper button, for fuck's sake!
He looks so friendly there.
New benefit and some new bagel and some new ice cream.
Don Beverage's disease.
Or what if this is like a social experiment where they get these people in to watch this seminar and then they just have this guy rant about nonsense to see how long it takes them to figure it out?
Yeah.
But for the past 30 years, no one has figured it out and have been taking his advice, so they're just making notes still.
And he's somehow become the world's leading business expert.
You're on your way out of business.
What is bagels? Yeah, fuck yeah, bagels!
So we often have next to his head, as he's babbling on about nonsense, Showboat. It's beautiful.
There's too many people. Don't cook the Whoppers. Don't push the Whopper button.
But boss, you said to keep the store clean. I've been keeping the store clean. No one's.
Sometimes you gotta be a policeman. Oh, God.
Sometimes you gotta be Superman.
It sounds like it's like a character on The Simpsons or something.
Yeah.
Like,
or thanks, Don.
Roll them bones.
Yeah. They lost all their money for their small business.
You know, I don't know what I'd do without you, Bartolo. I'm just trying to support
Now we're focused on the void between two people. That's the center of the scene.
They're walking too fast for him.
Oh my god, oh my god.
the director of Partners was a film professor.
Yes.
They taught at a film school?
Yes.
About how to make movies.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the least unbelievable part of the story. He referenced Heat as a film that's an equivalency of Partners. You should be like a politician with that kind. I think I'm gonna pass that bill.
Why I hired my own EMT and ambulance to get me out of there.
What?
How does that make any sense?
They covered up his death.
He was either planning to get shot, because why would you hire an EMT and an ambulance?
That's some pre-planning. That's how you get to be a hipster drug lord.
I hope to God when the cops try to fatally shoot me, they only shoot me through right here, instead of my heart or my brain. Something that an EMT could easily repair. It almost seems like they made that up.
They're just sitting there in silence, and then just out of nowhere.
You need another fist for that.
Are you saying you have a problem with that? We just did it.
If you just don't talk for like 5 minutes straight, you gotta do something with your fists.
Or else it's super gay. Just the titles on the computer. The titular partners meet cop and his badge is turned after many takes and no one noticed.
Actually, before you go too far in this.
We're on the first scene.
Exactly. You were about to leave the first scene. Like, oh, this might actually be a real movie, but then
they start speaking.
How are you? What is going on?
I am 99% sure that the cop shoots first.
One of the assassination targets takes out his gun, fires it, and then shoots himself in the chest.
The gunman is done shooting at that point and started running away.
He fires his gun and then shoots himself. And whether or not that was a really unfortunate ricochet, or or just terrible editing.
He bought those Australian bullets.
Boomerang! He did it. He made a successful joke. The Australian bullets. It's really good, Rich.
Okay.
Baby likes his flower.
What? focus.
It should not be focused on the guy's ear that's in the foreground.
Oh, look at how many bumps there are in the back of his ear.
Oh, he had his ear pierced in 1994. I can tell by the way that the technique was done. But listen. You're talking about. It's so in focus.
It's super in focus.
And now we're gonna get all the shots of the detectives, but they're like this.
Close-ups.
This is a Space Cop comparison number 1 of at least 2, which is when you have the famous interrogation scene that all these cop movies have, and you have the overhead light that's like blaring down on everybody. But in this scene, they couldn't be bothered to do that, or they didn't know how to do that, so they just put a desk lamp and pointed it directly at his face.
They're standing in the same space.
It's the same spot.
They're standing in the same spot.
It's like an auditorium of people making noise.
It's like a circus crowd sound effect. It's like you hear an elephant.
See, that's what you do. You cut away.
It's everything.
Or you just shoot the other part of the scene.
And for some reason, Sunshine has wedding photos of strangers.
Oh yeah, in her house.
On her wall.
Yeah.
And half the time she's out of focus.
Who took a job as an undercover cop working with a drug lord who had to snort cocaine while in rehab for a cocaine addiction.
That was her therapy. That's how she got over it, by doing a bunch of cocaine while she was making amends.
But doing it for good. She was doing it for justice.
There's the dead pixels that you can really see because of the giant black bear on the wall.
That weird-ass bear, too. That almost deserves its own special notice, doesn't it?
Just a big bear skin.
Do you need your oxygen tank?
Graded on what we're going to call the Iengo curve.
I love you, Chris.
Well, the neighbors are watching.
Hey, what are you doing? You got a camera?
Hey, see. What are you shooting for?
I used to think it was something more, but I realized it's
Staring.
the same as they are.
Doing something with a camera over there.
Hey, Vinny, look over there. They got camera.
Look, another one came.
Yeah, they're multiplied.
And you're looking down the lens, and you see a couple of shirtless neighbors. You go like this. Or as an alternate, you go.
Or can you guys move? Wait. Or as an alternate, you could look down the lens.
I made a tremendous assumption
That they were looking at the shots they were filming.
They were looking. Then you're right. As opposed to like.
The opening credits say special appearance by the script supervisor.
Who's that?
That was a script supervisor.
That was a script, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, now she's gone. She realized she was in shot. She ran away.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh, there she is!
Close up, because you don't want to show the lady walking by with the laundry basket. Exterior mansion. Mercedes-Benz.
Gold-plated fence.
Yeah. His strong point is telling a story, and his weak point.
What the fuck are you talking about?
On a grade, Rich.
On the Iengo grade.
The Iengo curve.
The weak point is the technical stuff.
You broke Rich.
I'm working with what I got here.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking.
The other cop he's like, I'm cop.
Rich is checking out.
They arrest him in a VFW hall.
The DEA. They go to a church hall. That's where the DEA is having his big meeting on a fold-out.
A plastic folding table.
Plastic folding table.
It's not free.
Oh God! Are you fucking serious?
No.
The lower thirds are in the viewfinder?
Yes, they are.
Franklin is believed to be a criminal.
Like airing on TV too, just be her chin.
The titles are outside of The title safe area.
And they faded out faster than her shot did.
And that is partners. There's so much. Probably
so much giving.
So much giving. Probably so much yet to discover.
He has a movie on Amazon Prime now that, like, it looks like a movie.
It looks competent, yes.
Yeah. To be fair, we scrubbed through it a little bit. We didn't have time to watch the full movie.
I'm sure the movie's terrible, but it looks like a movie.
Guess what, Pete? Start making copies. You're gonna have some orders soon.
It's going in the B Movie Hall of Fame. Just accept that fate. And make a buck off it at this point. Yeah.
Shut up, Ma. Look, we gotta get those crates of Partners DVDs out of the basement. They're worth a fortune, Ma. Shut up.
I know you're using them to hold the trailer up, but
Ma, buy you a new trailer.
it sure would suck to have to do a review with someone like, I don't know, Rich. Oh my God. I'm a grown man reading a YA novel. This is shameful. So I put a slipcover over it that was pornography because I was so ashamed. Totally, I keep touching the book.
You just
fucking crazy. Radically different up until the last 5 minutes when it becomes like Spielberg schmaltz is like smeared across the screen like you took peanut butter all over the screen. And so he goes in this cave and he has to play like this demon in a game of Atari Joust, where they're like, I think there's a series of YA novels, which is dystopian hunting movies. For some reason, they're all in a post-apocalyptic world where teenagers have to run some kind of fucking race. I don't know. It's like a genre. I have to literally show up and direct about 11 minutes worth of live action footage.
Oh my God, you're right. And just other people can handle it.
I just see Janusz Kaminski sitting in front of like 25,000 computer monitors. How do I light this? How do I light this? You gotta tell me how to light the source code, sir. I'm doing this explosion on a dinosaur. I'm the director of photography. I don't know why it's a French accent.
It's fine. The first thing you do is, if you want to cheese the game, you go backwards and you try and go through the finish line that way, and to see if you can win. That's literally the first thing somebody would have tried.
Okay, well, it's good to know. It's nice to know your gaming perspectives on this. And I laugh because it started to remind me of Bill and Ted, because as the character encountered a problem, we just got to remind ourselves to go back in time and leave the keys in the bush here. Oh, we got them. That happens a lot.
In the book.
Yes. And in the movie, they spell it out before the scene happens. He was hired, when you hire a Cyclops, right?
Yeah.
You get an actor with a very pronounced lips, nose, jawline. Get that guy to play Cyclops. Cover his eyes up. And then now he's in this movie.
90% of the movie, you're gonna look like a digital elf.
Your nose and lips are going places, kid. I know what you're saying, Rich. A more charismatic lead. They picked him because of the lips. 95% of the film that's real life action, he's got his goggles on. Yeah. And the rest of the film, he's a digital elf. So he has approximately 1% of the film, but that was part of the Spielberg sign-on bonus. He only has to direct 11 minutes of film. The original Jurassic Park had, I think, 8 minutes of CGI in it.
And that's famous as a CGI movie, yeah.
Yeah, and this movie is the polar opposite, is 8 minutes of live action footage. So Spielberg, he's gone completely 180 degrees. So that's some information, save you some time. I don't know. I don't know what all this means.
Is that what this is?
A young audience from 1980 wouldn't know what's happening. They'd be like, they want the Goonies. And there's 20,000 gallons of human blood, but I guess that's fine. But Kill Bill, you got to turn that scene into black and white because that's real blood, not nightmare blood, not ghost blood. What's the difference, MPAA? I don't know.
This blood isn't real. Well, the Kill Bill blood's not real either. It's a movie.
It's corn syrup. Red dye.
It's all corn syrup.
Look, we're the MPAA. You get out of here.
I don't like you. Your movie's getting an X.
Sir, we don't do X anymore.
And what do we do now?
NC-17.
Your movie's an NC-17.
Get out of my office.
I'm in control of this town.
You'll never work in this town again. Is there secret politics at play in a giant multi-billion-dollar industry?
That's what I'm saying.
My answer's probably. Yeah. Spielberg's got gallons of blood in his new film. It's fine. It's a G.
That's a new Sam Raimi film? Cut it all out. Make it all green, because I've decided green's the color your blood must be. I'm in charge. Oh, Mr. Spielberg, here's your blood.
Do you need any more blood, Mr. Spielberg? You make us all the money, Mr. Spielberg.
Mr. Spielberg, you missed a spot on the wall in that scene. You should have your computer technicians put in more blood.
Should we cover ourselves in blood, Mr. Spielberg? How much blood do you need? Spielberg says, "Thank you, gentlemen." You know, he goes to the elevator and it opens up and just like.
We did that just for you, Mr. Spielberg. We had that blood imported from young virgins in Africa.
No, they started. I mean, I was closer to them. They started chatting.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were facing the other way.
I wasn't looking at them.
I keep tabs of these things. Yes. And at one point, one of them farted. They went,
that was me. that was me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was me, Jay Bauman.
Oh, Jay.
I farted during the movie.
You and your chronic gas problem. Time to log into the Oasis.
Joe Laura from Steel Frontier.
They could just be making these up, and it doesn't matter.
Oh, look, there's the skull.
Mephistopheles.
That's what the M stands for?
Yeah.
What? I thought it stood for McFarlane. Welcome to the nightmare of the 21st century. That's just the slogan for the real world now.
Okay.
Is it worth your soul?
Oh no!
This is more action than he did at all in Low Blow.
Isn't that the guy he played for the Charlotte Hornets, right?
Oh, if this is a sports reference,
That's
come to the
Scottie
wrong
Pippen.
Scottie Pippen. Why would you pick the Charlotte Hornets and not the Bulls?
I was gonna say, if you said the Bulls, they might.
Fucking idiot!
He's most known for playing for the Bulls. Even I know that.
That's all my sports knowledge. I knew Scottie Pippen was a thing.
Fucking Michael Jordan's right-hand man.
During the years where the
nothing.
Bulls won 6 championships in 5 years.
I
don't know
knew
how
the
they
name
did
of the
that.
sports guy. That's all I know.
I'm
that
real
right?
happy to say we're sitting on the non-embarrassing side of the table.
And you're sitting next to Rich Evans.
The night's off the rails already. I haven't even started talking about Hologram Man. And 50% of the panel have already embarrassed themselves. Okay.
Hologram Man.
Hologram Man. Hologram Man sucks. It stars Joe Lara.
Are you reading the back of the box because you don't remember what happened?
No, I do. Okay. I would say a little bit of Hollow Man, but that's a later film.
So not.
Okay, so we're going to scratch that off.
Turbulence?
Turbulence 3. Turbulence.
Yeah, I said that already. I think that's what the title actually was. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The new form of taking care of inmates is to take out their soul with a machine.
Whoa. What the hell?
Hologram's becoming real.
A real hologram.
he calls a guy an intellectual sphincter.
Yes.
Which I think is a great insult. I'm going to use it someday. Probably on you. It's like the screenwriter was writing it, and he was 75% of the way through.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the body. Oh, the cop just goes there and shoots the body. You know what I mean?
And then it's never mentioned again. And oh yeah, and our lead action hero, his catchphrase, which is, shit. That's his clever catchphrase.
They were in tactical get mowed down formation.
Yes, they were. They were like.
And the beard that he has in some scenes, but not others.
Inconsistent beard stubble is a medical condition that affects 30% of adult males, Jay.
Oh.
Do you remember the Denny's Hobbit meals?
They have that for the new Han Solo film.
Hobbit Denny's meals?
They're doing a Denny's cross promotion.
Oh my God.
I was hoping it was Han Solo Hobbit meals.
Han Solo's Hobbit hole?
Yeah.
It's a lobster.
Yeah.
It's not even like what's his face?
Admiral Akbar.
Akbar. Yeah.
That's the Lord Miller gag. That makes sense because they probably just came up with a bunch of dumb
Scissor
names.
punch.
And they're like,
I mean, I love it. I actually love it.
But they say like you can look like anyone now. And it's like, oh, what are they gonna do with this? Oh, nothing.
They're ignoring all the. He doesn't do anything with it. But when it came to the machine that made the rubber body, like.
That's where you had issues.
That's where I started to have issues.
Well, it gets worse.
Well, she could touch him, I guess. Is that?
Well, she does touch him. They fuck apparently.
You're trying to draw the sun. It's a fucking circle. You know? Like, you know what I mean? It's like that. It's like where you're just like anything. Anything will help.
If you would spray latex on latex, it would just stick to the original
stick to each other.
latex, right?
She put a layer of baby powder.
There you go. That's what you gotta do. Yeah.
There you go.
We couldn't really see it in the VHS version. It should have been like Schwarzenegger and the woman in drag and Total Recall. What's wrong with you, sir?
That's the shit.
This side of the table thinks alike. Is that the expression?
I don't like this.
Stay on your side of the table.
We're gonna put a line here.
We're gonna build a wall.
Yeah.
We're gonna build a wall, and Jay is gonna pay for it.
That's right.
It's this guy. He sells his soul to the devil and becomes a superhero.
Quotation marks. These credits do not match the preceding scene.
No!
Wake up, dickheads! It's time for bout!
I think that was one thing that they filmed, and they're like, we ain't getting rid of that. We spent so much time on that.
Whatever your expression is, if you pan over to me, I'm probably like, it's probably like the polar opposite.
I watched most of this movie in just utter horror.
Yeah. I looked over at Rich, and he's like, and I looked over at Jay, and he's like,
Do you remember when the lady doctor says, I wanted to fuck you from the first time I saw you? Do you remember what he looked like the first time she saw him?
The first time she saw him, she was his doctor, and he was in a padded cell, and he looked like a lunatic.
And more importantly, he was writing on the wall with his own blood, cross-eyed. Going,
the first time I saw him, I wanted to fuck him. Oh, that says a lot more about you than it does about him, lady.
Mephistopheles?
Oh!
Take that, Mike!
Oh, are you gonna put it in a caption? Me saying it right?
With a little gold star next to it.
you did it, Rich. You did it.
No, then you gotta cut to like a scoreboard, like a chalkboard, and it's gonna have like the line down the middle, Rich and Mike. And then for your side, it's gonna have all these little marks on it. Like, and then I'm just gonna get like one.
I'm real proud of you. I thought you were gonna struggle with that for like a couple hours.
We'd be here till 4 in the morning.
I mean, you know, it's not the easiest word to say. And I was like, this is bordering on goofy.
Yeah.
And that's why I like it.
Bordering?
The whole movie.
It's crossed the line.
What did you think was going to happen when he played metal music?
This is where it gets weird and fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about.
Doesn't even want to talk about it.
Torch.
We'll get
Someone take it.
We'll get
touching it.
We'll deal with
Jay Bowman, talk about it.
She's in like a fucking Iron Maiden thing. And I don't know where they got all this stuff. And she's like,
it was in the
director's garage.
It's just a director's. Yeah, and then but that pays off at the end.
When I was raped, I was just 11. But the damage wasn't only mental. I have no womb.
I thrive on the impossible.
Rape saved the day?
Her dad's was so big it destroyed her.
She could have just said, "I'm on birth control."
You mean when the demon orgy starts? Yeah.
I saw it as more of a modern retelling of It's a Wonderful Life.
It's a horrible life.
It's a wonderful death.
Well, Clarence. Every time a bell rings, Satan gets a boner.
Jack is the only human being on this planet who could even come close to telling you what the fuck happened.
All of my superpowers.
Jack doesn't even know.
Very special movie.
And you know what? You would think that this would be a bit of a disappointment after Tit Puddle. But Leo Fong pulls it out again.
He does.
And again and
That's
again.
what she said. That's what all the actresses in the film said.
None of their uteruses work anymore.
Oh, God.
You gotta start talking about.
God, no, I've been putting it off. Okay, no, it's like the story is, and so I think next he goes into a bar and murders people.
Jesus! What the fuck? He just murdered a guy!
He just asked why you're drinking a Shirley Temple. Okay, bye.
Why did you go in there?
He just straight up murdered a guy!
And so then he goes to more places. There's more murder. He murdered.
There's more murder. Everywhere he goes.
Oh my god!
Stop murdering people!
He keeps killing!
That guy didn't even do anything.
That guy was just playing darts!
No, Leo! Stop!
He's a madman!
He's already dead!
He has some kind of hidden rage.
He's done a ton of movies, and he has never been Eddie Murphy's stunt double.
Or even fucking stand-in.
Right. Yeah.
Or even his friend. He tried once, and Eddie Murphy told him to fuck off.
And as it turns out, the husband is getting constant massages.
And he
I'm
said,
gonna wreck your uterus.
He says, yeah, I'm gonna wreck your world, and then.
Well, Leo Fong had a picture.
We never got to see it though. There's one scene where Leo Fong is in the far distance. It's like a comedy shot, and he's like posing on a rock, and then he walks up to Big Bad Guy, and he's like, "Have you seen this man?" And we're like, "What? What are we looking at?" And then the guy's like, "I haven't seen that man." And then they just punch, and then Leo Fong just walks back where he came from, and it's all one shot, and it's just beautifully choreographed.
They're filming without permits.
Yeah.
Plots that make no sense. The low blow effect.
Who teaches that class? The partners guy?
Let me tell you why this plot makes total sense.
While Low Blow is searching for McDonald, who is a drug lord getting massages.
Over 1 billion cracks sold.
I get it.
Like hamburgers.
I get it, yeah.
I think Jay's laughing more at how terrible your joke was, as opposed to how funny it was.
It's fine.
No, it works.
And now, is that a check mark?
It's great. That gets a check mark.
Wow. Hey.
That gets a check mark.
So Rich is up to 2 to like 100
That's almost
trillion.
like it's so bad it comes back around to give you a check mark.
On the other side of the spectrum, we have Rod Stewart, who is running a underground boxing fight ring in his living room.
Is he on like painkillers or something?
In the middle of the movie, we cut to 4 years earlier.
In Texas.
In Texas. And then they go outside and the guy immediately starts punching him in the face. And he punches the daughter so hard she dies.
She's just lying there.
What was that called? That was like a thing like 6-7 years ago. Planking? When you would just lay on the ground? His daughter is planking.
And then he goes to a bar and punches the people who punched his daughter and then leaves.
Well, like an assembly line. He's just like punch, punch, punch.
His wife's uterus wasn't ruined by Satan.
The woman's uterus was ruined by her father.
Okay.
Not Satan. Satan was unable to use her uterus as a vessel.
Get your uterus destruction facts straight, Rich.
Oh, God.
Together.
Okay. Just calm down. You want your stuff? Okay.
Doesn't affect low blow. Oh my God!
All right, asshole. You better get out of here before I give you an X-ray.
Hadn't seen.
He's just so bad.
Oh,
I want to get a dart in the forehead.
Yes!
Leo, let us be in your movie and kill us.
Please, Leo!
Come on!
Contact us. We'll pay for our own travel.
We'll pay for everything. Yeah. We'll pay for the production budget of your film. I just want to get killed by low blow.
Yes.
And I think that would be a dream come true.
I agree.
That would be great.
I want to get hit by his car.
You get run over by his car. You get a dart in the head.
Okay.
It's Faust.
I'm Thor having to hold open this gate while solar energy went through him so that he could power a smelting room run by a gigantic Peter Dinklage dwarf. I mean, it's like crazy shit was going on.
I'm sure this is all planned out and everybody knows what they're doing, but I'm picturing James Gunn in the theater and that happens and him pulling out his script like, oh shit, like erasing things.
And Tree.
Hey, and Tree, yeah, he just calls it Tree. We have the opening scene where he gets the first stone, or the second stone from Loki. And I'm like, this is only the second stone he's gotten? This shit's been going on for 10 years. Well, they finally got to the point where they could make this movie, so. This will be when it's on Blu-ray, this will be the ultimate like chapter skip movie. They're like, oh good, a Guardian scene, okay.
I'm thinking of different Star Trek episodes.
Oh my God, which one are you thinking of?
Season 1, Conscience of the King. Because Thanos is explaining his backstory, and that villain's name, Kodos.
Oh. Yeah, that's like the no fun police.
Yeah, that's true. Then the little mini explanation by the Wizard Man,
Doctor Strange. I was weird too, by the way, seeing Wakanda and them all fighting in this when it's like the Black Panther movie was just a couple months ago. It's like we're already kind of getting a sequel to it.
Still playing.
It was playing next door. So that's a little weird. Yeah. Like the fact that they've stayed so focused and been able to get to this point where a movie with 40 characters is not a disaster. Yeah. It is one of the most entertaining movies I've seen in the last few summers.
Can you see DC pulling that off?
We're gonna dedicate 45 minutes to them trying to build a hammer. Oh look, Peter Dinklage showed up. And then he's like crying as like our main villain. This big hulking monster's got a tear in his eye. Like, I wasn't expecting this. Like that's impressive. It was weird to be nostalgic for a movie that I didn't particularly care for. He shows up and you're like, oh, it's the Red Skull.
It was really nice that Thanos won. I mean, I was not expecting that, and it was.
And then it didn't even give a hint that this is like they'll be back. It just ends. I was like, this is great.
It was bold.
I'm actually actively anticipating the next Avengers movie. Like, That's the biggest shock of all.
It's like a tackle box of Marvel fun.
But like my father says, we all have to go sometime.
Iris zoom out.
They made Rocktober Blood, and this is a film. Simon, you brought it with?
Nope.
Oh. we had this?
We had this.
I don't know.
I'm gonna take a crack at it.
The writer is gonna take control of talking about the stories.
You jerk. I hope you catch every disease known to man.
That's a good line.
Yeah.
I hate you so much. I hope you get some kind of brand new disease that affects your autoimmune system.
Oh my God. You're talking about AIDS, aren't you?
He continues to bleed from his eyes and his face while singing. And then it freeze frames mid-singing, and then the credits come up.
They need to open up a new barbecue restaurant.
Oh God, is that where the Greyhounds went?
These ribs taste awfully weird.
And you just like see like them like chasing the dog like, in a park.
The film about a young sex pervert creepily spying on ladies in the shower. Figured rich.
Bait and switch.
Bait and switch, check, got it. Ding. The Pit is the most bizarre contemporary reimagining of Dennis the Menace I've ever seen.
Jay, that was perfect.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I'm not lonely. I got Teddy. And the things in my terrarium.
Do you fuck Teddy?
Is that why his fur is all matted and weird?
But then they have that one shot where the head turns, and then it's like, oh my God, it's possessed by the demons.
Oh, no.
Yeah. No. One shot.
Just the one shot.
But somebody's gonna come and take you away and kill you. Make steaks and hamburger out of you. I've got some friends that eat meat too. And I gotta take care of them. I'm gonna take you to see them.
Yes!
Stealing a cow.
This cow go in the pit. Right to the source.
The problem is the cat.
I didn't want to hurt you anyways.
Okay, so by the way, this boyfriend is the nicest guy, right?
Yes.
It feels like someone came in and said, you need these monsters to come out of the pit and start attacking local teens as they skinny dip.
That's where it turns into a Don Doler movie.
That's what, and then the local rednecks with shotguns.
Skin is kind of like a darker take on the 400 Blows. It's just very like there's.
Oh, I know Truffaut. I mean, I'm not that bad. If you're about to achieve brilliance, turn it into a Don Doler film.
I'm really sorry. Well, if it isn't clumsy, stupid.
Guessing something bad is going to happen in this car.
Because it looks like a piece of junk.
Is that car with no headlights?
That car is going to explode.
I don't know, you guys. I feel like that car might roll down a hill or something. Oh, I don't know, guys. And they jiggle and they bounce, and you are just like, this is not appropriate army garb.
No.
You're crawling through rock. You're firing like rifles. This is not safe.
Was it?
Jay's right.
Can we show a clip of the one failing to throw a grenade?
The tension is 4 feet to the right are the 10 other women who have machine guns who are just waiting.
Oh,
fireworks went off.
He's still alive. He's gonna get out of the car. He's gonna start hobbling away.
Did he just have like fireworks in his pocket? And you were kind of rocking back and forth and looking at the floor and. Like,
Yeah, it's bad. It's uncomfortable. It's frustrating. Ferd and Beverly, as an elderly couple that found Christ, that sold their film for $50 to finance a barbecue restaurant.
Plus shipping.
Plus, that's it. This is great. Yeah, it's you sit down, and if you have a modicum of intelligence, you go, what do we do? He does a bluff, and then like Lando just takes off. You know, and he doesn't quite have escaping this planet and starting a farm on some random planet, raising children.
And then you start to have all the betrayals and double crosses, and it's like, oh, it's like a movie now, finally. So for the last 30 minutes or so, I was kind of more interested.
The Phantom Jedi, what is it called? The last Rian Johnson film.
That character felt like, yeah, it was like SJD, social justice droid.
Yeah.
But it came across almost as like,
hey, do you think Lando like could be like pansexual or open to other kinds of sexual stuff because he's such a cool hip guy and John Kasdan's like, sure, I guess I guess it could go that way, and then so it's Lando Calrissian is a pansexual pervert.
Like there's nothing perverted.
Lando is confirmed as pansexual, fucks women, men, robots, and genderless aliens.
Then you get the attention of people that want to applaud that kind of thing.
And then
you watch the movie and you say, what? There's nothing in this to indicate anything.
All John Kasdan did was say, yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't say I thought it looked great, but it didn't look distractingly awful.
He's right. Let the adults talk. Okay.
No, you don't need to do that.
You don't need. Just let it be a thing that exists.
Why is he called Bones? Is it because he has a boner? Because he's gay for Captain Kirk? That went down in a writer's room somewhere. The whole idea that the Empire has to move stuff on a train is illogical. They have these things called spaceships. But it made for a nice...
and Warwick Davis shows up.
And Warwick Davis is
They gave him one line. That was very nice of them.
You're a little...
Because he doesn't want to join them, and she's like, well, maybe you'll change your mind someday. Looks right at the camera.
So he has a really, really modern, advanced holographic.
Oh, okay.
That does red.
Just as one other color. It's blue and red.
The shield will be down in moments. You may start your landing. Don't I look intimidating? I'm the size of an action figure. It needs to be.
It'd be great if his voice was higher pitched. Like your pitch changes depending on the size of the hologram.
But Vader on the. Yeah, sure. That's a great. I'm dismissively positive.
Right.
I didn't hate it to death. Darth Maul has robot legs and he's a crime lord, and Kira has gone off to serve him. It wasn't just we have to just shoot our guns at everything in order to win the day, like in Rogue One.
Yes.
Where it was like a football player wrote it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you just pull it out.
They even addressed.
It occurred to me, I don't think, Jack, that you have ever introed the movies. I don't know if you ever have.
I'm sure I have.
Have you?
I don't know. Well, tonight we watched 3 movies. Oh. The first one was Kill Squad.
You blew it. You are dumb.
And next quarter will be even better.
Business.
Why, Joanne? Is it because he's black?
That's just what the wife said. We were just about to gloss over the fact that his wife is pretty racist.
You know what? It's that he thinks she's racist. He might throw that shit at her all the time.
Oh
Yeah! They apparently skimped on the training for the gun, though.
What a wonderful scene. Yeah, the people who shoved him off the building, they need to get kicked.
They need to get kicked in the face.
Because the pattern is more powerful than the fall, you see. It's the superpower, it's not his superpower. And so reality starts rewrapping around the situation. And so suddenly, we have to beat you up now.
And they get kicked.
If you think about it, that makes an incredible amount of sense. Why else would that renegade pimp take over that pimp's corner?
Right at that time.
Right at that moment.
I guess I'm not a pimp anymore.
This is where I started to notice that as soon as it's obvious that the kick fight is about to start, everyone else who works there immediately joins.
All these employees are loyal to each other.
Extremely fucking loyal.
I'm just here working on my truck. Is that a kicking? I have to protect my friend.
And now I gotta scale down this wall, I guess. I have no control over my body.
And we suspected it was Joe, the guy in the wheelchair.
Well, the idea is so stupid that I think somebody suggested it as a joke. So, spoiler, Joe was the sniper.
What?
He wasn't really crippled.
He was upset that the Vietnamese forced him to walk through the minefield, but luckily they all have the same super weakness, which is as soon as they enter the pool, they're done.
They just can't get out.
They're out.
So much so that you can actually see one of the stunt guys like watching them film.
He didn't realize he was on camera.
And then as soon as he realizes he's on camera, he tucks his head in.
I'm injured.
Well, these some of them they thought the shot was over and they started to get out.
Wait, no. There's a lady that's walking by.
That was actual craft services for the movie.
I have Mr. Mitchell's spike. It's like the opposite of Run Lola Run. Like different things can't happen.
Oh God! So it's that Terminator movie where the universe blows up anyway.
Yeah. Oh yes, Terminator 3.
Yeah.
Hey, remember that no fate but what you make thing? Fuck that. We're all gonna die.
Or comedy thriller? I'm pretty sure
whatever they describe it as should end in question mark. Wacky Road Trip of Doom is the best way to describe this movie, Rich. That's perfect. I would say no hints that the movie's supposed to be a comedy, but I don't think there's any hints that the movie's supposed to be a comedy the whole way through.
No, because it's not a comedy.
It's not a comedy.
You explain it by detail. I'll come back. I'll be back in an hour. And then when you're still talking about the third segment in the movie, I'll be coming back.
The third segment, which is the 42nd act, which leads into the 22nd act, which leads into the third act.
Fuck it, you're in charge, man. You deal with it. You deal with that shit. I don't need this in my goddamn life. You think I need Ryan's babe in my fucking life?
I do, Rich.
Think I want
You wouldn't shut up about it.
The Inception flashback within a flashback within a flashback?
We haven't even got to that.
Talk about that?
Before we even know what's happening. We're still with the woman that holds him hostage, and then we cut to a flashback of him and his bike getting run over. And we're like, where are we? Obsessed stalker girl tries to kill herself.
In our boner comedy road trip movie.
Look at the cover for this movie.
A lady attempts suicide.
Ryan! Is Ryan there?
There's no one here.
No one loves you.
Yeah, I wonder if this would be funnier on second viewing, because first viewing, we were mostly just baffled.
Yeah.
Like, I looked over at Rich, and it was like the exact same reaction you had to Faust when there was, like, gross body horror happening, where you're like... The filmmaker has a piss obsession. He loves watching his lead actor piss in awkward positions.
Someone's got to be watching.
Somebody watching.
Yes. Somebody watching or telling him how to piss.
Yes.
Get down on your knees because it'll be harder for you to escape while I watch you piss.
Don't close the door because I have to see you piss.
Yeah. Keep the door open while you piss, and I talk about Shakespeare.
And that's how we knew the structure was changing, because at the end, at one point, he's about to piss. He doesn't have time to piss. He's got to move on.
Yeah. Every little segment is its own.
You're not buying a second of this, are you?
I'm
I'm trying to catch up.
Well, the other running theme is Ryan being drugged.
Where is he? He decides to get an apartment in some completely random place that he just started working in a diner at that day for no reason.
And then
he just walks into a diner and says, "Can I work?"
He didn't walk into the diner. We didn't see him walk into the diner. He just works there now.
You don't even know how long he's. We don't know how long he's worked there. We never know that.
That's just his life.
Yeah.
That's just where he is.
That guy had like a half an inch of hair when I tried to grab it. There's no way he could have grown this much hair in 2 days. Lucky he didn't cut his dick off. What do we do?
You're expecting like a setup and payoff thing. The scene starts and he goes, "I won $20,000,"
and then he goes to an office where they give him $20,000 to go back to school.
Took her and her daughter hostage off camera.
And he killed himself in the apartment off camera.
As we're talking about this, I'm like, this didn't happen.
Yeah.
This isn't a movie.
Yeah.
We didn't see this.
This all happened.
But it did happen. It's real. Well, no. But before he does that, he says, you know what? This is pretty fucking crazy. Like, you're a prostitute and your husband just got murdered by the cops. Yeah. I'm going to go be a stripper. So I'm gonna go be a stripper.
Well, you know
the
what?
message is, you know what? If you're if you know someone that's really like creepy and unhealthy, just give him a chance.
Ryan,
because we don't get it
idiot.
ends.
Because Ryan is a fucking stupid motherfucker to just pull up and say, "Hey, you're in trouble." Pshoo, bye.
I've learned my lesson.
I learned my lesson about getting involved with strangers.
Oh, yeah.
Guess who didn't learn shit?
He didn't learn anything.
Something insane started to happen. Something insane started to happen.
Yep.
As soon as you left. The movie knows. Because you just take all these movies, you just suck all of the details and air out, you compress an entire movie into a 2-minute vignette.
Oh.
And then you just get them all on one DVD so the astronauts can bring them all up to the moon.
We get a hostage movie. We get a love story. It was like a scientist discovering a new life form, a new species, and then after that being like, oh, that's a turtle. I've seen a turtle before.
Right. And it's like, oh, that's a kind of a weird-looking turtle, but it's just a turtle.
No. I've been to outer space and back, and now I'm at a McDonald's.
This and Surviving Edge Weapons. I feel like we're really winding down the shows.
So what you're saying is this is the last episode of Half in the Bag that we'll ever do, or Best of the Worst. Whatever show this is.
This is the last episode of Half in the Bag.
You know what? I'll say it. This is the last episode of Half in the Bag I'm ever going to be on. I'm done. I quit.
That's that shrug of like, well, this is why I'm in the movie. But
so good.
When you think of like the people that run a movie like Demon Warp, it's like teenagers
Yeah.
that go into the video store. They're not like, ooh, the new George Kennedy movie.
Yeah. Totally.
Was there a really good-looking mask in the background? Did I get it completely wrong?
Oh, I was supposed to be no one told me. I was in makeup for 8 hours.
I was just.
Okay, so we've reached that point. I'm taking it over from you.
Oh.
No, you're not.
Oh.
Buddy, come on.
What are you doing? You gotta
I was getting to the wrap up.
The opportunities were given to you, Jack Packard, and you
I gave you your
refused.
Wasted your chance.
Yeah.
Refused.
All right.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, really?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
You waited too long. So here's our 3 movies.
Wait. I seem to remember you guys having some trouble last time.
1, 2, 3.
Sita. Ishtar.
These men are pawns.
Many women write verse, essays, poetry.
I'd like to talk to you about the next Star Wars spin-off film.
am about to be crowned the
Oh.
Goodbye.
Looks like Babe Ruth.
As if they were
hug a tree.
Give me fire water if you want to hear the end of story.
Can any of this be used? Oh, if Richard says it, I'll use it.
What the hell?
You will make things slightly easier for the authorities if you put yourself in the body bag.
Oh, there's a hole.
Whoa! It's like Tech War.
Only better.
Yeah, we could just assign sequential order from left to right. That'll make it real exciting for our home audience. I'll start.
Oh no!
Oh, I remembered. I just pound the drum.
Oh no! She's on the sinking ship or something.
She's on the Titanic.
He was hiding from like the government. He owed taxes.
I'm gonna go hide over there.
Next, I'm going to do like an improvisational song that I'm just making up as it goes along, and then she plays it and she's singing it. It really doesn't sound that different than the other songs.
No, all the songs sound like they were just made up. Is it like would it be like a murder of crones?
You're trying to. And there's like Babe Ruth with the wig on, who has like their own personal stories, and there's like, oh, I did this, and
Solo was the crowning achievement of her career.
Oh man, the Crone Wars.
Damn it!
Oh! Begun the Crone Wars has. He's got an army of crones.
Paul McCartney's in it?
No.
Oh, was that Obi-Wan Kenobi?
That's a bad Obi-Wan.
So we have the planet where Luke is hiding and Kathleen Kennedy, both in celebration of age.
Star Wars Celebration of Age.
$185 a ticket for a weekend pass.
We get to pay to go to Kathleen Kennedy's croning ceremony.
Good his bag was orange.
Yeah, how else?
Or yellow.
Red will attract the bears.
Yeah. Hey, cell phone man, get off Twitter and get me a beer.
Can I have a shandy too?
Can I have a shandy too,
Yeah, we're
please?
sitting here. We're what is this, prohibition? You're playing on your fucking phone.
In fact, John's parents called the park warden.
They don't seem very worried.
It's the next day. And that was part of the plan.
Yeah, it was like, no, the dad.
We gotta get rid of this kid, but
Yeah, so we can go to like swinger parties and snort oxy. Consequence free.
And only make a hole for your face.
he wants to get rid of the white man.
Jesus Christ.
Should we move on to Mr. Wiggles?
Thank you for being the voice of reason here, Jim. On to our next state, Mr. Wiggles.
Every day, Mr. Wiggles struggles with super Parkinson's.
No, this is Mr. Wiggles' disease.
Yeah.
They named it after him.
This is him just like sitting there. It's really difficult when he has to go to the bathroom.
He does actually show him in a training dance instructing scene, and they're all doing the dance much better than he is because he sucks.
We were wondering, Rich was wondering about the medical condition of
Mr. Wiggles.
Of Mr. Wiggles. Thinking you are really good at something.
Kang tits. Something.
Kang tits?
Mr. Wiggy's Kang tits.
Mr. Wiggy's Kang tits?
Mr. Wiggles, go away.
The pizza guy won't leave.
Pizza guy keeps trying to show me his dance
He's just
moves.
talking to himself.
If you put this in your VCR in 1995, the quality would be terrible. Like it's not good enough. It's not good enough to learn from.
I'll take that. If it moves us on.
Hello, I'm James
There
Robinson.
it
I
is.
welcome you to
The humor for us comes from Pastor Jim looking over the shoulder of the guy as he's surfing the internet.
And then eventually, like he's not looking at the porn stuff anymore.
He looks like he's gonna fall asleep.
He's not getting secret information anymore. He doesn't.
How do you delete those?
the girl from the movie Beauty with the Beast.
Yeah.
An instrument of God to help free people from the addictive powers of pornography.
And the free people from homosensuality.
We gotta get rid of the cyber porn.
Cyber porn.
Like RoboCop, where they like graft machine parts onto pornography? Cybernetically enhanced porn?
Cyborg porn.
It was the arms that like assemble cars, the robot arms.
That was King Tut style. That's where King Tut, or that's where Mr. Wiggles works in the Ford factory.
He used to work at the Tesla assembly plant.
Yeah, assembling cars.
Tesla style.
We need your precision, Mr. Wiggles.
He's gonna fool the assembly line. I'll just blend in.
Why are all these Tesla cars recalled? Mr.
Wiggles!
$500 million worth of technological robots, or Mr. Wiggles, for $8.50 an hour. More than he makes at the Burger King drive-thru.
Mr. Wiggles, the big order's due tomorrow and all the robots broke down. You have to save the factory.
Elon Musk is like tweeting about him.
Mr. Wiggles, how many cars did you finish today? I got one done. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Wiggles!
You were supposed to get 5,000 done.
We're gonna need to have Mr. Wiggles be the engine for this car.
Well, I have to side with Rich here. Celebration of Age is my pick for best
Really?
worst. Yeah. I thought it was great. Okay. It reminded me a lot of. It reminded me. What's the video?
Sorry about your window, but you're welcome for not getting robbed. Oh, hey, what's up? I'm a superhero.
Fuck Batman.
Sometimes when I my mom says
Oh, the kids are all gonna want to see this. You hit a home run, DC. You hit a home run.
My name is Cade. I have an identical twin brother of nature. I miss my brother. I'm with you.
Who am I? What am I? It's a killer?
I'll be right here.
All right, it's over.
what are we gonna do, Mommy?
Call my agent.
Nice. Yeah, that's shot.
The trunk exploded.
Hey, I'm desperate to get out of this movie. Hey!
And it's the worst sound you'll ever hear in your whole life.
Do you know that in Waco, Texas, back when they did the Branch Davidian, had their little fracas with the FBI? They wanted them to get out of the building. They would play the screams of dying bunnies over a loudspeaker at night.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's more terrifying than anything in Night of the Lepus.
The drive-thru family's watching this.
Don't bring your kids.
Who wants to go watch Tom and Jerry? They're watching thousands of bunny rabbits being mowed down and electrocuted.
An Italian film is not gonna not have an Italian sports car. Come on. Can we just condense all this talking
That was super condensed.
into
You
3
cut the
words?
clips.
Into 3 words. Nonsensical Italian movie.
Oh my God, my friend is in there. She's wounded all over. She's bad, real bad. Please, we have to do something
There's no
about
hospital
it.
around here. There is a motel near here. We better take her there.
Sound logic.
If we put these 2 molecules together, that might work.
Put these 2 molecules together, that might work. Is that what he said?
Yep.
Line of the movie.
Then family.
Family's not important.
Why is that shot even in the movie?
I don't know.
Family wanders along. Wait a minute, that was Night of the Lepus.
Oh my God!
Okay.
That was collective dementia. That was all 4 of us forgetting what movie this happened in. Oh no!
That's the stuff.
Holy shit! It's a full-grown zombie hand.
Like, if a teacher finds like a weird letter in a high school kid's locker,
Yes.
it's like, we need to talk about this.
Yeah.
This is the 40-year-old man's feature-length version of this is the 60-year-old man's feature-length version of that. Sorry, I don't know why I said 40.
I'm all he's got in the world.
Oh no!
Shoot her!
Because I have absolutely no value for you two on the streets.
Yes!
I believe you did not hear me.
That should be the title of the film. I bought a drone. Like we bought a zoo.
Check it out, y'all.
I bought a drone.
The camera's moving.
Yeah, the niece that's possibly older than
Same
her.
age, different race.
Now, I want to point out that this is not impossible. It's just extremely improbable.
It's set up that Neil Breen has manually, personally, gone around to every cocktail party in the world and just chit-chatted.
We make a fortune at our insurance companies, overcharging customers and hospitals, and there's nothing the customer can do about it.
Isn't that cheating the public?
Tell him, Neil Breen.
Yeah. And screws them out of their livelihood for my own financial gain.
This is actual
Isn't that a bad thing to do?
Cut to Neil Breen. So I am a pharmaceutical CEO and I love screwing people out of their money while they are sick. Who is that elderly real estate agent from Las Vegas?
It fucking kills me.
I'm just picturing now people in like an FBI office, like we've got some tips on, we should probably watch this guy's movies. And they sit around and they watch them and like, what the fuck is He's wandering around the desert still. And they just get
No. What's happening? Like we watch this, we laugh hysterically. But like a forensic psychologist watching a Neil Breen movie would probably go into like a full-on panic. Oh my God! Where is this man? Scribbling notes furiously.
There's photos of tuna cans.
Was there an episode of like Pawn Stars where some homeless man walked in with like a nice new gun?
I got this from some guy in the desert. He was wearing a jean jacket with
had a lot of hair.
buttons all over it.
The sleeves are
He had dirt on his cheek.
This here AK-47 was owned by Neil Breen. Does that give the gun any extra value?
No, that devalues it.
It does. It brings it down.
Who's Neil Breen? Oh, you'll know someday.
Now they'll believe you.
Oh, he disappeared in the rock again.
Did you pick a best of the worst?
Oh, it's pass through. Fucking dumbass.
I thought you might have enjoyed. I don't want anything extra from Neil Breen.
Okay.
Because that just makes you like
more complicit.
More complicit in some kind of crime.
This is the first review for something that doesn't exist. Hit it, Johnny. Here's my pitch for the Captain Picard TV show. Oh, I'm sitting on it. Option 1, the Enterprise X. I don't know. I know they're not going to make it, but we could dream, can't we? Listen.
Yes, we can.
Option 2 is him in a retirement home, taking his pills. Because he's only 78, and in Star Trek years, he's got another 30 or 40 left.
Right.
Remember, Bones lived to 128 or something like that.
137 years, Admiral, according to Starfleet records.
We didn't see him die. He might still be around for all we fucking know.
Shinzon, one of Tom Hardy's greatest performances.
That a supernova apparently blew up the entire Romulan Empire, which presumably spanned multiple star systems. That black eye is forever there on the Prime timeline.
I'm going to ignore.
Yes! Common sense for the win!
We're ignoring all that. Okay, so instead of distance like Voyager,
Yeah.
it's time.
Yes.
All right, Rich Evans. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
to come up with story ideas for a show that will never exist.
Because I'm picturing a giant star just appearing in the middle of some known civilization. Jody, we need that warp drive. Where an ancient civilization was going to die, but they figured out a way to come back. Perhaps the galaxy went through some kind of, hey, there's a giant bow on this package.
Yeah, oh God, what is it?
You said we're sitting here talking the whole time about a galaxy-wide phenomenon. And what's the name of the fucking ship?
Jesus Christ! It's Barclay's kid, who's super competent and self-assured. You could have the twist. He's too overconfident. He's headstrong.
Admiral Picard, Sam Barclay, at your service.
Yo, not what I expected.
You'll need, there might even be an engineering student that Geordi brings along
Yeah.
to teach. It'll be a great opportunity to learn about how an old warp drive works. We needed clarification of the director's state of mind.
Or were you all just fucked?
Here's what I can say with 100% conviction. I've never seen anything like this movie. Never seen anything like it. Cutting those turds.
I've never been more embarrassed for a movie.
This is the ultimate film. When you think of a movie where someone pictured how it would turn out, as opposed to reality.
Figure that out. Josh, what just happened?
Yeah.
You found a warp?
It's a movie made by a furry, and that was the mask he wears to the convention that he in his hotel room.
Again, this is a theory.
This is a theory.
For legal purposes only, this is a theory.
But that theory has led a great deal of credence. Yeah, that's like something Bob Uecker would run into in a lobby in a hotel he doesn't want to be in.
That reference. I know who Bob Uecker is.
What's the story about? Well, you see, there was a doctor. Yeah. The doctor moves to a town full of werewolves.
That's good, Rick. But those werewolves, they're just like you and me, honey.
They didn't have a keyhole to look through, but it was in the script.
Right.
to look through a keyhole. And so instead of doing something different, the mom looks through the doorknob.
I guess they just stopped there, parked, got out of the car, walked into a restaurant, sat down, got menus.
And then figured they were hungry.
And then said, I guess we should have some dinner.
Yeah, take it.
Fucking egg ketchup. What the fuck? No. What? Oh.
That was in the movie.
Oh, good thing they mentioned all this right now.
Where did you get this? What?
Found it.
Ah, my watch!
What? And it's...
If only this were a bear movie.
Yeah.
You'd be fine. You'd be golden.
All my puns would be unbearable.
Mike.
Like in colony? Because it's shitty?
Oh, you got him with that one. You got him.
See,
Wow.
I always got a secret weapon up my
There
sleeve.
you go.
That one worked.
Wow.
Mistake!
Awesome! She is overrun by the enormous ones of werewolves.
You'd say, that's not my fetish.
I wear women's underwear. I thought that was weird. You dress up like a werewolf and get f***ed.
It's my alias.
It's clearly not a real name.
I let you watch this movie because I'm also into embarrassment.
Oh, yeah! Oh, makes fun of my movie.
That explains so much, Rich. Explains so much. It does a few things right, but not very much.
What other things does it do right?
Oh, you know what it did right? You know what it did right?
What?
Is that
Jay compared it to a David Lynch film, and
Looks like a shot that would be in like Inland Empire.
One of them had been badly injured from a bear they had cornered, but got away.
David has jumping powers, not unlike Mario.
Jesus!
Zoom out!
Hey, motherfucker!
Now 10 more times! Hairy motherfucker!
Keep saying it.
One of them is they filmed for a day, and then the actors refused to show up any more days. So pick the dumbest answer, and that's most likely what happened, right? And why was the one shot of the woods slightly motion blurred, as if taken as a screen grab from a... it was a quick pan.
That's a damn good question.
it doesn't look like a werewolf. It looks like a mascot at an amateur league baseball game. It's...
How do you do that? How do you put that in your movie and say this is acceptable?
Like she starts off like
Falls
this
off the blue screen.
Yeah, the bottom of the screen is here. She starts here and rolls up.
He was nominated in one of the new Oscar categories called Furiously Masturbating for 90 Minutes While Live Editing a Motion Picture. But they withdrew it. That is apropos.
Yeah. It is. It's like if that's not coming over the mics, we really should be dubbing that on.
For those who can't hear, there is an actual cricket.
There's
in
an
here.
actual cricket. Cricket noises. During all of our jokes tonight.
It makes me feel good right in the heart there.
Literal cricket sound. And there are 2 reviews, and both are horrifically negative.
You think? So I figured Rob Roy would have left himself one good review. He couldn't even bring himself to do it. No. He did leave himself a review, but it was a bad one.
Oh, I was thinking he got to the computer, but he got distracted.
He knows what he's talking about.
Honey, something weird happened when I went to go Google a wool sweater.
Oh, it must be a virus. It must be a virus.
I typed in W-O.
This is such great progress for women and female clowns.
And psychotic female clowns, because mental illness is no laughing matter.
Charlie Sheen! He's got AIDS!
Wow, Rich, you held on to that AIDS longer than Magic Johnson.
I am instructing you to leave this area immediately.
Did you build a government lab in the haunted house that's constantly being visited by the drunken teenage kids? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard! That's coming from me!
Oh, it's my face.
This isn't part of the house!
Oh my God, he's really killing him!
Yeah.
All it took was one random person yelling it. Oh my God, it's chaos!
So the first movie we watched was...
Carnivore.
The first movie we watched was Carnivore. I'm terrible at this.
You forgot already.
Jack, you're doing a hell of a job hosting.
I feel like I'm doing a great job. You're welcome.
Turns out it was the head of the CIA, FBI.
Head of the government agency in charge of monsters.
Yes.
They say they don't want teenagers to come into their house, yet they have just dirty beds laying everywhere.
And like stacks of condoms next to the bed.
Specifically for teenagers to have sex on.
And something is playing like sexy Kenny G music.
That edit made it look like they're watching.
I know.
You're skipping ahead 45 minutes into the movie. We got to talk about the first 45 minutes where nothing happens.
Oh, okay. Well, we just did.
Oh, yeah.
What?
What? Oh!
That's out.
Savagely ripping his guts.
Throwing the meat around the room.
This went from 0 to 60.
0 to
Holy
60
shit.
in 40 minutes.
He viciously tore the guts out of a kid, took that person's guts and threw it at Kelly Bundy. So he thought he was bad because of these things. You oddly don't see her face. And we were like, this is weird.
And you go, okay, well, for one shot.
Oh, I fell and poked holes in the wall.
Oh, look at that. There's light coming through the wall.
And then
Film it.
Film it. And they realized, oh, we could do that. I want to address your point that the walls exposed fake bricks was a fake sticker on the wall. I don't think it was.
Oh.
I think.
Do you think the science lab that's in the movie was a real science lab?
Oh, you prick. You're gonna go to hell.
Wait a minute. You saying movies are fake? You shut up.
This was based on a true story.
I read all about it in Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum.
The carnivore is real. Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum.
Okay, keep going. No, keep talking.
Seriously, I want you to. I didn't know where you were going.
Finish your sentence.
This episode brought to you by alcohol.
What the fuck is happening?
Do it clean.
Why is Rich freaking out?
He's not.
This is gone. This is gone. This is gone.
Berber family air conditioning and ductwork.
Yay, that would explain some things in this movie because
They make industrial ductwork.
I think the problem with this being a Tales from the Crypt episode, though, if you were to make this like 25 minutes long, is that 15 of that would be the girl stripping and walking into the water.
Oh.
Taking her sweet ass time.
Remember, he lifted her up so high that she hits her head on a tree branch.
We don't know.
We don't know what happened. Either that or she got so scared as she was being lifted up that she just passed out.
There are goat farms that specialize in these specific goats, so people can go there, pay money to scream at goats and make them fall down. So you go to the farm.
Why are we still here? I want to go right now.
This is goat farm. Go and watch goats, fall down. This episode's gonna be a little late, guys. We gotta go scream.
We gotta go to a goat farm.
That's how we can destroy the movie. The goat falls on the table. Rich, like I said, you need to write 80s horror movies.
And each of these films has a warning for you not to get sucked back in time, but you're not paying attention. You're making fun of the movies.
What was his name? It was like Dickie Bushman or something weird.
That's exactly what it was.
I don't remember that, but they looked at it and they said, "Oh my God, this is a big piece of shit, and this was a big pain in the ass. Let's just stop." You know what I mean? Yeah.
The engine's still running fine.
This is exciting.
Oh my God! That's the end.
That's fucking amazing.
Rolled right into like a little league baseball game.
That's why they
Keep
never
rolling.
made another movie.
Keep rolling. This is great.
They're all in prison.
The Indiegogo campaign, it's a front. It's just their legal fees.
Yes, their image.
Looks awesome.
I drew this myself. They have like an entire town hall meeting in the auditorium where Nancy Reagan is like, this is gonna be terrible, they're gonna corrupt our children. As we see in the opening scene, which is them playing in another town, they're already the monsters. So I would assume word travels. And so when they're saying like this band is evil,
they just played in Portland.
Yeah.
And the entire crowd turned into zombies and ate people. I don't think they should come here.
Yeah.
This film would work in like 1890. You know, the band travels faster than like the letter carrier on the. But you know, it doesn't.
Well, as we do discover, the people in this town are not very bright, which is why all the high school students are 40 years old.
No, yeah.
I mean, it's like every time there's something I really want, somebody takes it away.
How silly does that 45-year-old man feel doing that on the phone?
He's just happy to be working, all right?
He doesn't care that he's dressed like Ernest P. Worrell.
In Canada, he's 34. Because of conversion.
You know, they call the shots because they're the adults.
That's the 45-year-old man.
And that's why I've been on the school council.
Now they look like He-Man characters.
The puppet that attacks the teacher in the house was an early version of the Mac and Me puppet. It looks too creepy or something. Move on. Because it has those eyes, you know, and it's like.
Yeah. Its head is like.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, don't let me. Stage group.
Nobody
stage group.
notices. Tom Selleck, man, just shows up.
He dumps gasoline on the corner front of the stage.
Yeah.
Like you'd think like you'd have a scene where he's like.
I mean, clearly we're following this band, so we know that everywhere they go, people turn into demons and die. But you know, put on a good show.
It's just incompetent, and it doesn't try to hide its incompetence. It's just bad, and I think.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I cannot take my eyes off Dick the birthday boy. Yep.
In the Girl Scouts, together, we change the world. Hey, look, Cassie, you've got mail.
This is supposed to be miserable.
No, trust me. I mean, the whole thing was.
What puts you in charge? Your tuxedo?
Yes.
He was the one that started talking. That's what puts him in charge. That's how it works. We have a very, very rigid formula here.
Oh,
this is not fun and games.
Is that a ghost?
It's a ghost, Mike. It's a ghost.
There is gold in there, in them there hills. And we're going to find it
It's
someday.
going to take us 27 Black Spine episodes to get to one entertaining one, but it'll happen.
Melinda's like, I'm going to play my acoustic guitar while I have you trapped here.
That's when we said, we're done.
Yeah, we shut the tape off and threw it out a window.
Thank you, Black Spine Edition.
I think it was Jack who said she loves the feel of a little tiny hand on her.
That was me.
That was you?
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Thank you. I don't think it was recorded.
We've been live streaming this whole night.
No, just talking. The body of a 4-year-old boy with the mind of a 50-year-old.
Oh, that makes everything okay.
With the hand. With the hand of a 4-year-old boy. She worked with famous people, many of the president's children's, and now she's just taking it to the streets.
So what?
Marjabelle.
Marjabelle.
Stewart. Why can't you remember that
I keep
name?
wanting to say Marjorie. Yeah.
Because I want to say a real name. That's not a real fucking name.
Fish knife on the right.
What is it?
And because you will not be using all of the goblets.
Look at him. He's my favorite.
With a
These looks of disgust.
Weird fucking kid. I don't even know what to call him. He's just, you know what? He's just happy to be anywhere. That kid. Lazy
Mom
eye.
wants me to be eaten well.
Yeah, and there's
She picked that moment to have her first period.
Yeah.
that precise moment.
I know it's captured on film forever.
You take your napkin from your lap, your best friend, Deb, and blot it out.
There's that one little jerk whose napkin was like
Oh, it
falling
was
off,
half hanging off.
and he
yeah.
had like food on his mouth.
Well, that was a kid that wasn't at her actual
That's
thing
right.
early
He
on.
was just the minorities could not make it that day.
Just coincidentally, none of them could.
They're busy.
They're busy.
If they sat through this crazy old lady's shit, they were all promised chicken nuggets. Just sit there, put the fucking napkin on your lap.
You have your first period at the dining table. Take your napkin in your right hand and dab.
He gonna come so much in my face.
Come so much in his face.
Wait, what?
He said it. He fucking said it.
Yeah, he said
When chemo comes too much in my face. He will come so much.
Chemo was punching him, and he goes, "You don't come so much in my face." It was his way of saying, "Don't punch so close."
The tots to
all
the
those
teens.
children, so much personality amongst each individual
oh my
child.
God.
Yeah.
Each had their own story.
Yeah.
And I would love to see those stories.
And the idea that Marjorie and her deceased husband's soul has been transferred to a 5-year-old boy.
To one of the tots.
When they cut to the interior of that country club and it's just a bunch of little white kids, like that's the funniest fucking thing. Just the fact that they abandoned half the kids from the video.
All you gotta know is from the outside in, done.
Yeah.
Salads first, bitches. Salads first! Fuck is this salads last shit?
You should make like just a long rambling video rebuttal to Major Bell talking about salad.
Salad forks on the outside, bitch! Do it like...
we need to like dress you up as like a horrible outfit and put you in like some kind of really dingy kitchen for your response video where you're talking about the salad forks.
Yes. And everything is plastic and like Dixie paper plates. It's like, this is a fucking salad fork. It's on the outside, Marjabelle.
I just hope Marge Bell ate a whole bunch of romaine lettuce.
That's what killed her.
That's what killed her. She made a video, a how-to video about how to deal with E. coli.
Shitting blood. From tots to squats.
Dealing with E. coli.
Dealing with E. coli. From tots to squats.
You might come across a batch of tater tots with E. coli on it. Tots, squats.
That's why they ate the lettuce last.
Hey, there you go. You'd have to awkwardly excuse yourself from the dinner halfway through, yeah.
I'm Macaulay Culkin.
I guess we didn't introduce you at the beginning, so we should point that out. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way. little elephant in the room.
That's a shot across the bow.
Coleslaw.
Staying in he was crashing in a guest house, even in the post-apocalypse. But
At that point, that was the worst thing to happen to Kato Kalin in a guest house.
I didn't hear a thing.
I didn't hear anything.
But not before she makes out with her dead father.
Oh yeah.
But what is everybody trying to do? Together, but why?
I think she's
so sincere sounding.
What's everybody trying? Is it just too much? Is it too much to ask for something to happen?
that's her like.
Have you ever heard the term you're beating a dead dog with a broken stick?
No.
Just turns to the camera and he says something just like, "I want you, Hawk." It's like, all right.
Coleslaw.
I'm writing a science fiction, dystopian, artsy romance story. My main character's called Hawk Coleslaw.
We'd like to produce this film, sir.
I expect Batman to be a fucking ninja, and he's doing this.
Yeah, it's true. Good point, Rich.
A very good point, Rich.
You and Mike.
I'm on the trolley, all right? I'm on the trolley. I'm on the Mike train. Choo-choo.
I know Buzz was mean to you, but you don't take it out on me.
Yes, I will.
One that was
We'll get there.
We're all just running our legs up. And like, all right.
Don't worry.
See you guys in an hour.
Should just be in like hospital beds.
All of those things I just named were invented by women.
No, they weren't.
Look, the kid's rich. The kids love Gary Busey.
Kids love Gary Busey.
It's Mr. Rogers and Gary Busey.
They call him Scary Busey.
Like the minute he's gonna be a dog, like, oh, we're just gonna get voiceover for the whole
That's what
film.
I thought it was going to be too, yeah.
But he's in the entire fucking movie.
Well, in the case of this movie, they just couldn't get rid of him.
You did the no-no on that man's briefcase.
So you have to burn in hell for all eternity?
That's the end.
Fade to black.
That's what you get for pissing on stuff.
Gary Busey wasn't supposed to start every scene on all fours. That was just a way that they covered it up.
The dog subplot was retcon. They add that later. Oh God, he can't stand up. Make a movie where he's a dog.
That's how you move the chair.
You even see that hand pulling it.
That's adorable.
Look at that happy face.
He's so happy.
I did a trick!
She's more of an overlay.
Yes. Yes. She's a goddamn Amazon next to him. Look at that.
She's got a good 2 feet on him. Do you think they grabbed that little dog's head? I mean, you see it for like a second. Its nose hits the keyboard, and I'm just picturing like 5 people holding.
No! Don't make me do it!
So Gary Busey developed a taste for dog meat while on the production of Quigley, and we're starting with that.
Is that why he's so fucked up?
I cut my own hair.
I bought a Floby.
Say $3 because I only charge myself $5.
His hair was symbolic of his transformation. He was a mess.
What's the symbolism behind him falling into a bush?
Oh, he was just drunk.
100
takes,
too many dogs.
and that was the best one.
That was the one where he got back up. That's all we got.
It was actually 100 days of shooting.
So he gives birth to a dog at the end. I think they didn't use the boom because he'd just be like,
Yeah. He just gets distracted.
What's that? What's that? If half the credits were assistant to Mr. Busey. It's like thousands of people at like the end of like a Marvel Avengers movie.
Yeah. Half of them are like doctor.
by the way, audience, I'm sorry, but the parents in Home Alone, yeah, they got divorced.
That's canonical.
That is canon.
They also lost a few children along the way.
Home Alone 6, Child Protective Services.
Foster care.
Well, no, first the device has to wake up, and then it has to connect to the Wi-Fi.
This is a reboot the computer.
Yeah.
You better start laughing.
This is comedy fucking
This
gold.
is fucking gold right here. Every time there's a joke, I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna look right at you and point. I mean, I think part of the fun of like the some of the earlier kind of things, some of the better entries, if you will.
That's a little cartoon.
That wasn't my choice.
You fought against that.
I fought honestly, tooth and nail.
Is it just pain in general, or specifically his groin?
But pain in general. But
Okay.
I think the answer to both of those is yes.
Yes.
I think the scary part is it's pain inflicted by a 9-year-old boy.
Oh, that's an important factor. It's not just pain.
It's just a detail that helps.
All right.
That's vital. That's vital.
I'm sorry, prototype X29.
Oh, fuck you.
I'm picking Quigley. That shit is hilarious.
This episode is a sham.
Can I change my vote?
To Home Alone?
Yeah, you changed it to Home Alone 4?
I thought I signed up for a Christmas horror film, but this is just gonna be a porno, isn't it?
Whatever.
No, I thought I signed up for a porno, but this is gonna be a Christmas horror film.
Oh, God.
Christmas horror films.
So much worse.
Reluctantly, where are we? I'm just gonna skip to the last sentence.
I remember those warm magical times of watching The Uninvited.
Yeah. It feels like forever ago.
Before the dark times. Before the Empire.
Well, Josh, why don't you explain two front teeth?
Jesus, all right.
Ugh.
Look, hey.
And then actual Santa shows up, and he's a 15-year-old boy. And then that's Moneymaker Mike, Jim.
Kick his ass, Santa.
That made me laugh. Little tiny tip of the shot. Kick his motherfucking ass. It did one thing right.
One successful joke.
It made me laugh.
Well, that's right, because we joked that the rain time is like the shortest that we've ever done, but it felt twice as long.
It was as long as The Uninvited in my heart.
And I think they had porn stars play the nuns because their names, one of them had 3 X's in the name.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that could have been what that was, except they would have been maybe regionally known as porn stars.
I'm speculating. They may not have been porn stars.
Is there regional Maryland porn?
I just don't think it's worth anyone's time.
Was it for that one joke?
Yes!
Because I'm going to say it was worth it.
Thank you.
All right.
It did something.
Oh, I love this movie.
That was a great fake cat head.
Oh, gotta go.
Bye. The mutant.
Isn't it more suspicious when you're like a greasy porn stash middle-aged man and you're hanging out with like 20-year-old bikini bimbos?
No, not in the early 90s. Absolutely not.
Oh no.
No, that's what they pay for.
Oh, okay.
This is the era. This is the era of Reaganomics.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Coast Guard didn't even bother looking for the cocaine.
No.
Look, we know you got
partying with babes.
Yeah, I don't even know what the coke was.
There was a lot of good character stuff going on in this film about a cat that barfs up another cat.
You get shocked. And every time you don't necessarily think about the cat, there's meowing happening, so you know that there's a cat around.
We need to talk about the sound design in this film. Did you know?
And they could only afford one sound effect.
They could only afford half of a sound effect.
They hit it hard.
They take the cat into like an examining room, but there's no like restraints and they
don't even have the door closed.
They leave the door open. They're just like, put the cat up. It's like the most incompetent.
I'm picturing like a making of uninvited documentary, like years ahead. They get the cast back together and they interview them. And they got a little cat wheelchair.
No, it keeps meowing, but its mouth doesn't move.
There's a cat interpreter speaking for him. He's very disappointed with how the film turned out.
So much for that subplot.
That's a good guy.
Wow.
Look, the important part is that our main characters end up on a dinghy and they get caught in a time loop where the cat just keeps jumping at them.
That was amazing.
Oh, God. It's not over yet.
It's just staring at him.
It just wanted a life raft.
We didn't get to Christy yet.
Oh.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
This is the weirdest movie. Well. The proceeds go to the Wildlife Foundation. Family VHS. It's kind of a movie. It sort of has a plot. I can't.
So Santa is at all times partially transparent.
Well, let's just say pretty good special effects.
Pretty good.
We'll just roll it all up
Pretty
into
good.
that.
Would have to have been a full-on helicopter.
Okay.
I don't
You're
think
saying they didn't do that?
I'm saying that
They're
I think
miniatures,
it was.
Jane.
I think it was a miniature very similar to the ship in Uninvited.
Yeah.
You know what? Agree to disagree.
Okay. All right.
There is a scene where Jack Frost is talking to somebody.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's talking to Tanglefoot.
And I think I cracked. My brain cracked. I just couldn't stop laughing. And I wasn't laughing at anything in particular.
You were laughing that it was that inept.
No, I was just laughing like a person in a straitjacket would laugh. Like there was no context. I was just like, my brain stopped working.
The songs are done by Red Letter Media legend, Frank Worley. You smashed it with a hammer. I think we reviewed like the first Thor movie. And that was the reason you smashed it with a hammer.
With the population growing the way it is, I can hardly make my rounds before it gets light the way it is.
Then just make the rounds during the day.
That could work.
Santa never thought of that.
Oh.
There's 35 close-up shots of her out of focus.
Tiny baby reindeer.
Playing over Frank Worley's beautiful music. Santa takes Christy and lands and then just explores animals in the woods.
He drunkenly tries to provoke animals.
Oh, that wasn't bad.
Your priorities are in an interesting place. But then Santa Claus calls Tumblefoot and asks him to.
Oh, he calls him on a payphone. Where is Santa?
I don't know.
Where is he?
When Santa's like petting all the animals and he's just playing with them, I was just waiting for like a barf cat to show up.
Oh yeah.
There's a fucking mountain lion there.
Yeah, for a minute, yeah.
Those things don't know how to react to Santa Claus. Like hovering above them.
Otters can't digest marshmallows. It's gonna die.
That's why he's climbing that tree.
No, Mr. Porter, no. Your Santa Claus movie is killing the otters.
Trying to get away from the marshmallows. Fuck off.
They expand in their stomach until the otters burst.
Santa Claus is drunk again and he won't stop feeding all the animals marshmallows.
And meanwhile, Mrs. Claus is preparing peanut butter covered potatoes. Since we're not destroying any tapes, I think we should pass on the Christmas cheer by rewrapping these gifts and placing them around the city.
Okay.
Toys for tots. Some deserving child somewhere will open this up.
And we'll ruin their Christmas.
And we'll ruin not just their Christmas, but their life.
I would say put uninvited in there too, because we need to give somebody a barf cat.
Maybe, Mike, instead of ruining their life, you will inspire the world's future greatest filmmaker.
That's
Because they'll
true.
say, fuck this,
Yeah.
I can do better than this.
Yeah.
Inspirational.
And I'm 5.
Would a 5-year-old really be dropping the F-bomb?
Fuck yes.
Sure.
After saying Christy, it's like the innocence is lost at that point.
You know, this conversation is much funner than the conversation we're about to have. But we're here today to talk about...
It was the first thing I did when I didn't have to watch Discovery anymore.
Didn't have to watch. Shamefully, I just forgot, like, all their bean counters hoped for. You know, but Star Trek fans, I think, I'm not saying one group is smarter than the other. Just saying they're a little more particular. Star Wars is Walmart. Star Trek is like Neiman Marcus. And then there's like a goofy alien, and I want to say he burps or farts or something. And it's a flat comedy shot of all these characters in an elevator.
A pretty good episode of The Outer Limits.
Except for the part when he looks out into space and sees a shooting star.
Oh, oh God.
It was a magical moment, though. It was just like a Walt Disney film. Yeah. We're being snobby, and we're making fun of Discovery for having a shooting star in the middle of outer space. I guess it could have been like a comet traveling at light speed.
No. You know what it was? Stupid.
That's my Dickie. That's the good old Dick the birthday boy.
Honestly, who said that's a great idea?
Yeah.
Rich, Wally is your Star Trek. That's like your.
That's my utopian future.
And even though she's a scientist, and there's a strange glowing substance on the floor that could be radioactive or dangerous, she sticks her finger in it.
Well, she's in the command training program.
That's right.
Why does she tear up the mess hall like an animal?
Yeah, well, because you're supposed to think she's a dangerous animal until you discover she's intelligent. So that's writing 101. Write in sequential order from left to right. So really, she should just be like, "Hi, I'm so-and-so. I'm from this planet. I seek asylum aboard your Federation star." Except she's pooping on the floor. and hiding in a cargo container. No, they recrystallized the dilithium in Star Trek 4. So apparently it's pretty easy.
No, I don't think Alex Kurtzman cares about the science of Star Trek. I think she beamed her all the way to her home planet. No, I think that's what happened.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least...
Wouldn't Archer be like...
Yeah, exactly.
120 years old?
And unless it's his 50th beagle, you know, but it's not the same beagle.
Right.
Obviously, I think it was called the brightest star, but Saru's species is pathetic. It's a better name, yeah. So, you know, Star Trek always has like, this is going to put a little appliance on your nose or your ear. Because it's lazy, you know. And then the stupidest thing happens. The advanced alien obelisk sucked up 10 Kelpians, and then he's like, but a piece of it fell off.
Look.
No, wait. He goes, but a piece of it fell off, as it sometimes does. That's like the actual line in the episode.
I know.
And it's just like this.
That's because they needed.
Like removes a piece or like learns something about it, runs back to his hut and does it again the next night. Whatever, but a piece of it falls off, as it sometimes does. How technically advanced are these aliens? Like, I laughed out loud when that happens. And he's like, here, Saru, go bury it in the desert or something. And then Saru just wraps it up in a burlap sack and keeps it in his house. And then...
I like Saru.
I like Saru, too. Now that I know his origins, I don't like Saru. It turns out it's just an accident. He can't figure out how to work the turbo lift, even.
You just say what floor you want to go to.
Floor? And then he lays down on the floor. No. There are decks on the ship. Decks? Oh, fuck.
Why?
You know why, Rich?
Why?
Because as a profession, you and I make internet videos. And as people, we love Star Trek. There's only so many times we can say, I wish it was like Star Trek. Right?
Yes.
You know, you don't want to sound like a broken record and you don't want to seem like the bitter old man.
I'm fine with that.
I'm trying to think, like...
Ben 10 gets big.
I'm excited.
Honestly, I don't understand the packaging looks so official. I don't get this.
It appears to actually be made out of tissue paper. I might be wrong, but I think that's tissue paper cape.
Oh, and there's a Batman symbol on the side.
A variety of styles. The children most favorite gift.
It's a Clockwork Superman.
Clockwork Superman. There's your Spider-Man toy with your
Perfect to play
Spider-Man
with.
up in mitts. Oh, you can put him on the skateboard.
No.
Where's the skateboard?
You put them together, that's what you get.
Weave, you okay?
He's trying to put it back in.
Just make sure he doesn't wake up.
I'm gonna go home.
My shift's over. I feel like there should be a giant turkey there.
This is all stuff that's clearly stated in the film that I didn't just make up, for sure.
It makes sense.
And there's like empty seats behind him and like really flimsy tables.
Christmas
and
lights.
Christmas lights.
Christmas lights lining the stage of the VFW hall where they shot it.
Her groinular area was right down the barrel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the introductory scene of your movie shouldn't be the scene where you've given up. I mean, that's essentially what it was.
Yes. A lot of cosplayers are way better than this.
Oh, yeah,
though.
way
They put
better.
way more effort
Unless
into
they're
their...
cosplaying Cybernator.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? You see somebody who doesn't look that good, but it's way more sophisticated than that. His story of who he's playing takes a long time.
You're playing the tube guy from Cybernator. Oh my God, that's amazing. I worked really hard to get that line of definition in this skull cap.
Can't you see that something is very, very wrong?
Yes, we can.
With my face.
It's in a garage. It's in a trunk.
Okay.
With other like film reels. For the
It's in
movie.
the trunk of the car that Eyebrows Man lives in.
Oh boy. Oh wait,
he's in a little tank.
Yeah, is this supposed to be the Colonel's office?
Is it time to talk about the set now?
We need to talk about the real star of the film, which is the set design.
It says like biohazard testing lab that way or something.
Something like that, but it's just like stencils and Sharpie, and it's just taped to the wall.
8.5 by 11 sheet of paper.
Yeah. Don't sit too hard or the fake desk will collapse.
Which will knock the wall down.
Yeah.
Which will collapse the building we're in. They live in the one-bedroom or studio apartment where the bedroom is right by the front door and the bathroom is in the living room. You know, that's where the filmmaker lives.
Yeah, these couches were outstanding.
Well, that was the best right after the big climax.
I gotta get back in the van now. With my cape. Don't close your cape at the door. And then they fight. He's like, come within reaching and pulling out tube range. And then immediately, here I am.
Okay.
Panther Squad is Belgian, but really, spiritually, it's Italian. There you go.
You had that ready to go. I know you did.
I will be the Lord and Master of the world.
Of the world.
Sybil Danning's walking down the street, and of course, three men just try to rape her. And she gets into a fight.
That's your assumption. We don't know what happens.
We don't know what happens.
She just walks into frame and a fight happens.
An informant tells them that a yacht, that particular yacht, is involved in the kidnapping of the backup astronaut who is going to be sent to save the man who is on the space jeep. Right?
Yes.
So Fox Force 5 says our first clue, get to that yacht.
Go to that boat.
That boat.
The good thing is, the Fox Source 5, whenever they're in a situation where they don't have a gun, they can easily obtain one through the power of awkward editing.
Me underwears.
Me underwears. Then I'm checking off me underwears. Yeah, I'll do that role. Yachts, sunshine, the Mediterranean, sunbathing.
I'll bring my own wardrobe.
Coke.
That's implying that's her outfit.
60% of the film you're looking through binoculars and close-up, Sybil.
There's one scene where you have to ride a motorcycle with a duck on it.
But it'll be a body double. Do I have to have sex with anyone? No.
Not on camera.
Except for the producer, the executive producer, the screenwriter, the Foley artist, the production assistant.
And then a beam slowly emerges that's been drawn on the frame. And then it engulfs in an outline the Jeep. And I guess Fidel Hitler.
Yeah.
Oh, super gun.
Oh, wow.
Well, real quick, the big threat of the movie, which is disabling the space, jamming station.
Oh, that's okay. The professor already did that.
Some random professor who we were introduced at the board meeting. Maybe it only takes one charge. It takes like 6 years to charge it.
You have to make sure that you're using it correctly.
What if she missed and it hit the ground and it just vaporized the whole Earth?
A film we've been looking forward to watching for a long time, and now we know that was a mistake. First he tastes it. Remember?
Yeah.
He gets rid of the bubbles in the
It doesn't
syringe.
taste toxic.
He was so eager. He was real snippy with everyone.
Yeah.
He just kept barking replies. He was.
Is that a pun?
Oh,
Barking replies.
Yes.
I thought the whole thing was they were going to do experiments.
And that was in Budapest.
To try and refine the werewolf.
This looked like, somebody had taken wrappers of double mint gum, like the foil, and just stuck it into like a piece of bacon, and and that's what she was trying to work with. And so whenever they first wheel him out of storage,
Because he knows what happened in Budapest. And then they're like, oh, go stab that werewolf in the eye with a needle.
We're gonna go somewhere else.
We'll be way over here on the other end of the facility.
You go stab that werewolf in the eye.
I guess one says love more than the other. I'm gonna stall this guy.
One says love, one says desperation.
It's not gonna kill him. When I get back, I'll finish, okay?
Stick a needle in his eye.
He'll take it real well.
He'll be all right with it, George. You go.
We're gonna leave.
the actual werewolf is played by Kane Hodder,
who famously played Freddy Krueger.
Yes. In Nightmare on 13th Street.
In the Nightmare on 13th Street.
That's kind of true.
Me and Rich were not impressed with the Metal Beast. I'm sorry, Joe.
What would you have done to improve the Project Metal Beast creature?
Not made the movie.
I did get blood on demand.
That's true, yeah. The movie heard you.
A little more blood there.
They gave you a little more blood.
On demand.
Yeah.
When you began that sentence, you said that you would have liked the werewolf to go to the strip club, and I thought you meant like on stage. I didn't know what you were talking about. All sorts of dancing with this metal beast.
You know where a werewolf has to go and attack?
Where?
A furry convention.
Oh, there you go.
That's a fucking movie waiting to
There you
happen,
go,
isn't it?
yeah. Would he be waiting in line at security?
That's good costume. That's good costume.
Beep, beep. Oh. You got a bunch of metal in your beast? Go on in. You're just wearing one of those furry costumes, those weirdo costumes. Like the panicked radio of the, which one's the metal beast? They're just popping off like random furries. And Jay was in the army.
Clearly.
The Salvation Army.
That's where he got that
I saw where you
outfit.
got that sweatshirt, Jay.
This is yours, you know.
Yes, after Mike donated it.
What is that laugh?
I'm just glad he's not making fun of me.
No, Rich, you're solid.
You're solid. Making fun of himself. No.
Rich has his hoodie Superman Letterman jacket on. I mean, that's not embarrassing. But what Jay's wearing is more embarrassing.
And then the third one blows him the hell up.
It comes down to basically Sybil Danning or terrible sets. Those are my two criteria. Which did I find more amusing? Cybernator, the little movie that couldn't.
Yes.
3 thumbs up.
They're very inbred in West Virginia.
Wow.
Or find evidence that leads directly to participants in some illegal activity, we have no case.
So we have no case against people breaking the law if they don't break the law. It's very insightful.
And it's phrased in a way that's a shame.
Yes.
Doggone it.
Yeah.
Oh.
School bus accidents.
Oh God, this is not what I was hoping for.
When I'm dreaming
Answer the call
Hey! I'm just a poor man. Remlazar loves me.
Oh no, I fell into the river. I was a believer, else I fell down.
Mamma mia's Remlazar. Beelzebub. That's
side for me.
Check for symbols in the forest preserve. I don't practice Santeria. I just worship Remlazar.
Oh, there it is.
Satan represents vengeance instead of.
Absolutely.
All good.
They should have had full disclosure that their Satan-worshipping high priestess turned Catholic priest was fake.
And was just setting up examples.
Yes.
Remlazar is real.
Oh, whoa.
Let's just don't.
Does he come on you in your dreams? I mean, come to you in your dreams too?
Mike, we're getting there. We're getting there. Don't worry about it.
Look,
Remlazar is coming.
I just want to point out that
Remlazar is coming, Mike.
Remlazar is coming.
Prepare yourself.
When I was 7, Remlazar came on me. I mean, came to me in my dreams as well.
Look, the Satanist video wasn't completely worthless. I did learn that Satanists love anal.
And they have a specific calendar for
They
anal.
have a calendar for when anal is and isn't acceptable.
There's a very specific layout.
Spoilers, most of the time it's acceptable. What happens if you do anal at a time that is not delineated? Do you just
Satan
get
gets
kicked
real
out?
pissed.
Okay.
He doesn't kick you.
He sends you to heaven.
He doesn't kick you out of anything. He's just like you.
And when you look at it up close, it is not a real coffee stain.
Yeah.
So
All right, let's move on to our next
We're
video.
on to your Naked Ghost video now.
It's this giant hunk of steel that cannot be stopped.
Especially by a bus.
Watch out! It's a train! Look out!
You got a bunch of kids who like run into the woods and nobody can find any of the kids.
So that's when they team up with Remlazar.
They meet Remlazar in the woods.
And Remlazar gets them back home safely. Well, no, the
Waiting
irony
for the
is that there's
kids.
not Satanists out there. There's people making a police training video out there doing graffiti on the street
Oh!
to look like Satanist symbols and molest them.
Or are the woods filled with Catholic priests just waiting for kids to run?
Oh no!
Running out of the bus.
No.
Come into the arms of the Lord.
The Catholic priest, they actually put like a spike strip in front of the railroad tracks.
Just skip these and go right to Remlazar, where it's only implied that he's molesting the children.
Does he go to school in a hospital?
It's like a horror movie.
He's clearly got a picture of his kids on his desk. And he doesn't want to talk about them. What is that? What is that?
Josh, they were killed in a bus accident. 5 years fucking family.
Back in '61 in Greeley, Colorado. My children lost all their imagination. Train carrying corn syrup. Killed my children.
Little Timmy would be 42 years old today. My nickname for him was Remlazar.
He had blue hair due to a weird genetic anomaly.
No, the train that hit them was carrying blue dye.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, hands are okay. Whoa, all right.
Oh, no, psych. Yeah, so far all he's done is stalk someone in a hallway and watch a little girl sleep.
Hi, guys.
No, careful.
Oh, God.
Created from your dreams.
In order to, I guess, make him come more to
Oh,
magically
God.
alive?
Come on!
What do they have to do in order to make him come more rich?
In order to make him come
The
more
little girl
to
took
life.
care of that.
If they don't find that medallion before sunset, Remlazar will never come again.
Who thought this was a good idea?
The highest place you can imagine is the top of the World Trade Center. Quixotic Battalion will be there on September 1st of 2001.
September 10th. The morning of September 11th.
You have to be there to get the medallion.
That's not it. That's the Empire State Building. It's really tall.
Certainly it is.
But the building my dad showed me is much taller, and there's 2 of them.
Oh, God.
Oh my God! Holy shit! How the fuck did you call that? That was so random.
Doo-wop meets hip-hop meets classical. Because that's the next progression of, like, extreme
Different
genres, yeah. All on the way to 9/11. This is amazing.
Oh, hey, look at this. All you have to do to make somebody that you think is your enemy your friend is to say, you are my friend.
I tried that once to a bully in elementary school, and he beat the shit out of me.
Don't bring the doll.
Leave that weird mannequin.
I'll take care of it. The cop wanted to fuck that mannequin as well.
Oh, yeah. Do you feel better than you did when you started watching Creating Rem Lazar?
I mean, we did.
I did.
We watched 2 fucking miserable nightmares, and then we got to Rem Lazar.
Yeah.
It was like a breath of fresh air. I feel dirty saying Rem Lazar. Like there's something kind of like, it's like the word kumquat, where it sounds dirty, but it's not.
Yeah. Whoever invented the taser many decades later.
It wasn't Thomas A. Swift.
No, that was a fake book.
Yeah. It was some guy.
In Area 51.
Reversed vowels.
Area 51?
Area 51, Bob Lazar!
Oh my God! Bob Lazar broke the case on the Area 51 UFO.
What does that have to do with the Twin Towers, Rich?
It's all connected! They're gonna shut the program down! Everybody save this!
But the best of the worst to me is the school bus railroad crossing video. It was informative, and
You are now disqualified from ever participating in the final best of the worst.
Every time it happens. Every time.
You know Rem Lazar is the most entertaining thing we've watched. Josh, what is best of the worst? It's Rem Lazar, right?
Creating Rem Lazar, easily. That's the best of the worst.
worst is Rem Lazar, because Rem Lazar is the best.
That was amazing. It was fucking. There's nothing.
I loved Rem Lazar. I thought it was funny and amazing.
You try to justify it. You don't make any fucking sense.
That's the best of the worst.
Well, also, you're not going to do Rail Train by putting a VHS tape on the fucking track. That's not.
Yeah.
No.
If a bus won't derail it?
No.
Night would always end with Suburban Sasquatch.
Well, but I'm saying how we discovered it, though, was we would just, we'd watch 10 minutes of one of these movies.
Demons, zombies, ghosts, lust-crazed muckmen.
Lust-crazed muckmen?
Lust-crazed muckmen.
Why isn't that the title of the movie? Alluring hags or luring hags?
I think they meant alluring, but it just says luring.
Okay, so it says you just have a little hag in the corner going, come here. That was a whole lot of text just to say some kids go into a house and see monsters. Because the car is flying, so I assume it's set in the future. Billy Ray's a bad risk. He took the mob's family jewels. Now they want his? Now they want his, Rich. They want his family jewels. Who's Carmen? They didn't introduce Carmen.
Well, then Carmen gets introduced halfway through the movie, Jay.
Okay.
Jump it! Jump it! Hang on!
Yeah.
Jump it! Yes, jump it, please!
Whoa.
Jump what?
What are you jumping?
How do you just jump things with your car?
Fuck yeah! Oh, he doesn't have the magic jumping abilities.
That's what would really happen.
Yes! All our bad guys are dead now. Oh, he's still shooting. He's running away from the water.
Maybe he's just like an extra, but they thought he looked interesting enough to be on the box.
The movie's not actually about an alien private eye.
Nick.
You can stop doing that.
Find the disc, Lemro. I'll pay you 1,000,000 quiplets for it.
1 million space bucks.
Quiplets. This feels like the producers, like
Porn
that kind of
quiplets?
situation.
Oh yeah, where they had to make a bad
terrible
thing on
movie
purpose.
for a tax write-off.
That out of place old man.
We thought it was a little kid in a Halloween costume or something. In the context of the movie.
Yes.
In reality, it's a little kid in a Halloween costume.
Yeah.
And then I guess he's just too tired to climb out.
Yeah, and
So
Wolf
they just bury him.
And Wolf Dude was fast.
Maybe the editor also played the Wolfman, and he just wanted to get as much screen time as possible.
Are these the horny? Not lusty, gusty.
Gusty.
Is this like in editing? They just said fuck it.
It has to be.
They're shit
Fuck it.
miners.
It has to be.
And those things were violent. One definitely was. I mean, one just was just like, this table is done.
We must stop them from farting.
You ever step in a bucket of muck?
It sounds like a fucking fart. Just put a fart in.
It's like those little things that you squish your fingers
my
in.
kid just got some gack.
Kids would just come out and just annoy the rest of the mall.
Took my children to see Spoopies, and little Timmy just kept farting on his sister afterwards. I couldn't get him to stop farting on his little sister.
Halloween of 1987. Every kid just wanted to go as a fart monster.
I love that this is the most mispronounced name. I love Spoopies.
You know, it's the 1980s. Spoopies is what they would have called like the Saturday morning cartoon adaptation
Yes,
of Spookies.
yes, the real Spoopies.
Yeah. What's popular? Rubber monsters? I don't know. We'll call them Spoopies.
Get it on the shelf.
That
Yeah.
sounds
Get it
like
on the
munchies. No, he's the ultimate. He's like Cameron Mitchell's like ultimate like henchman.
Yes.
Close those fucking doors.
He always closes the fucking door. I love that Wolfman.
Yes, Cameron. I'll close the fucking door.
Just stop
Oh
yelling
God,
at
Cameron
me.
Mitchell should have been Dr. Acula.
That would have been great.
That would have been great.
That would have elevated this probably to the best movie I've ever seen.
Yes, 100%.
Fuck yeah!
Diving headfirst through a door.
Jack,
Yep.
it fucking worked.
Yes, because dude, Rocco tried many chairs.
Death
I'm sorry.
is combustible. If you throw Death off a roof, he explodes.
That was a van going off of a cliff. Uncle Tony for the win. It was a Grim Reaper made out of kerosene because that.
The Grim Reaper, it's a little bit of trivia. The Grim Reaper prop was originally supposed to appear in Action USA.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
We load everything with Grim Reapers. Set them shits on fire.
All right, so the truck for this explosion scene, it's filled with Grim Reapers.
How many are you thinking? 10. Whoa. How big a truck is it?
Just give it a little nudge.
Just push it a little bit.
Well, this is 80 minutes into the movie where we are now introduced to our protagonist.
Which is who has to fight Madam.
Yeah.
Do you remember the old puppet?
Yes, Madam.
Oh, so we see the hand of the puppeteer many times to the point where you're wondering if it's intentional. Is that another spooky down there?
It's you know what? It's a ghost puppeteer.
Okay.
The real spooky.
Yeah, the real spooky wasn't the witch. It was a ghost puppeteer controlling the witch puppet.
The spirit of Jim Henson?
So many layers.
That
but
engine really
it's
makes
like,
up for his penis.
My God, he's the smallest. Micro penis? I would think.
He's feeling up a lady while drinking and driving in a sports car in Texas. He needs to be eating a steak.
She gets in her car to chase after, knowing exactly where he goes, because that starts the theme of there being only one road in Texas.
Everybody knows where everybody else is at every moment.
Yeah, I want to see stupid shit. And you see a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like when they drop him out of the helicopter on accident, that was some stupid shit.
Well, they tried to grab onto his penis. It was so small.
Nothing there. He's like, get out of the driver's seat, bitch.
Thanks for picking me up. I'm driving.
Yeah.
Who cares? Like USA! It worked just like that, Mike.
Oh my God.
Yeah!
Maybe the stunt wasn't supposed to happen like that.
They loaded that truck with Grim Reapers.
Get away from that window, miss.
Why? What are you worried about?
Well, and then the fact that he won't get out of the chair because he's too drunk is hilarious in itself.
Yes.
Here it's like he's so angry. You need to harness that in your film. Oh, he's gone.
Yes. Says he needs ice cream.
He's off shooting 15 more films.
I need ice cream.
Maybe that's what it was. They only had him for like an hour, and he's like, I got 5 other movies to shoot this afternoon.
He's not off to film 15 other films. Other people are into his house, so he can film 15 different films. Get out, the next crew's coming in.
Give me my booze money.
I want my $20.
Leave the girl.
Sorry about your house, buddy.
What?
All right. You get it. You get it.
Houses that are very easy to drive through.
That is the saddest thing I've ever seen in a Best of the Worst movie.
The Grim Reaper was using their bathroom.
The Grim Reaper showed up. It's like, can I use your bedroom for about 20 minutes? And then a car drives through. What?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh no! Kaboom!
Oh. Who was that?
Who was that? Whoa! That's a big explosion.
Yeah, was that even a character? Right. Look. I want to talk about the truck that explodes before the car hits it.
Yes. Why the fuck was that car in the air? Flew into it.
This is another random car?
No, that was his car.
But then another car flew into it.
I think that was the red.
It started blowing up before he hit it.
Oh my God.
And he flew into it for no reason.
Is that what happened?
He just flew into it.
Good job, movie. Good job.
And now roll credits, please.
Yeah, we're done.
We're done here.
You got away. You have the diamonds. You're just seeing the light refracting differently because the explosion was so massive.
The explosion exploded faster than light. Yes! Lemro is a...
All you have to do is say his name and I'm laughing.
Lemro?
Oh, what? Oh, what? Whoa! Oh, she's there? He's also kind of a celebrity back on his home world of Stir,
something like that.
Stir?
It's got a
On his,
I'm from Stir.
On his beautiful and majestic home planet, Stir.
Is he a detective or a pimp?
Get excited, the piano man.
The piano got
Wait, he keeps the hat on?
He just met this woman and they're fucking. But then she takes off the hat and it's like immediately just her body language changes and she's just like.
But he keeps going!
He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't understand human
And it's
contact.
amazing acting. Her acting is amazing because she's just like, yeah, oh no, am I?
Maybe.
But I'm not sure. Oh, but
I'm
I
already
couldn't
this
stop.
far. I guess we'll just finish it.
I didn't sign up for this shit.
Runs the gamut.
I didn't sign up for Vulcan ears. This is fucking weird.
Like you can see her clearly revulsed, like when it touches her face. Like, nah.
He's either an alien or a Trekkie, and I don't like either of those things.
She just starts like tickling his ass to get it over with. Like, come on,
Just finish.
just finish, please.
Well, then he does very, very quickly.
Look, for his species, that was a very long time.
Oh, okay. All right.
Under the 10 suns, that feels like a lifetime.
you gotta be quick when you do it out in front of the 10 suns. That shit's exhausting.
No wonder they say this drug is almost as good as sex if their sex is that lame. Like, that's almost as good.
Now, she woke up a lot earlier than him, too, and could have snuck out, but she decided to get dressed and wait.
Yeah. She sat there like, I gotta let him
like-
know I don't want to see him again.
I can't just leave him a note. That would be
I can't leave this unclear.
What are you?
An alien.
To aliens, it's not Earth, it's Party City.
That's right. I forgot Lemro's on vacation. That's why he got a job as a private eye.
He started his own business. Did he have to do all the paperwork that's entailed? And like he had to rent an office space and like we get a special cameo by the boom mic. Which they decided to put
screen time.
a lot of screen
Lot
time.
of screen
They
time.
should have gotten the credit. Whoever was the boom operator decided that the best place to put it was directly above the ceiling fan.
which is why the room is filled with constant noise.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
That's the mic hitting the fan, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And he just saw half of it. What does it look like?
He knows what it is. He's the worst. But that's the weirdest thing. He only has 2 credits. He wrote, directed, and edited Alien Private Eye, and then he created a network television show that lasted several seasons called Early Edition. I think at that point, whoever he was telling it to left, but he tried to continue, and he's like, and that guy was an alien. But they were like, we're not listening to you anymore. We're done.
Right.
His name is Lemro.
His Early Edition, did it start as a televised version of Alien Private Eye?
Not like a super weapon. It just makes a drug.
Yeah.
And apparently our bad guy is capable to make it with just the one half he has.
Yeah.
Yes.
It would have made more sense if when Lemro was having sex, if he started going, ah! It's like, oh, that's just alien sex.
So she's now set up to be kind of like an addict slave of Kilgore, which will come into play later in the movie for some reason.
And so then he has to go back to his apartment until the lady found where their lair was. So he can go right back to the lair to steal the disc.
Well, no, Rich. He had to change outfit.
Oh.
He was in.
And now it's after Labor Day.
when he's like at home on his
Those
own.
are like his pajamas.
Yeah.
Still has the gloves on, the fingerless gloves. He's like, just getting ready for bed.
Needs the gloves.
I gotta put my tiny cape on. I'm getting ready for bed.
Good night, Lemro.
You know he says that every night.
Good night, Lemro.
Hey, Lemro. You did a great job today.
Snuggle.
Oh! Wait.
He's even confused by it.
Yes. That's the exact appropriate reaction to that.
What, you wanted a Foley artist? I thought you just wanted my neighbor, Jake Foley. I think everything about this is uncomfortable and embarrassing.
The movie or our discussion?
It's uncomfortable to watch, and it's embarrassing that they wrote it.
I feel like that could be the tagline of every episode of Best of the Worst. Uncomfortable and embarrassing.
Oh my God.
Didn't even leave a mark on the wall.
Or he throws down his guns, and Lemro could easily just shoot him there, but instead he agrees.
Oh my God, we forgot about the priest. Oh, shit! I completely forgot about the priest.
It just cuts to a priest yelling at Kilgore.
He's just really. This is the first time we've seen him.
Clown's flower on his tooth. He's like, you want to smell my tooth? But it's got acid in your face.
Crazy ineffective weapon. You have to get very close to someone.
Don't get any on your gums, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, what if there's any like residue or dribbling out? And you're like, oh fuck! Whoa!
Oh, I should have shook a couple more times.
He shoots it out, and then he has to sit there.
After you have to sit there for half an hour while it drips.
I'll be right there.
I have a napkin.
Tony, go give me the hose.
Come on, down. I can't go.
Hey, Warrior, give me a hose.
So the very important tooth.
We should get out of here first. There's a dead priest right there, man.
I can't go.
I can't go anywhere.
If we leave.
Do you want this in your car? Do you want this on your car? Shit your voice man. Come on. Oh, God.
Put it in a canister. Throw it out of a canister.
Lemro is completely unaware that there's an acid tooth, so he just thinks he hit him really hard. I guess I did a pretty good job there.
And then the movie's over.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. We're done. The movie's like, we're done.
Because fucking Lemro's just done. That was great.
Yeah.
Victor.
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 You have to pronounce it right.
All hail Victor. But it's like, God, it's just terrible. And there's no sci-fi in that. It's a flashlight.
It's a flashlight and some ears.
There's a flashlight and some rip-off Spock ears.
Yeah.
Kids in the 90s won't get the Spruce Goose reference. You know what I mean? His heroic spirit is first demonstrated when he punches the FBI agent in the face. And then you're like, this guy, he's got some spunk. It is literally the thing that holds the movie together. Except for chewing gum. And PV says, you're going to ruin the paint, and takes it off, therefore evaporating all the luck. As a mobster would, a plane's flying overhead. He shoots at it with the Tommy gun, which also includes one of my favorite lines ever, which I still quote to today. And it's acting is acting like you're not acting. Jenny is about to spill the information, so Cliff spills the wine on her. He needs to put a fin on the helmet for direction change.
I finally played a scene with Neville Sinclair.
They didn't need to hit us over the head, but it was there.
It's funny you mention that, because there's a lot of hitting over the head with things.
It's funny how just kind of getting clumsily hit with a vase will knock a grown adult
And she does it so
unconscious.
nonchalantly. It's like almost like, yeah, this is the part where she knocks him out. And before that, they have that underground test footage of them trying to. The guy goes up 2 feet and explodes, and then turn the cameras off.
Isn't it kind of weird that Peavy and Howard Hughes just schlockily show up in a gyrocopter at the very end?
That is awesome.
It's awesome, but it makes no sense why they just chose to do that at that exact moment.
That was awesome. It reminded me of DuckTales. They have the big wide shot, and they're like flying as the Zeppelins just burning in the background. Why they decided to fly a little plane to rescue a man who had a rocket pack? Don't know, but it made for a great ending. Howard, I'm a pilot myself. You haven't been behind the stick in 20 years, Peavy. Yeah, but Cliff is my friend. Peavy, you haven't been on a date with a woman in 5 years. Oh.
After Maybelle, or whatever her name was, there was no point.
He should have said Chris.
They couldn't finish the picture because Neville Sinclair was a Nazi.
No, nobody knew that. It was in the paper.
That was covered up. I know.
He was covered up. He died by flaming debris landing on his tour car. But yeah, it's time for her to get home and start making babies.
Oh, it's so true. It's so true.
Because it was, they're making a Rocketeer sequel or a reboot, and it's going to be a black woman as the Rocketeer.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, personally, I love this idea, and I'm going to get into it. No one's going to say, nah, it should be a white guy. So, oh yeah. That would be great, yeah. What's the next question?
Gazorbo.com.
Gazorbo.com, yes. It shouldn't be a minority lady. And everyone's screaming and blah, 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 blah. And then someone makes money off clicks. And I picture a scene where the woman walks into Studio 54. And it's like, and she's got her full Rocketeer costume on. She takes off her helmet. Afro comes out, and she's looking around, and then.
And you know what? I quit drinking, but after watching Twister's Revenge, I had to start again. Thanks, guys.
He also directed The Giant Spider Invasion. What camera's mine? Oh, the middle one. We've got 4 cameras. I don't know what I'm looking at. Look at this amazing thing.
Look at this amazing thing. A black light you shine in a seedy hotel room to find all the semen stains.
I don't understand this. Do you, Ma?
It's the only thing that's made sense, that line.
What the hell is the matter with you? You just blew up my car, you dumb shit!
What do you mean? All I did was integrate the artificial intelligence system with the internal logic unit.
That's all she did.
Well, I mean, does my neck look red to you? I don't have the answers to these questions. And we had a small town with a mayor who didn't care about the safety of the public. And which is Gleason, Wisconsin?
Gleason, Wisconsin.
It's like that movie Baby's Day Out. Have you ever seen the film Baby's Day Out? And then we see a baby smoking. Oh, God.
All these people are just horrified.
Oh my God, is she like 12?
I thought it was a child. The child started smoking.
There's one guy who we thought was dressed as a werewolf monster, but it turns out that was just his face and his teeth.
But his old woman voice is so bad, I thought that was the old man voice. And then the old man talked.
They pull shotguns on him, and then they let the air. They stab their tires.
It makes no sense.
Stop short of murdering them.
And so then, now that they lost track of her van, they just go to exactly where her van is now and kidnap her.
And where is the van now? Because that's important
Well, this is
too.
their romantic honeymoon
This
location.
is the romantic honeymoon, and so they just park the van in the woods.
Apparently right near town. They didn't go too far.
That's why they're trying to extort him for $1 million. Because
Yeah.
he had to have his honeymoon in a van in the woods. Like most millionaires do.
So around this point is when we discover that, the Twister, the monster truck, is sentient and can talk.
Artificial intelligence.
intelligence. My ass. Listen, lame brain breath. If I walk in...
He did it wrong.
Look, all of these characters, they're hooks for the Twister's Revenge cinematic universe.
Oh, okay.
Like the presence of aliens.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just give you a little taste of it. A little hint.
The
Batboy, a Twister story.
Twister tail.
A Twister tail.
He takes the guy with the Nazi helmet outside, and we discover his only weakness is his helmet.
This doesn't scare you? No. How about this?
That's why he was wearing the helmet. That's why we beat the Germans, Rich. Just a light tap on their helmets.
Whenever there's a building in the middle of a field, you know what's going to happen.
Something's going to happen to it.
Maybe Bill Rebane, who made these oh God, fuck it. You know, just fuck it. I give up.
It's for the best. So then he starts driving the monster truck through a cornfield, and Bear just continually shoots a bazooka at him for no reason.
And it's just hard cuts to the middle of action in the junkyard. Why did that happen, Rich?
I don't know. I really don't know.
It might have been real dynamite you were laughing at, that fake prop, Rich.
Oh, God, that's disturbing.
Because they blew up the mine shaft at the end of the movie, remember?
Yeah.
The director smoking.
It's not the director, it was a kid from the background.
The baby?
The baby was smoking. The baby knew it was the director's baby. She was smoking on the set. He was next to the dynamite.
No, little baby, don't flick the cigarette that way.
You know, there's an opportunity there to fill a mascot outfit just full of explosives for a movie.
Rich, don't give ISIS any ideas. So, check out Twister's Revenge.
I'm sure it's on YouTube.
Turn on that black light in a seedy motel room and you'll find it. I love you.
I love you too.
So this video is called I Gotta Go Potty. Help.
Unbelievable, the sensations that are like washing over your whole body.
Turn up the volume or something.
Which one?
And your body is...
Camera.
That guy is somewhere else.
You alright, Tom?
No, I got brains on my face.
Oh, God. Can someone please get me a napkin?
You want a wet wipe?
We can't, that's evidence.
I'm not leaving until I know that he's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, yeah. His brains are all over the porch.
You know what, Tom? Just give me that gun back. Give me that gun back real quick. Yeah.
Can somebody Google bat genitals?
Oh, Jesus! Why would I do that?
Guano, you can eat that bat feces, right? Guano? Or is it poison?
It's one or the other. You can either eat it or you can't.
No.
No. There is something inappropriate, though, about a woman giving birth on a blue ball.
You get points for effort on that one.
Looked at nude people with Macaulay Culkin.
Yes, exactly. Your fucking bucket list. Check. I always knew this was going to happen. See, Mom? I told you.
There wasn't a single-edged weapon in sight.
That baby came out with a little gun.
Pencil stabbing. Like
the worst name is if someone named their baby Wine Packs.
Che Guevara wine packs.
Che Guevara wine packs.
Yeah. Frank Stallone's mother exercising. I mean,
why would you go to Frank Stallone and not Sylvester Stallone?
They're both his mother.
They're both what?
She's both their mother.
No expense was spared.
Yes, yes. And
Because they didn't have the expenses.
to buy a second one.
That is a pun.
Mike, would you like to define a pun? You gonna put a wig on it and bend it over a giant blue ball?
Oh God!
Put it on a nasty porch.
Nasty porch.
Nasty porch.
You gotta build a nasty porch first.
What if orgasmic birth was just called nasty porch?
Have your baby on a nasty porch. I'd be more inclined to watch it. Yeah.
Why go to the hospital when you could go to a nasty porch?
That's not termite-infested wood. That's all natural wood for your birthing porch. That's all natural.
Do you want a kiddie pool to have your baby in on your nasty porch? That costs extra.
It's a birthing pool. It just happens to have pictures of Kermit on it.
Why is this happening?
He's angry. He's kind of angry.
Hey, what are you guys doing over here?
Playing with snakes. What does it look like? Snakes.
Taunting my puppet friend with snake. What do you think we're doing?
This is a video that explains how dangerous truck tires are, which is news to me. I was not aware of this.
So he would throw the doll around and beat up a doll.
How'd that make you feel, like a big man?
Take that, Kevin Feige.
You hear that?
You don't know what you're doing.
Dr. Kinsler? Come in.
Whoa, Jesus.
Over there.
He just backs out.
It's the same production value.
Yes, and that's why we were not bored. Even though nothing exciting was happening, we were still like,
Yeah.
Bullseye.
Taking place like in a prison, and there's a stalker.
It's like Infinity War.
Yes.
it's just like Infinity War.
Just tell me where you want to go.
I'm gonna tell you where we're gonna go. I'm in control here.
Hello? Oh shit.
Oh, I dropped the phone.
And then we get the shootings.
And that's what you pay for your ticket for.
No, they still exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are still
movie
around.
just about axe safety.
There is that axe throwing bar on the east side. Ooh, we can make a movie about that. Yeah.
You want to get him thinking of this as a shared predicament.
Oh, TJ should put that ranch in the freezer.
It's unopened. It's unopened.
Oh, it's unopened.
It's okay. So much brain.
His brains splatter all over a cub's head.
Looking right at you. Shoot him! Oh God! The horror movie streak. Shoot him! Jay, where's Jay?
Oh, Jay. Jay, you missed.
Was it like a monster mask?
Yes.
It's the part when Hulk has lunch. And he's like, I got your car. And the cop's like, pencil to the eye. And the car flies off a cliff. And it gets. You missed it, Jay. You missed it.
Was Toonces driving the car?
And then they had money left over, and they were bored, and they said, fuck it. Frankenstein!
That one cop, he just keeps getting...
His squad car got commandeered by a criminal like 5 times. Frankenstein, the Mummy, Dracula. One gun under each breast, one in the cheek. She's got 5 guns.
5 guns.
Fanny pack, no. Fuck. She jogs in a very dangerous area.
She jogs in a...
Consider faking a cough or a sneeze as an excuse to move in.
If you're in a hostage situation, Do a John Woo dive.
Yes. Yes.
Take it easy.
Instead of, this spectacular gun battle, you just land in the dirty pond.
Yeah. You do a John Poo dive.
Nailed it. Yep.
Asgasming?
Asgard? What?
Back to Marvel.
Women having
Asgasms is an entirely different video.
women.
I don't want to know what that means.
That's orgasmic shits.
Asgasms? Is that a word?
No.
Oh, my pick for best of the worst is the hostage taking video.
I think what you meant to say is everything was shit except for this.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just summed up what you said.
Yeah,
He was
sure,
being
whatever.
polite about
Yeah.
it, though.
Well, I haven't picked mine yet. Best of the worst. Can you guess what it might be?
Yeah, orgasmic birth.
Orgasmic birth. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Knowing you, it's this. or
Nasty
this.
porch. No, it's Surviving Edged Weapons Part 2.
You're
don't.
going to, though.
What's that?
You're going to.
I don't want to.
No, because it's our coverage. Haley's got a lot of really good interviews with Imagineers. That she's gonna be
So first of all, I don't want you to do that on the air. You can call me after. So you know what? So then someone else hosts the show today. Someone else hosts the show today. You don't have, it's the second time you've done this. The first time you've done this, you burst in the door.
But you're not the producer of it, and
I am actually. Yes, I am. I'm actually. That was the deal I made with Fernandez. I'm also just the same way you didn't know. The same way you didn't know that I was the fucking head of development at one point, and head of content. Where you're like, oh, I think you're just head of development. I walk in to Fernandez, like, can you clear it up? Content and development, to which now is not the case. You are, and I get it. But first of all, if you want to do this on the air, we do it on the air. But I am absolutely not talking about it today. You can have Roper host it. How about that?
I mean, if you don't want to host the show, because,
I don't want to.
Oh, I'm so sorry you didn't get to.
And what people also don't realize with you,
you're
you
talking
act
about not
hot-headed.
wanting to
You act hot-headed all the time.
You don't
You
want to
scream
cover
and yell at
Collider's
people, but you want to
content.
do it now. We can do it now.
You don't want to cover Collider's content, is what you're just saying on Collider Live.
That's glorious. That's glorious. Thumbs up.
It's like, we're going to this area where there's a battle. Okay, here's a battle. Shoot! Oh my God, what? Can you stop? A couple of thousand. They say the new Picard show is not going to be about action and exploding planets. It's
I
going
don't believe them.
Oh, that's an interesting take on it.
If it's not about blowing up planets,
Pull him out into space. He's got to command a battle fleet. The Borg are coming back. Q's back. That's happened with Discovery, remember? I said they're going to pull out Spock. Bring out Spock! I'm Sarek. This is my son. Spock! Oh, what was our idea where he had spaceship hands?
was he gonna have? I don't remember this.
Oh, yeah.
Spaceship hands?
Yeah, spaceship hands. Where he's out in space in a spacesuit. Can we make it more exciting? Can he throw a sun at them?
Yes.
It's not the last time we saw Picard, it's the last time we saw Picard. I don't consider any of the films canon. Star Trek Nemesis was not the last time we saw Picard. And there probably is no surface of a sun to walk on. It's just a giant explosion that just keeps happening. That's basically what the sun is. It's a semi-permanent explosion. Was she a benzite or what?
Well, they look much different, though.
I just wanted to know if you knew what I was talking about.
I knew what you're talking about.
Your credentials are intact. It was just so, like, unimaginably bad. Because, okay, all the original series episodes, when they go down to a planet, and there's like Old West Town, and it's like, yeah, what do we got to film with? Every episode somehow looks like Earth of the 20th century. They have something much better, which is a ship 500 times as big as a D7 battlecruiser. We watch something like this and we go, what? And then there are people down the IQ scale who watch this, who don't retain information,
They go back to Talos 4, and the Telosians are there, and the lady's there, and all that stuff. They have to physically play clips from the cage. He could get put into a framed for murder by holograms. By a
The secret cave with the anti-mind reading crystals.
When you say it, it sounds so believable. It sounds so credible.
That's right under Spock's house. Yeah. Yes. The anti-mind reading crystal cave.
And Sarah comes down. What are you doing? What is this? It's like TNG size, like shuttlecrafts, and each ship has 10,000 of them. And I like laughed out loud. Then Enterprise D had like 8 shuttlecrafts. You know what I mean? A torpedo lands in the Enterprise's hull, right in the kind of front part, and they say if it blows up, it's going to blow up the entire bridge, saucer section, most of it. But if they close a blast door right next to it, it will not do that.
Close the fucking door.
Close the fucking door.
Close the fucking door.
They closed the blast door. They closed the blast door. So they close the blast door, and Pike's just standing there looking through glass.
Transparent
aluminum, yeah.
That transparent aluminum held back that fucking antimatter torpedo.
Right. I'm just gonna stare with my naked eyes at a matter-antimatter explosion. At least Tuvok went fucking blind from it, which is probably what would happen. Action-packed, exciting. They're flying around the things. Tig Notaro shows up. Everybody loves Tig Notaro. And it's, okay, yeah, this isn't too bad. Certified fresh. All the other elements are there, but you have Alex Kurtzman like marching it into a grave. You have scatterbrains, and then they get to the end and they're like, we have signals, we've only done 3 of them. What do we do? But she shows that they have 40,000 fighter crafts, and she shows up with 6, and it's fine. I'm gonna help out. What? It's like what? You and I analyze things. We overanalyze stuff. We look at stuff. It's literally like smoke should be coming out of our ears. And trying to explain this, it's a guy driving a motorcycle and revving the engine. I mean.
Christian Counseling and Educational Foundation promotional video, January 1992.
Oh, I love that movie. Play senior golf. Running time 72 minutes.
Well, it takes them a long time. They're elderly.
It's just walking to the next hole.
Boom! Resist the ball.
Resist the ball.
Yeah. Oh my God! Well, we got the line.
It came out so easily. Then.
What was the losing tape?
How to build a haunted house.
That's not a blooper. That's just little people. Are they saying that little people are God's bloopers?
That's quite a.
It was just a shot of him standing there. You talking about her Hamburglar costume underneath?
Yeah.
She was in prison for an unrelated VHS fraud tape. Oh my God! I just want to see a kid take a shit.
Jay, stop it! Hurry! Jay, stop it! Come on!
Get right in there. Nope, this is how your dinner's made.
And the mystery is what magic was in my pile of tapes. We'll only know tomorrow when everybody comes back.
Nope.
So we started tossing ones that we didn't want to watch anymore.
Simple gladiator rules.
Yeah.
Not our first tape we watched, but our first tape we enjoyed was chair aerobics. And if it's laughing at the elderly, I'm all for it. I don't know why.
Well, I guess in the future you travel to the past.
This is very complicated.
To make exercise videos.
Yeah.
I invented the osteoporosis dance.
You were the videographer for it.
It's this.
Oh, my bones, this is all I can do.
Yeah.
But the tape itself, I started to feel like this tape, like many elderly exercise tapes, are scams.
Because your bones are brittle and your muscles are deteriorating and your body's falling apart in front of your very eyes.
And that's where the hilarity comes in.
And the one guy, future me, with the oxygen tube, I don't know, that one grandma in the back with the child actress haircut. Oh, I forgot who said. Does it start off with Grandpa's hand, like slowly turning the oxygen up, because he's gonna need it.
So let's keep talking about butt fucking.
Right.
What else is there to say about elderly?
None. Go. None. We're done.
Next.
And these, just a reminder, these are the winners.
Our black spines have brought about finding some magic, and we're doing.
We've gotten minutes of entertainment out of it.
Riding mower safety presented by Toro.
Ooh,
Who's in charge here?
nothing much happened in that one. Ooh.
Wrong.
No, this one's great.
That one's great. I'll take this one.
Why did sexy music come on?
Store gasoline in an approved container.
Because of this suggestive imagery. That's why the song's
We can't remember it now because then we watched 47 other tapes,
Right.
but it was catchy when we...
They knew just the right amount of creativity to keep you watching the whole time so that they don't get sued when you run your child over.
Right.
But they have to be California-specific characters. So what's the next California character? Filthy movie executive?
Things then take a real bad turn once we start seeing Cletus's hole.
Thank God I was out of the room.
Rich had an allergic reaction. He coincidentally had to leave the room right when the hole came out.
I had to suddenly go to the bathroom.
It's Robert Ginty.
Robert Ginty.
Oh, look at that! Should we fast forward to the next guy?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I care about anymore.
Wait for me.
I'll wait for you.
Just so we're clear, Mike didn't want us to fast forward through the stripping cowboy.
You're not getting the part of the Michael Jackson video.
We're doing we're doing something else.
California big hunks. It's the next best thing.
Why is the camera 10 feet up in the air? What am I looking
What am I looking at? He just keeps looking off at nothing.
What do you mean you won't take your pants off outside?
Okay, we'll film the rest of it in my kid's playroom.
Let us film your doll.
That's the slogan for the production company. Let us film your hole.
We got him a blanket and everything.
Oh, do you need a dirty blanket?
Reno got a brain-eating amoeba right around in that scum water. It got into his body through his hole.
$50. Small price to pay for becoming a star.
$50.
Let us film your hole.
People
That
from
makes
the
more sense.
future or from the past? Humans.
Why do you have to put time travel into everything?
Time traveling gay men, because they're like, oh, that's post-apocalyptic chic. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just.
Maybe she didn't show up to the date because he was taking her out to the gym cafeteria.
Oh, yeah. She's like, it fucking smells like balls in here.
We have 15 more takes. I was looking at that file.
Oh, no.
We barely started.
Oh, fuck. Seminar by a crazy con lady who just wants to pet her cat.
She prefers to be called a con artist. There's an artistry to what she does.
Using an English-developed instrument called the mind mirror, is that we were getting an activation of all 4 brainwave patterns.
Reproductive problems.
What?
Rubbing the
Oh
cat's.
my God!
Don't fucking touch your cat's reproductive organs.
No, Jay. Rubbing the cat's ear will solve all those problems like old age. respiratory problem?
Your cat just gets younger as you rub its ear.
And that's scientifically proved that you can de-age a cat by touching its ear?
It's different every time they pop it up. Like what the cat cats do.
They keep adding new things.
She's in a room and like the walls are lined with those like old-timey 50s computers. And then like the cat is on her lap with this like giant helmet on the cat
And
with
it's
like
terrified.
wires going everywhere. And the ticker tape is coming out of computers.
She pulls this big switch.
Like reel to reels, like Han Solo and Captain America.
All this elaborateness, and then
There's a whole room of scientists just reading the data as it comes out.
no, the data just comes out just says happy. All of my efforts were.
I've been vindicated.
This to the cat made it happy.
We did it, team.
This cost,
we did it.
This cost $750,000, but we proved that I can pet a cat.
Between the 3 and then go back to the 1.
The fuck is happening?
She's explaining the amount of pressure to apply when you rub your cat's eyelids. That's what's happening. This lady's a grade A crackpot.
Someone just rub their ear and calm them down.
Or write us a lengthy email.
That we'll ignore.
Do you think they sedated the cat for the purposes of the video?
That sounds about right.
100%.
Yeah.
That cat was fucked up.
Because might want to jump off her lap.
But then there was one moment where she started doing something and the cat flipped out a little
she
bit.
tries to like suffocate the thing in her chest.
Yeah.
She's like, shut up, shut up, shut up. I mean, I'm petting its ear. I'm calming it.
At some point, she just twisted its neck. Look at how calm it is.
Oh, look, it worked.
It's so calm, it doesn't move for the rest of the video.
She throws it aside.
Hey, when something doesn't feel right, don't worry about hurting his feelings.
He starts giving him bad information.
Sometimes you gotta put out a record producer.
No, Donald's drunk again.
That's how you make it in this business.
We were just hitting the point where we're like, okay, it's just lawnmower safety. Wait, is that a love ballad?
You know, I think Venison the Easy Way has some really practical information in it.
That's not up here.
Although that movie also had hole in it.
Cherubics.
Don't just randomly pick. You have to have a
How
reason.
did we get the most entertainment value out? What were we most engaged?
Come on now. Is this how?
California Big Hunks?
I think that's the right answer.
That's an okay answer.
California Big Hunks, specifically with a question mark. California Big Hunks is my pick for best of the worst.
Look at the monster you created.
Jay, we all know your pick for best of the worst.
Just a video of dudes stripping. That's the best of the worst.
That was the best of the worst. I'm going with California Big Hunks.
That's the proof it was made by an alien.
Yeah, they don't know what's happening.
Human hunks
Wait, why is he getting that dirty rug? Reno, no!
Why is he dressed like Michael Jackson in the rubble of a castle? Like, none of these things are erotic. That's why that's so fascinating.
Their culture does not find dirty swamps romantic.
Right. Big star Michael Jackson, they didn't like this one.
But we put castle in tape.
The humans weren't used to live in castles. Whew. I think it gave them a lot of data to better their studies of humans.
Yeah, that's a good
So
theory.
it's an educational video as well, is what you're saying. Not for us, but for somebody.
For aliens.
Somewhere.
It's an educational video for aliens.
Yeah. All right. It works for me.
And I hope to fucking God the full-length trailer doesn't come out before I finish editing this video. Just waste our time. Come on back and write Star Wars. What else can you do with Star Wars?
Nothing.
I just write the same script again and change all the character names, and no one will notice. She does a backflip over, and I'm going to assume in the film the lightsaber cuts the TIE fighter in half, and Kylo Ren goes and flies out, and then stumbles on the ground, and then they start laser sword fighting.
He will reform his body from the Force using elemental materials that all fly together. Yeah. But he'll still look like old Mark Hamill. Well, you know what they haven't done?
What?
A horrible time travel story.
Oh my God, that is the dumbest thing ever.
They are going full on Avengers Endgame. And they are retconning everything. And there's a lot of clues. There's a lot of clues to this. Everyone is dead. There are no new Jedis. And there's nowhere forward to go. You can only go back. Right? And then another line too.
Yes, 2-0. Yes, 2-0 to begin the training.
Well, then that must mean you have to start a Jedi training when you're 4. Again, it's very much a Avengers Thanos situation where they are in desperate times. That very well could be Darth Vader flying that TIE fighter trying to kill Rey because he knows the space battle and everybody fights at the end. So what do? You go bonkers. You go to the past, you time travel in ghost Luke form and says, I've transcended to Luke the White. I'm a spiritual being of all good energy and I'm awesome. And I've turned good, Rey and your friends. I'm going to help you get on the Millennium Falcon so you could fly away while Luke chokes the Emperor. So it'll be like the end of Star Trek V. And Rey will realize that the Force is temporarily gone for a few hundred generations. Something like that could happen. A fan pleaser. Yeah, there's like an underground version of like an Ewok death cult. Like they're like Satan worshippers for Ewoks. They're just like they have like red eyes and they live underground.
There'll be like sacrificed Ewok skulls all over his altar.
Yes, that's how he eats. That would be so fucking awesome. They protect him and they keep him alive down in the bowels of the broken down Death Star. The wreckage of the Death Star.
He's actually putting the old helmet back together.
It's literal.
In the Last Jedi trailer, he smashes it. In this trailer, I've rebuilt it. Fuck it. No, we're going back on all that.
Together, right.
His Force protected him when it blew up and crashed on Endor. But that's why it took him 40 years.
Okay. All right, I'll buy it. All these are great ideas, Rich.
Mm-hmm.
All these are great ideas. It's funny how we've talked almost not at all about any of the characters from the new trilogy. They're just like beige filler for things from the past that are much more interesting.
But whenever they shake Star Wars up, it's terrible. They did that with the prequels. What about the Senate? Let's do something different. Oh my God!
Family entertainment. Rated R.
Can't go right into a man's house.
Wouldn't it be great if this was all children, except for this character with Cameron Mitchell?
Yes! More of that. Oh my God! It's Hollywood celebrity Macaulay Culkin.
Sure is. So here's a quarter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McCulkin. McCulkin. And Melanie Griffith, working girl. We need to, you need to know.
That's the one. I thought they were going to go with Milk Money.
Not surprisingly, many of the cast and crew suffered injuries during the making of the film.
I love when they promise it on the box.
Yeah.
Was that There you go.
All I see are lions when I close my eyes.
You can't even see them like under the dashboard.
Oh God.
It wasn't well acted and it didn't look pretty, but
Well,
there
they
was
were
definitely
five.
it was a clear beginning.
Child actors can be excellent.
They took it just far enough to where they knew what line was too far to cross, and we desperately wanted them to cross that line for our own entertainment.
Did we though?
Not the sexualization part, but the violence. We wanted more violence.
What I'd say is Hawk Jones is timeless. In a way, is what you're trying to say?
They even gave her a cane, but then the scene where she's like running out of the store, she's just like holding it
swinging
and
it.
just like running. She's just like.
Yes!
Yeah! Bravo, kid!
This does predate Home Alone.
It does.
And there's a character named McAllister.
Yes.
This is fucking weird.
Name's McAllister Turkey.
We never brought up that.
So this is where John Hughes stole most
Yes.
of his ideas from,
Pretty much.
for all his scripts.
No, they did. And you know what the answer was? What movie were you watching?
I don't know.
Rich had checked out.
After this is over, we're all gonna put on our clown mask.
Yeah.
You have tracking
It's like this. It's like, oh.
Justin Timberlake and Andy Samberg. Because there was a dick in a box.
There was a dick in a box.
And that's where they got the idea. Let's talk about that.
Where'd this come from? Well,
It's a dick. It's a dick. It's a dick.
Is it supposed to be a dick?
box
The dick
was-
that just happened to be in
Yes.
the box. Because
The
the
box-
important thing in the box
Was the tooth.
next to the dick.
Yes.
They never actually addressed the dick.
They don't. And then he goes like reaches in, and you're like, oh, he's gonna pick that dick up right now and talk about it. And then he goes, anyway, this tooth is very important.
But he also gives him saying, he's like, this is my father. It's like, you've been
Yeah.
saving this for a while. And just and you see his hand go past the dick.
My one critique of the film is that I couldn't hear or understand anything that was happening.
I thought it was a fantastic movie. My one problem was that I didn't realize at the end.
I couldn't hear or understand. Rich, it's the rule of thirds. 1/3 your characters overlapping each other. 2/3 a plant. Tree.
Wild Goose Lodge.
And
That
then
was
Wild
very
Goose Lodge
important.
is in the
It
back.
was a 3-wolf moon shot. That's what it was.
He changes heights. He changes heights in every shot.
Yep.
That cop.
Changing heights.
It's very, and they could have just shown, like, filmed a light bulb just turning off. Boom, done. That's your
didn't.
bridge.
Whoa. Slow down, cowboy.
Slow down, Orson Welles. What are you doing?
Scumbags. All of them. All of those people.
The Eastern
scumbags.
Seaboard. It's just a bunch of scumbags.
They did?
When they knocked that totem down, it killed all the.
Yeah, what movie were you watching?
I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding. It was just honestly, it just went away. Oh no! Oh no!
When does somebody come in to help him?
There's no help.
What the fuck are you gonna do?
Just right in the middle of the line.
Just run.
Run the other way.
This guy's insane.
Ow.
So for this shot, we'll just let the lions go fucking nuts inside your house. Is that cool?
Jesus.
Yep. They're like, no, it's too dangerous to put you in this barrel. Now go stand with 50 lions. We need a stunt double for the barrel gag, though.
That is my boat. I'm taking it. I swear to God.
This is one of the dumbest fucking things anybody has ever done. Roar is irresponsible. It is criminally negligent, and it is the most amazing fucking thing I've ever seen.
Oh, okay.
So you're picking Roar, Winter Beast.
Yeah.
I
mean,
and when you run into Melanie Griffith, you say, "Oh my
You're
God!"
like, oh, your face is so fucked up.
So
They
sorry.
did a wonderful job on your face.
Yeah, I would never have known.
Those lions did a great job on your face. I was a kid on camera. Don't stick lions on your kid.
I'm just saying. I was fake killed by bees once. She's like, fuck your bees. She's like, you see this? Look at my face. Yeah. Is Q responsible for that?
No, it's a transporter.
It looks like it's from an old TV show, which looks different than the new show. So I don't know.
Mike?
The what?
Mike? I was just about to tell you about Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We were going to talk about the new trailer for Star Trek Picard. Gene Roddenberry's original vision was the boringest thing ever, right? It was the cage. And he did not like people. He did not like children. He was a quiet, intellectual man.
He was a fine character if you're going to have an ensemble show, and he's just kind of the centerpiece that holds everything together.
Which is what our suggestion for Star Trek Galaxy. It's just like a deck of cards you smear out on the table. Okay, it's Lal. Let's put some Borg parts in her and make her an assassin, because that's stupid. This Borg cube is 100 million billion trillion times bigger than the other Borg cubes, because Alex Kurtzman has a big and he drives around a Lamborghini. Right? My Borg cube's bigger than your Borg cube. Oh, I know. Nanoprobes made their way into her eggs.
Yeah.
Her female lady eggs, and so she has a child that is the first of its kind, and that made a superhuman Borg American Indian hybrid. Borg Queen's daughter. Borg Queen's daughter mixed with the DNA of Lal. 7 of 9's daughter.
Mike, why are you so cynical? Our prediction videos are always so wrong.
I'm sorry, Ginty and Mitchell together?
Wow.
Wow, well, we got your letters, America. Wait a minute, do you mean Bela Lugosi meets a Brooklyn Gorillas, Duke Mitchell?
What?
You motherfuckers are the cause of my suffering!
She has a machine gun!
She has a gun!
She's got a nice big headshot of herself. That's a headshot.
I have a photo of myself.
Demon Cop. I love you, Demon Cop.
He was typing!
It's a spec script for Cheers. Sam and Woody go to a baseball game.
No, it was he created Cheers. He was writing the pilot for Cheers. He's writing the pilot. I wrote this role for you.
It's a show about nothing.
Alien Force is sci-fi action at its finest. That line alone is making me laugh.
At its finest.
Like Terminator 2, no. It's Alien Force.
Terminator 2, C-. Alien Warrior, who is transported to Earth, not capitalized. So grammatically, he's sent to dirt to complete in a deadly game of survival. Superb visual effects.
Oh, I thought that was another actress in the film. Superb.
Superb. Set this apart from other examples of the genre. So they're like, that's like what a.
Well, at least
into the dumpster.
The glasses.
Hey, man, he's still alive.
What?
All right. You're stuck here. Now you know how we feel.
Jesus.
Well, thank you for coming on the show, Patton.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry that this was the worst lineup of films we've ever done in the history of the series.
Look, I was really looking forward to this. Oh, it's going to be an afternoon. We're going to watch some fun, bad movies.
We try to warn people.
And so there's fog inside the building?
Who's this?
That's cool.
Who is that?
If that explains common logic.
capturing something by happenstance, where in attempting to do a Robert Altman shot, they failed, but did a nice David Copperfield illusion. It's actually kind of nice.
So it's going to spread and continue.
You're not shooting people anymore. There's no people in the shot.
Guys, you're not. Hey, oh shit. No, sir, ma'am, could you get a, ma'am? Could you get, yeah.
You're shooting
out of, oh god damn it. Could you, ma'am? You're in the.
Where'd everybody go?
Yeah, no, now there's a, ma'am. Who's that? Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, okay. Holy shit. That was like a fucking magic trick. How the fuck?
It ain't over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah!
Wow.
Oh! Stunts! Holy shit! This is fucking amazing.
Hell yeah. You
I
had to
think
point out that there was a game show that like no one under 50 would
Name
know.
that tune.
Well, Demon Cop has a moment of rage, and he picks up a lawn, like an outdoor table,
Throws it.
and awkwardly throws it. And then we cut to neighbor lady that we'd never seen before. It's all a mystery.
I think there's less labor-intensive ways to hide that,
Well,
if I'm not mistaken.
Not if you're an idiot.
Oh, Rich. Always finding the thing I miss.
We're moving on to Alien Force. And now we're done with Alien Force. And let's move on to Game of Survival.
Props to them for going through the effort of actually using the body makeup.
Yes.
That's true, yeah.
They could have put a t-shirt on.
There's a Latino in pajamas for some reason.
He's from the Pajama Gang.
The Pajama Gang.
Quality.
Okay.
He made V-World Matrix.
And he's desperately trying to achieve it.
Yeah.
Should we talk about the egg? The MacGuffin?
Why?
The MacGuffin?
There's an egg. Okay, yeah, there's a thing where there's a certain. Oh my fucking god.
And the lake, by the way, is on.
He got broken.
We broke him.
That's right.
You got forded.
He did get forded. God damn it.
Oh my god, this makes too much sense. I can't handle it. The story's going from A to B to C. Things happen in logical progression, but it's kind of boring anyway.
Titles are fluid. They're fluid. It depends on the person watching it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Game of Survival, Pat,
You know
you're next.
what my favorite movie is? Jaw. It is so good. Cardboard covered dune buggies. Yes. And when I say cardboard, I mean there is a clear shot when they're closing the top of it where you can see the shipping instructions that for the washing machine that the box used to hold.
Yeah.
And our hero is sent because he throws poop at his jailer, which makes him one of the most vicious beings on the planet.
They all have the same voice.
Take place on a planet known as Earth, in a city called Los Angeles.
Because it's easy to film there.
Wait a minute, does this involve another alien egg?
And it's not only that you can't understand them because of the filter they have in the voice, it's like they lowered the volume.
Yeah.
It's like an Andy Kaufman prank. The movie is fucking with us.
Yeah. There is, yeah. I used to live right near this bar. I know what this bar is. I'm not kidding.
God.
Holy shit.
Are you an extra in the scene?
I don't know. Well, I'm watching a joke die in your frontal lobe right now. Like, it has...
Depressing.
He'll get it out. Just give him a minute.
Won't you please help? What, folks, your donations
If you can
will go
find
so
Mike's
long.
joke.
For the price of...
Please mail it to us.
For the price of a cup of coffee.
What is the building everyone lives in? Apartment. Depressing.
What is the building everyone lives in?
Depressing.
What was the joke?
What was the joke?
I don't know. It's like
It wasn't even a joke. Oh my God, your brain shut down making an observation. Like
That
it
was
wasn't
already
even.
made.
You weren't even.
the ticking clock element is when they run out of film.
Yeah. And remember,
When the first check to catering bounces, that is when the competition is ended.
It's like trying to crack a code.
It's the worst type of engagement.
It's not even her table, but she's horrified by the fact that he threw a table.
My neighbor's table!
I've had nightmares about this day.
It's kind of interesting because it feels like what Zack Snyder was trying to do with his Man of Steel movie.
They would also be real people too, so they would do things for like money.
Yeah. So they'd be assholes and monsters like real people are. There's a character named Black Noir who has like nothing to do. And I don't know if that, like, you could have played that up more, but I kind of like the idea that he's just sort of there. Every once in a while, he's just sort of in the background of a scene. So it's almost like you're trying to take down two things at once. Yeah. Which one is harder to take down? He's like, well, if you want to be a part of this organization, you gotta do some things for me, and just like immediately pulls his pants down. And it's like, oh God, this is pretty fucking vile. And she's like, constantly, like, you're never sure, like, is she a good guy or a bad guy? Well, and he's also a drug addict. They have this like superhero drug. What's it called?
Compound V.
As far as like the comedy goes, it was a little too silly.
It was so hysterical, I didn't care.
But the fact and he starts like yelling at him, like, get the fuck away from me. It's like, Jesus Christ. He does a very acceptable American accent.
He's fine. He's great. It's Simon Pegg. You don't care.
He's Simon Pegg. He's great. In the first 30 seconds, someone gets obliterated by the Flash. Oh my God! Look at all these horrible monsters these superheroes are. Translucent. They have him locked in a cage, and they're like, yeah, but he's invincible. Like, what the fuck do we do? We captured him, but now what?
Yeah, you can see both of them struggling.
Get that son of a bitch!
Oh, punch her right in the belly!
I was pregnant! You know, I don't have to touch your vagina, right?
Touch it there! But you'd think if they're going to lure you in with James Doohan, you shouldn't have to explain who he is. What does that say about him?
Oh boy, this says some stuff. Well, he's only got one dead eye. Maybe he loses the other one in the movie.
He's called Dead Eyes.
It's like a VHS rip, and it's trying to kill itself as the video goes along.
If you're the director and you're not the lead, you would think that the person you're going to pick would be like the kind of like muscular, handsome guy, not the 5 foot tall guy with a snap-on. Who knows?
It's just a theory.
When do we find out he's? Oh yeah, I forgot the whole movie. I just remembered.
Yeah, you could have this like some weird remaster of this where it's like remastered in 4K, and you'd watch it again and just be like, ew.
Don't use that cutaway.
Or use the cutaway and add sound. Not one or the other. You didn't let us down. Wait a minute. Running is so funny. Threw a beer bottle at him.
His tiny legs have to move so much faster than a normal person.
Kick him into the water.
Oh, he's getting in the water, definitely.
Yeah, that's production value. Wet clothes.
I think this was around the point in the movie where I started to realize that the post-apocalyptic gang from the beginning of the movie just was never coming back.
Yeah.
It's the most exciting thing to happen in Ohio since that river caught on fire.
Jesus. Good thing his mustache protected him from. You guys are missing the chainsaw fight.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, I guess.
Screw you.
He probably actually died. He threw him off
They just worked that into the movie as an excuse.
This is the distributor's like, here's another 10,000. This is probably the first and last film he ever made.
Well, he killed a guy on set. Of course, it's the last movie he ever made. Rich, explain through Dead Eyes.
Yeah.
Handcuffs her and gags her and leaves her laying on the floor of his apartment.
And then they fall in love.
My clairvoyance tells me she was killed.
Well, that's her whole thing is, she can touch someone and then she has visions of
how they died.
Of how they died or whatever. So, yeah.
Are you saying it's not really James Doohan? It's somebody in a James Doohan mask?
It's actually George Takei.
Just put a James Doohan mask. James Doohan.
We need someone more famous. Like James Doohan.
Oh, God.
Or you could see it as James, like this movie shows just how good James Doohan is at being Scotty.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Miles away.
At a certain point in the scene, I think you can see the moment she realizes, oh, I'm supposed to be blind. And she looks away.
She may be clairvoyant, but I don't know how bright she is because when she does see like the death masks, or sorry, them cuddling, they're cuddling in like dark dead soil.
Yeah, they're on soil.
That's the director's wife. That's the only excuse for this.
I've been dressing people up for so many
I'd watch an all Tilda Swinton version of Through Dead Eyes.
She has to watch like years and years of Star Trek to get down the character.
She's wearing a green sock on one of her fingers so they can digitally remove it.
No, she actually enlists in the military and goes to war and loses one of her fingers in battle.
And she seems odd and off, and she's probably the killer.
It's her.
Oh, God.
She's the costume star.
And she's embarrassed to talk about him because she's
James-
married to
James-
Star Trek Scotty.
That's terrible.
Look, she's lording it over Walter Koenig's wife. She looks like it's like Dana Carvey in The Master of Disguise as the turtle.
Yeah. Shirt. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Hit her with the lip.
Hey.
She didn't dig all the way.
There you go.
Okay.
You fixed the plot, Rich.
There you go. So it's like,
Something.
maybe she shouldn't have worn those glasses. or married James Doohan. Beam me up.
I was approaching you. Why haven't you contacted me?
He refers to himself as humanoid.
Even though a humanoid is something that resembles a human being?
Well, that describes Neil Breen. The best performance in the movie is his hair in the scene where the wind is blowing.
But in this movie, they're both just kind of boring assholes. They're just boring, like...
Yes, I'm interested. Straighten up! We're both fucked up!
I don't care. I don't want you anymore!
While developing further and further in a humanoid state over the years. You never
Is he supposed to be petting
Yes,
it?
look, he's nuzzling.
You're supposed to be
He's
there.
touching the stump.
He's nuzzling it.
Because he's petting the stuff.
But not enough of one to actually.
Speaking about pasted, there's a lot of like phony mustache.
Yeah.
I mean,
Man.
Like, it's like he doesn't even understand what sleep is. Because he doesn't... It's not like, oh, I woke up, I'm startled, I'm going to go back to sleep.
Woo! Here he goes.
That actually looked good. The hair. Yeah, the hair was. Kate Altair. Kate Altair. Oh, thank Christ! So returned. I can't see. I can't wait to see more adventures of Cade. Brad Stein played Detective. did it twice. He copy pasted. Astro Eagle is Eagle. Detective.
The eagle gets a credit.
Astro Eagle.
How does an eagle get a credit from Stockford?
It's in his contract.
Except he wasn't scheduled to make a lecture. He just walks into the room and starts talking.
Everyone's very confused.
Who wants to work on film? Why do you want to work on film?
I think most other nights, Bert Pesci would have ran away with it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Awkwardly ran away with
really
it.
fast.
Yeah.
The only red herrings were at the craft service table, and James Doohan
was shoving them in a duffel bag to take home.
Yeah, he ate them all.
Oh, poor James Doohan.
Where'd the red herrings go? James Doohan ate them all. James Doohan ate them all. It's a murder mystery. What do we do? What do we do?
No.
Did you get your test results?
The dancers are getting smaller in number too. That's true. They're leaving the production.
Yeah. See, now he's got the guitar.
Yeah!
Dennis is on that organ, baby.
It's like Wayne Newton meets Jerry Lewis?
Oh. Yeah! Right into it!
He's a professional.
Oh, yeah! Ooh.
We don't need the sexy looks.
We're getting them.
We don't need him in the video.
We're getting all of them, baby. Whole lot of Dennis.
That should have been the title of the video.
He's making love to that organ, and he's letting us know it. And
Yeah, right. Kids just like
What?
you and me spend 93 billion bucks on CDs, Walkmans.
how rich are you?
Oh God, it's so cold.
He's staring at crazy ass white people.
Fuck are you doing?
We did it.
You know what was a long video? It was Christmas with Dennis.
This guy sucks.
I miss Mary. I miss Mary Applehoff.
Mary Applehoff and her worms. I never thought I'd miss them. The cameraman, his mind was elsewhere. He was only interested in one particular dancer because he kept focusing on her.
It looked like an air guitar. This is going to be a Tums Festival moment, my friend.
All right.
He's doing the full-on like Who swing, and then it moved on. It happened 75 times. How did you not see it?
Apparently I missed every fucking time. I'm in the Dennis spirit.
The Dennis spirit? Yeah, no.
He is translucent, like half the time. The cover reminded me of something you'd like see on the internet, like cursed images.
Oh, because this looks like he doesn't have legs.
Yeah.
This is the one where it looks like he has no legs.
It looks like her feet are going like this.
Onto the keys.
Onto the keys.
Now it really does.
and then giant real feet come down and a triple exposure.
Coming right at us! The tape's haunted. There's a ghost. Oh no!
Rudolph died!
It wasn't on the tape when we recorded it.
And she has,
Yeah,
in the
it's
opening
weird.
credits, it's her name, and then she has the same last name as Dennis. And our first thought was, oh, that's his mom. It's not going to be his wife. That's his mom. So it was,
There he is.
Oh my God! Oh my God! The thrusting Santa is coming to life. Is he gonna thrust?
He's just gonna walk up behind Dennis and.
Is he alive?
Let that be it! That's it!
Thrusting Santa!
He came to life just to do that.
Ralph, they spelled
RALF, yeah.
Oh no.
They have so many typos.
And then when he was done with his crimes, he had to move him out again.
Take it all down.
This is all alleged, of course.
He doesn't cut to the thrusting Santa once during the Jesus songs.
That's true.
Are you saying we get Fincher to direct? All right.
Hey, I like how this is going.
We need Fincher to direct this static shot that doesn't move. We need to direct him to direct Benedict. Can we give him like an old
Yes, David Fincher will have a video toaster.
Rich, it could be D.B. Cooper. He used his money to buy that organ.
Oh my God!
Wow! Wow,
He
Mike.
needed the money to finish his Christmas video.
Oh, that's where the dad lives.
Oh, they're divorced.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
divorced.
the dad lives in the car.
Dad
That
lives
makes
in the
sense.
car.
I get it.
Rich, it's in Wisconsin. It doesn't necessarily have to be around Christmas time.
It could be right now.
It could, yeah. It could be like July and it's that cold.
Yeah.
So what'd you get? How'd you do?
Well, I've been in this freezing car for 2 hours.
Spend it.
Maybe it's to keep him warm. That's big screen TV
Yeah,
generates
it
a
would.
lot of heat.
It would do. It would do.
I mean, it is
It
the
would
90s,
do.
you know.
Yeah, yeah, big tube.
Right, yeah.
Or even the projection thing.
Rich, you need to like be the guy who writes the pull quotes in the back.
Oh, she's dead.
I'm waiting for the tennis ball to hit her and she just falls down.
We told you to look.
What's Al doing now? What the fuck's that?
Oh Sal's rebelling, everybody. Oh, Sal!
We lost Harry Hoffman. We just lost Harry Hoffman.
They gave up. They're doing their own thing.
Yeah, no. I ain't doing no turns. Fuck you.
I ain't turning around.
I'm facing camera, bitch.
If I turn around, I'll die. We should point out that these two women are as far away from each other as possible for most of the video.
Fuck are they doing?
They're just moving.
Check if she looks like
I hope the
she's
whole
like,
video is just this.
she's like galloping by herself.
Celebrity parents undulating.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
That is it.
This is how the swingers party starts off.
Yeah. After this, it turns into hardcore fucking.
Oh no.
Lori, how's is it not Harry?
Harry.
Yeah, how's Harry? I'm not even looking over there, bitch.
But it literally, exercising kills your blood. Exercising destroys your red blood cells.
But that's fine.
It's just
You'll feel
temporary.
terrible.
Work through it.
Who worries
Keep
about
going.
Don't worry if you're not following the exercises perfectly. Just keep moving and have fun.
Not following perfectly. None of them are doing it.
Because no one's in charge of anything.
An elderly person at home is like, which one am I supposed to be following? They're all different.
Don't worry if your exercise class is a shit show like this.
Here's the thing. I'm fairly sure she's just surviving on hate alone. She's too spiteful to die.
Yeah.
They're looking off camera to their handlers.
Where's the rum? Is it over this way?
Did they put peanut butter in Harry Hoffman's mouth to make him talk? He's like this. Exercise is good for the heart.
Although I would have paid good money for that.
Sal Pacino's saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you your future. Do you tell me where the rum is?
Dense and short, like Danny DeVito.
But if you're making one of these videos.
Anyway.
You're being filler, and Rich is being dense and short. Rich, make your brilliant point.
I love those elderly weirdos.
They're so
Now
mad
that's
at
a
each
pull
other.
quote.
I love those elderly weirdos.
I love those elderly weirdos.
So we watched this movie for that.
Well,
Let
it's
that
Halloween
sink in.
themed. I don't know.
No, you know what? This is a good starter. This is the good.
I told you I didn't trust you.
Nickelback concert?
Ooh, close.
Huh?
2000 called. It wants its joke back.
So his arms like going on a solo career.
Is this the story of Def Leppard?
Oh! There's the joke. Coming back at you.
His joke was dated?
Michael, 1984 called. It wants to know what the year 2000 is.
That joke is timeless.
Ooh.
Okay, great cut.
Okay,
Picturing this in my head, I can see the whole thing with split screens,
four screens.
and nothing matches.
Nothing matches really. Well, obviously.
This is gonna be good.
And then 6 hours. You're gonna need a bigger cross, which is of course a reference to The Exorcist. What's so funny?
I'm just thinking about that one scene in The Exorcist.
And when Father Karras says, we're going to need a bigger cross, right?
Your self-defense body is just kicked in. No.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing this anymore.
Like walking into traffic. It's like that survival instinct.
That's the thing about almost dying, Emily. It is a real buzzkill.
Yeah, that was the fucking quote.
The more you know.
It's not normal.
Yeah, what's going on?
This makes the movies better. Oh, that's music.
What'd you think it was?
I thought it was like bacon frying. It's so
trouble.
tinny. What? I thought it was the sound of the guy cooking.
Oh my God! Now we're watching a Muppet movie.
They're gonna do battle
by throwing puppets at each other.
No.
Holy shit!
Why did this become awesome?
This has turned into the best movie.
There you go.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah! Punch him! Punch him! Get him, Thor!
It's yours. I will
Firework! The firework in front of the camera.
Well, you helped me pick Shark Exorcist.
This is your fault.
So you share partial blame.
DB Cooper versus Bigfoot.
Yeah, this is the other side of that.
And sadly, this is one step above that.
I was going to say one step below. And we're like, oh, this seems to be taking itself relatively seriously. Let's watch the whole film.
Whoops.
Whoops.
And then you guys
Yeah, Mike says it's only 70 minutes. How bad could it be?
Then we cut to modern day, and there are
Modern day is 1 year later.
It was 1 year later, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Technically speaking, that is modern day.
You're right. Turns out there is no beach. There's no sand.
Is that more or less comfortable than the person who might actually be a child later on in the movie?
In the mall? Can we just stop talking about the movie?
In the mall outside of Claim.
We don't need to keep doing this.
Yes, Jay. That's our job.
Oh no, they put blood on her leg.
Her horrible shark attack?
That's the shark bite. Jesus, fuck.
That's not a life-threatening shark bite.
It's not a bite. It clearly is.
The shark
The
scratch.
shark wasn't anywhere near. She just skinned her knee.
Nothing happened. Oh, damn!
Hello, I'm Nancy Chase, and welcome to another episode of Ghost Whackers.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah, she's playing a child.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
That's it.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's just go with that.
Okay, I can take a hint.
Wait, is it better if she's playing a child?
I don't know.
None of it's good. None of it's good.
Shark attacks. No ghosts and no demons.
Where's your cameraman?
Yeah,
She just went there to steal her cameraman.
Because if you say this to her cameraman, he can edit it out.
Yeah, you're just storming her show.
It's not live TV.
Right.
It's just a
And he's like,
I guess I'll shoot. I don't know.
I love like and how big he is.
Yeah.
He's like,
Do you think the actress forgot which camera was the real one?
Because they were both that same little handy
Yeah,
cam.
and she just like, I'm gonna look at this one. And
I mean, this is like a home movie, basically.
yes, but it's even worse because it's like, okay, you can't okay. It's weird. It's weird.
The movie just stopped. The shark came out of a supernova.
What was that?
I don't know.
The fuck is any of that?
Someone went to Mardi Gras.
No. I mean, it's clearly not a movie anymore. If it ever was, it's not now.
The human brain cannot comprehend.
Well, I think the point being that don't watch Shark Exorcist.
No.
Do not support this film or anything this man does. We're different people than we were at the beginning of the night. Yeah, it's Rock and Roll Nightmare. That's the only choice, really.
Until, what do you got for best of the worst?
Yeah, Shark Exorcist. I'm so sorry.
You have a writhing fetish.
What are your hands doing on the table?
Oh no, you're not really picking Shark Exorcist.
Pardon me. You mind?
I do actually. If you're picking Shark Exorcist, I do mind.
Yeah. You shut the fuck up. It's my time to talk.
I just want to understand if this is the movie you're picking.
Maybe some weird fetishism.
To be the best movie we've seen tonight.
No, best of the worst. It was new to the palate. Palate may not have been the best word.
Mike, what does dirty seizure porn taste like?
Dirty shark seizure porn. It was weird. I'm going with Shark Exorcist as best of the worst. Pressure's on you, Jack.
The pressure. Yeah.
There's literally no pressure because it's Rock and Roll Nightmare,
Yeah.
because it's overall a fine horror movie, and then the last 7 minutes when he turns into an angel is brilliant.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I enjoyed it.
No, you didn't. We just talked for an hour about how it was the most uncomfortable we've all been.
Let me clarify.
Like making an Abbott and Costello movie without Abbott and Costello in it, but it takes place in the world that they inhabited. The previous Ghostbusters, the 2016, the first trailer, when that dropped, and it was like an atom bomb of terrible, and everyone was immediately like, "Oh no!" Except for Louis Tolley. He's kind of like the odd man out.
Jay, we're living in a brave new CGI dead actor world.
It's true. Got James Dean coming back. And if you notice, there's a stack of books in the background. And I was like, well, stack of books in the originals because they were in a library. And I think they've gone the smart route. I'm going to say it was more intentional than you're saying. It's clearly intentional.
Maybe it's not going to be Gozer. Maybe it's just going to be the ghost of Ivo Shandor.
Okay. I mean, that's still too close as far as I'm concerned. Because there's also, it's because it's so detailed and so realistic that it makes it funnier when Bill Murray doesn't give a shit. Now I got to get back to the home. I was a Ghostbuster once. Sure you were, old man. Sure you were. That would actually be appropriate if nobody takes him seriously. I would be fine with that. So it's weird to think that this trailer has so much reverence for the first movie when the one word I would use to describe the first movie is irreverent. So Ghostbusters is tarnished and Sony sucks. So and there was like promotional stills of all the little kids wearing Ghostbusters costumes, and I'm just picturing Sony going like,
It's called a red stormtrooper or a Sith trooper. Now the thing with
Like a stormtrooper that has force powers?
yes, that's the thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Oh my God, it's two guys who have been on Ellen.
That's true, yeah.
Look at that.
We're in the club, Mac.
We're in the Ellen Club.
Not these fucking dudes.
Santa Claus.
But you know, he was just drunk, honey. He didn't mean what he was saying.
Don't tell your kids these stories.
What is this conversation?
So, this is me, huh?
No, this is a tape.
Well, they're more boring than scary.
No, they were horrifying. Is what they were.
All right, so our movie opens up with the local news station doing a report
At the porno.
on the porno film
Yeah.
that's being filmed in front of a 4x5 foot blue wall.
as the news would report on such an event.
Oh, yeah.
This new form of entertainment, men will really enjoy. It's a lady taking her clothing off. That scene actually happens in the film.
It's the sleazy Italian man who's cheating on his wife, who's at home with 2 kids. This is our hero.
He's abandoned his children to have sex with someone in Akron, Ohio.
It doesn't have like the creepy real doll bust of me.
Okay.
Yet.
I made,
Yet.
Yeah.
You're making. I saw you're making one
I
out of
have
paper
one.
mache.
Yeah. Well, see, theirs didn't have arms or a bottom. Mine does.
Fucking. It was like a gardening tool, a dollar store gardening tool.
A gardening fork.
Yeah. This is the titular Santa Claus.
A garden weasel is more intimidating.
That's true. That thing spins. There's all sorts of sharp edges on that.
Mm-hmm. Like a 2-year-old would know how to handle that scene, right?
No, you fucking kill the guy. You kill Santa, you take a suit.
Rich, are you questioning the creative decisions of the man who co-created Night of the Living Dead?
I think this movie was made so the director could film naked ladies. I mean, I'm not sure, but...
Why did he decide to start dressing like Santa Claus exactly?
Because that's the title of the film.
No reason. There was 90s in the Coke, too.
Yeah.
There was 90s in the Coke?
Yes, there was.
Speaking of Coke.
Honestly, you see a dong or two, but not like a full dong. You see a helmet or two.
And it's really weird. Boy, I'd rather be doing this in the tub.
Yeah.
They were making out in the bed. They were making out in the middle of the room by the fireplace, which we find out
Everyone's
later.
just standing around watching.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He has to run over so hard he turns into his own pants.
He just turns into pants. He turns into pants and ketchup.
They literally lured him there with a delicious slice of pie.
And fell down and injured himself so badly he had to get his leg amputated,
Yes.
which caused him to not be a world champion skier or world-class businessman.
And that's the woman's fault. Oh, yeah.
That looked pretty comfortable.
He fell 6 inches.
When she ran outside without pants, she should have found Mustache Guy's pants.
Oh, hey.
That would have been perfect.
Oh, thank God.
Those ketchupy pants.
This is a 1952 McDonald's. That's worth something.
In the span of 5 years, she gave birth to 2 8-year-olds.
I'm assuming they built that snowman. How did he get in there?
And then they show up, they're like, that's an awfully big snowman.
Yeah.
Let's finish it. Well, Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 picks up after the events of Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 1. And if you haven't seen that film, don't worry.
Don't worry about it.
Because the first... And then he ended up
Mickey
starring in Silent Night, Deadly Night 5 because he needed cash.
Jay thinks 50% of a movie is okay.
In the case of this movie, yes, I do. Because once we...
Thank you.
She seems okay with it.
Thank you.
Walks away.
It's just him falling down the stairs. Oh, God.
That's why it's called falling down. Kirk Douglas falling down.
Falling down the stairs.
That'll be the subtitle. Falling down to the stairs.
Jesus. Kirk Douglas, by the way, we have to point out, is still alive.
I was about to say that. I'm pretty sure he's still alive.
I will go to the thrift store and I will buy those clothes.
Bill Paxton, tell me where you
Can
got
I borrow $5?
I need money. Which thrift store did you get the similar?
So then we get what we've always wanted to see, Santa Claus versus a woman in a wheelchair. A 100-year-old woman.
He has a garbage can lid.
Yeah.
Blocking the Christ bolt.
I wanted to see her hit like a button for the secret wheelchair to pop up.
Comes up from the-
her emergency wheelchair. She's Batman.
Since it was the future, she needed like a hover chair.
He starts flying around him.
It had like missile launching capabilities on it.
It's got like a ruler that waves around. It's got like a...
You are being very, very naughty.
Naughty this!
I just need to quickly look at the name of this one. Okay.
I wonder why.
Mac, what is your pick for best and worst? All right.
You know what? I've never seen a movie like Ice before. It was bored out of my mind. So that's my pick for best of the worst.
Honestly, the ending of Iced kind of really tickled my pink. And so, I'm switching to Ice
Okay,
also.
so we have two ice. No, one ice.
Two Ice.
Two ice.
You didn't know what pornography was before this. You learned something.
I learned, yes.
You know, Rich, you make a very good point. I changed my vote to Santa Claus.
All right.
The fucking worst thing we watched tonight is now best of the worst.
Santa Claus is
and
best
not
of
the
the worst.
most entertaining one with a great lead performance and many, many, many funny scenes.
And the
And you know what? I'm gonna vote to destroy Silent Night Dead Tonight too. They reused that other movie. They shouldn't be rewarded
That's so
for
cheap.
that.
And it's on Blu-ray too. What a terrible format compared to VHS and DVD. So I think we're all in agreement. We're gonna destroy something.
This is the worst Christmas ever.
Oh, you're talking about Star Wars.
Yeah. And you want to get invited to future premieres.
And that's the most important thing, Jay. Although
Chewbacca was kidnapped, blown up, and then he was alive again. And
I saw him get blowed up. Did J.J. Abrams spin straw into bronze? You think? I think that's a good way to describe this because it serves its purpose. And it can be recycled. I just wanted to wrap up my "this is not my fault" thing because people have been. First of all, the idea that Mr. Plinkett saying J.J. Abrams would make a great director for Star Wars movies had absolutely no impact on J.J. Abrams being chose to direct The Force Awakens. Okay, zero.
You don't know that.
I guess I don't. But I never said he should write it with the guy who wrote Batman versus Superman. Couldn't they have grabbed literally anyone?
Look, it's Lando. We've moved on.
First order was just the beginning.
Look, it's Maz Kanata. Here she's like healing wounds. She's like Jesus. Yeah. It's like they double like they're trolling the people that don't like Rey with this one.
It's just them just smearing the screen with their acting chops. And it's great.
Especially
that scene where she's talking to Laura Dern. This is now a review of Marriage Story, by the way.
And Laura Dern too.
Laura Dern's great.
Admiral
Holdo, who they mention in this, and they're like, "Why don't we do that maneuver that Holdo did?" And they're like, "Ignore that. It's too risky.
It's a 1 in a million shot.
We can't do it again because the movie has to happen. I don't know." And it was like an 80-yard line.
I ain't cutting my hair. I'll do the fucking scene, but I'm not cutting my hair. Your hair is like really long, and you look like a bum. Why don't you be this stupid part in this movie?
You're a known actress.
You'll work for 4 days.
Yeah.
And I'll write in your contract that you get 0.5% of the back end, and you're gonna make $7 to $9 million. You're playing Zori Bliss, like an utterly pointless character.
Well, it's the same with Dominic Moynihan.
We gotta move on. We gotta move on. There's other things
But if the Star Destroyers looked like classic Star Destroyers.
Wait, now Ray has to go to this planet to get this thing.
Here's a magical space coin that will grant you access. Mandalorian, a lovely departure from Star Wars.
Chewie, this is for you.
She found it in the same spot she found Luke's lightsaber.
Oh,
from
yeah, but that's a story for another time that we never got to.
It was in her mystery box. We haven't gotten all the navigational beacons in stock yet. They're on order.
He hasn't willed them into existence yet.
Yeah, he's still working on that. It takes him like a year of dedicated concentration with Sith magic to will a Star Destroyer into existence. I think they said, have a devilish grin.
That didn't come across at all.
Yeah, it came off as her thinking this whole thing was a farce. And it's true. But
there's very few characters it could be.
What's Watto? Super elderly Watto.
It could have been that super old lady who said, "My bones are aching, Annie. There's a storm a-coming." Do you remember her?
No.
He said he constantly tried to get George Lucas to give C-3PO some kind of moment.
Oh.
And it was like, how about C-3PO does this? I tried to give him a little humanity. And George's response was always, he's always scared. And then he would come up to George Lucas again, and George, here's a moment where C-3PO could save the day. And, no, he's always scared.
But if you're not gonna have a payoff,
If you're not gonna pay off, just cut
that out. Yes.
They ran out of time, Rich. The movie's coming out in 2 days. We gotta just stop editing. Two out of focus females in the background kiss. So progressive. Way to go, Disney.
No. How little can you be in this movie? And how much money from the back end can you make? And it's like a private joke. They sat
See your eyes for 5 seconds. Just make Poe and Finn gay. Make them super gay. Why the fuck not? That's how they come across in this movie. Just do it.
And then he pats her on the shoulder. He's like, do you remember that? He's like, stay back, buddy.
She's clearly in the friend zone.
And George Lucas was, he was the second luckiest man in show business after Ringo Starr. Like that episode where they're on the space station, so simple.
It's just it's 5 characters total. It's like
1 hallway set. No, we're not doing them, or no, you wouldn't recommend it.
Well, not if you're prone to seizures. There was a sign outside the theater that said that.
Maybe wait for it to come out and like stream it, but like turn the speed of the movie down to like 1/4 speed.
You're like, oh. Fuck, I'm not gonna have a panic attack.
That's the new option by Netflix. This will grant you access to any Star Destroyer. Oh, that's what that was. Where there's 2 stormtroopers, and they just come out guns blazing and murder them in this giant hangar bay, where there are windows everywhere, security cameras.
Now, let's talk about The Mandalorian.
I don't want to say if you legitimately like this film, you have a low IQ, but if you legitimately like this film, you have a low IQ.
It's like you're on the little cart going through the haunted house but none of the scares are very spooky. So they just have the car go by really fast. Well, was that a monster? Oh, was that a what?
It's news to me. Ray's theme. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ray's theme from Ghostbusters? Does Ray have a theme?
Ray Parker Jr.'s theme.
Ray,
from
oh
Ghostbusters?
yeah, that's a great theme. Yeah, that's
What's her name?
Billy Bobby Brown?
Billy Bobby Brown.
Millie Bobby Brown.
Millie Bobby Brown.
Which is funny because Bobby Brown did a song for Ghostbusters too.
It all ties
It all
together like
connects.
the Force.
I quit. I quit Star Wars. I'm done. I'm never talking about Star Wars again. Bye.
We'll see when we talk about The Mandalorian.
We'll see when we talk about the Picard series and Ghostbusters 2020 and everything else that's coming out that just continues to ruin our lives.
Goodbye, everybody. Like you hit it in the head with a fucking hatchet, and then it's just sitting there for a while, and you poke the corpse, it just sits up.
And when it gets back up, it keeps doing the same thing. Right? Let's talk about Star Wars some more. It's a new year where people are just slapping parts on it and it's walking around screaming and no one knows what it is, right? The Mandalorian, but except for a Rise of Skywalker, there's 48 stores. Rise of Skywalker.
Oh God.
Anyways, we're not going to dog on that film today.
No, until you bring it up again.
We're here to talk about The Mandalorian. Aliens, skinny aliens on a water planet to clone him.
None of this has anything to do with The Mandalorian.
No, I'm getting there. I'm going through the history. We don't know. I'm sure there's a backstory in a comic book or something. That blue guy was not dangerous. You just need a couple zip ties. The guy who created IG-88 would have to get royalties, right? So they call him IG-11. Why does Werner Herzog want this little baby? Is it like a Richard Gere situation? Mandalorian is very concerned. His ship, and that's the cool thing too, the ship is so boring. You know what I mean?
It's not a super special ship.
That's another refreshing thing about Mandalorian. It's not Star Trek Discovery. I'll take that any day over Michael Burnham crying on screen. It's like, I know he feels sad for Baby Yoda. I know he's being regretful here. I know he's making a hard choice here. And he's wearing a tin can. You could see like the putty that's holding on the horns. It just looks horrible, the makeup.
Was it going too far when they couldn't hit the can that was like 5 feet in front of them?
That was perfect. That was perfect. What's wrong with a little comic relief in Star Wars?
I liked it.
There's a lot of great things in it. It's well worth the watch.
Yes.
This is coming from two elderly men that hate Star Wars. Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni and everybody else, all the great writers and directors on the show, have brought it back to life from the grave that J.J. Abrams stomped it into. I just picture them going to Yoda's little tiny lazy boy chair, pulling one of his hairs. Could Bib Fortuna be a Mandalorian? Wouldn't he have to have like a gigantic like garbage can size helmet? You know what I mean? Be sliding along. The jetpack. He'd need like 6 jetpacks.
Yeah. He'd be like a foot off the ground.
On maybe the Nerd Crew. I was like, there's the scene where exactly three TIE fighters chased the Millennium Falcon through a thing, you know. And it happened in the first one. Yawn. The Mandalorian with a rocket pack flying up in the sky. I heard in season 2 of Mandalorian, Bryan Singer is directing an episode, and he's introducing a character called the Namblolorian.
It's gonna take off the helmet. It's Kevin Spacey. Here we are. Let's examine.
Cut the credits.
Because Things was the actual worst movie I had ever seen.
But emphasis on was.
It was never released, and I don't know why. I'm not sure why.
American Genre Film Archive.
Okay.
And after this, can they be now classified as a terrorist organization?
Possibly.
Then the brother stands up and says, "Are you fucking my sister?"
To which I believe the answer is not right now.
Yeah. Well, she proclaims.
Are you fucking my sister or what?
Apparently, what is the answer here? What?
Oh my god!
What the fuck just happened?
But then Michael Cera starts shooting everyone in the room.
Oh my god!
Oh no, you're gonna suffocate.
No, that's not for babies. That's not for babies.
That's not how that works! you're doing it wrong, sir! That plastic bag on his head!
Oh, didn't lock the. No,
He sounds like the Mandalorian.
And he never takes that plastic bag off his head.
It's part of my code of ethics.
This is the way.
This is the way. She goes, he's in a bad mood because last week all 3 of his daughters killed themselves. Would you like a hot dog? They go in the
Meanwhile,
house.
audio from World War II is playing.
It's for,
Wait, 18 Roger. 34
I want to see that neighborhood!
what?
I don't know how much more of this I can take. It's giving me anxiety.
Is that his voice coming out, or is that on speakerphone?
I think it's speakerphone now. I'm really not sure what's going on.
But we don't want the black community? What is he talking about? Who's this now?
It's the same audio again?
And then ultimately, when it's time for him to slide down, she just unlocks the fucking cuffs anyway, and then he just slides down.
That was his moment to escape.
Well, he did have
He
a
had lobotomy.
He doesn't. He's not going anywhere.
I know.
That's a damn good question.
Maybe this is a cautionary tale about the use of chips in your brain to quell your violence.
Where they meet up with some other fun
Let's
havers.
set that scene up. That's an
Okay.
important sequence.
I think it is. Okay, now go over there and rub your friend with whiskey.
No. He's there too.
Sure.
Oh.
Whoops.
Couldn't even be bothered to try.
Yeah.
The most important thing is that she's a very terrible therapist.
Terrible or great? Whoops.
They just don't even notice.
He's trying to
Wait.
It doesn't work that way.
And his Indian girlfriend said, "No, don't kill him. Get over it." And then he shot her. He shot her in the face.
Because he can never forget.
He can never forget.
Stop feeding him.
Christ.
Oh, jeez.
It worked.
Suckers. Get away from you weirdos.
Where he delivers a pizza box filled with guts.
There's 2 girls arguing about something, and we can't tell because it's recorded on Thomas Edison's first recorder. This film is very much like Pulp Fiction in the way that it's.
You said that with a straight face.
I did that for comical effect. He took that term too literal.
Oh boy.
You mean I have to make my film non-linear? All right.
It's the coming thing.
If you say so, then he still edits it tape to tape.
We should mention that Barry J. Gillis, he did a rough cut of this film back in the 90s when he made it, and it was not up to par. He did not think it was good enough, and that's why it didn't get released until now.
writers know as much about Star Trek as Jay does. Okay? Jay knows that Data was on Star Trek. So Jay thinks that Data and Picard were best friends. Right?
Oh, yes, yes.
Jay, is this true?
Yep.
Geordi and Data were best friends. He had a special bond with everyone but Captain Picard. Well, that sounds like the smudgy, disgusting fingerprints of J.J. Abrams and Alex Kurtzman. If you ask me. My brain is just having too much trouble comprehending basic science and Harry Mudd's army of sex slave ladies.
I forgot about them, yes.
See, that's the thing. I couldn't understand what anyone was saying while I watched the show.
Are you becoming elderly?
I think I am, because she's like, my name is Glajan. Dodger. That's what I thought she said. Then, Jay, do you remember Vash? No. Okay, the writers don't remember that. They don't know what that is, Rich. They know Borg Cube, Vash, Dajan. Daj is living in Boston. They put a bag over her head, I guess to suffocate her. It has ether in it or chloroform. They're going. Are they like hipster assassins that use like 300-year-old methods of knocking people out? They do a gotcha interview and they start asking him why he tried to rescue people. And then he has to explain to the news reporter that Romulans are people too, and they're not just mud creatures that Fox News despises.
I hate what they've done to the Federation so much.
So she goes to Picard and says, "Help me, Obi-Wan Picard, you're my only hope. I saw you in my dream because you're Data's daughter and you're very special." Didn't he tell Data to disassemble Lal?
I have decided to allow my child to choose its own sex and appearance.
Commander Data, at your convenience, I would like to talk with you in my ready room. Counselor.
He's like, he was pissed when Data made Lal. Violent hard-ons is the fan base. That's what they call themselves now.
Star Trek fans.
We've gone from Trekkies. Long gone are the simple days of Trekkie and Trekker, that debate. Now they call themselves violent hard-ons. By the way, those could be Section 31 Romulans. Don't discount that.
That would be like the dumbest, least knowledgeable about Star Trek thing to do ever.
Yeah,
So yes, that's definitely going to happen.
Here's an answer. Counselor Troy took it down after Picard stormed out of the little thing and folded it up. And then, I guess, when the Enterprise D crashed in flames, somebody got it.
He tossed the Kurland Eskar out to the side, but he made sure to say that Captain Picard Day banner. A stairwell that they could kick someone off of.
Good answer, because that's the correct one.
You can tell me if it is possible to make a sentient android out of flesh and blood.
That makes no sense.
And I'm like, isn't that basically a person? And then she laughs and says, no, maybe 1,000 years from now.
Oh, God, then she misunderstood. He was just trying to get her in bed.
Just for a nap, though. And you said, well, someone went out in all the debris and found pieces of him.
Yeah.
Rich, they need you for that writer's room. When they hit a wall, or they just look at you, and you just say the stupidest thing that you could think of, and then they go with it.
I was thinking they were going to use the technology to reignite their star, but no, you're right. It's going to be a giant super weapon that will wreak havoc upon the Federation.
Because they want to get their revenge. So they're slowly building a Borg cube because, here's something stupid, the Borg are helping the Romulans build the Borg cube because they want to get revenge on Picard and Earth too.
One main one that controls all of the smaller Borg, Romulan, Data androids.
That 10,000 Starfleet shuttlecrafts have to shoot lasers at? No, so they decide to work together to build a giant Borg cube manned by Romulan Borg android hybrids.
I love it.
Okay.
It's the dumbest idea we could think of. It's definitely going to happen.
Because remember, he said no one could track me. So it's a trap to get him out, to get his DNA, to make a clone Locutus. A young version, and it'll be a CGI Locutus.
They'll clone it with the android DNA.
Yes!
Make an android Locutus or Picard.
Super Locutus. And it'll be indestructible, and they'll have to fight it at the end. Like a Ferengi laser whip?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they don't know what that is. It'll just be a laser that the Borg invented.
Write down laser whip. Star Trek writer's room.
Producers watch us, producers and writers looking for ideas, and they're too stupid to realize that we're making fun of stupid ideas.
Are we responsible for Star Trek Discovery too?
I think we're responsible for all the horrible things that would have ever happened.
Oh no! Oh,
we have ruined our own childhoods, Mike.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Fire safety for older adults.
Running time, 71 minutes. That's what I like to hear.
Fuck.
Mac, I hope you win. Your cat wants a massage! Exclamation point.
The alternate title, Rub That Pussy.
Here comes Jesus! He's coming!
That was come slow.
What was the one? What was it?
Measuring success with standardized recipes.
This looks like police video when they investigate a crime scene.
It looks like there's no semen on this scene.
Oh my god!
I think it's eating the tape.
That's it for Nancy Grace.
Okay!
I think it ate the tape.
It's sex.
Before we get...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Baby, could we do more than just talk? We get nasty. I can't wait to get you on the phone, girl. If you're in the mood, you know the kind I like. I get so excited when I'm watching, girl. I can't wait to see you touch your body.
I think you read this and then...
I don't think you're ready for this jelly, because my body too bootylicious for you, babe.
You're going to school 2,000 miles away. We're going to go to Fuck Butt Point.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh my god!
If they came down much faster, it would be more. Simple observation.
Oh, cartoon images, the profile.
Look at those boners. And then she went to the next board, and the guy's just on the bear's on all fours, and the other one just like,
That's right.
He fell down.
The Kelly Bear Kama Sutra.
Kelly Sutra.
The Kelly Sutra.
Gotta pay for new giant glasses. Things don't pay for themselves.
Bernie. Bernie.
Oh, yeah,
the Saint
Bernie.
Bernard.
Oh, Bernie,
the
yes,
Bernard,
yes.
all right.
It was
yeah.
not clever. People would be like, Sanders?
Stalks them.
And eats their pizza.
It's like, yeah, he looks like he drinks crab juice or something like that.
Because obviously they only heard the second half of that conversation too.
Yeah.
Like you were hanging out at their house early in the morning.
Which means that it really did eat the amount of its
Correct body weight.
correct body weight.
Yeah.
Which means it was pooping that amount of its correct body weight. So the mother probably would have taken that Saint Bernard to the vet. What? This dog is shitting so much. Saint Bernard's shitting so much. I keep buying food for it. It's like it's a giant adult-sized
dog costume, the real voice of the father should have been used to dub the dog. Where are you going, kids? Come back. Bring me some falafel.
What if that was? What if Bernie's voice was the father's?
When were you there? I didn't see you.
I see everything you do. You can never masturbate.
You could. You really could.
He's pretending to be an angel sent by Jesus from space.
I'm a space angel from.
We should just turn the cameras around every now and then, just so the audience can see that there is no crew.
There's a guy in a wheelchair and a guy in his phone.
There's a guy in a wheelchair back there.
You should like. It would be great.
Yeah.
I'll get both. I'll be right back.
Thanks.
Save the drinks! Save the drinks!
That's it.
Look, I'm very sorry. Be right back.
Oh, the cord! The cord!
One day you'll end up in that wheelchair.
That would be funny. That'd be legitimately funny.
A wheelchair accident.
How'd you get in that chair, kid? A wheelchair accident. Damn.
How old were you again?
22?
When you said you were younger, I thought you were like 8.
Oh, Rich.
Her clothes are soaked in formaldehyde.
She's just getting ready.
She's getting ready. She's familiarizing herself with the smell.
We're going to have to speed up the embalming process.
She marinates every night.
Ow.
No. It was
space heater.
Yeah, space heater and phone books.
Phone books soaked in formaldehyde. Yeah. I soak these in formaldehyde every night because I love the smell, and I put them next to my space heater.
Why did she block her own
Make sure any heat sources like a space heater.
She was keeping the zombies out.
When are we going to get to the fireworks factory?
That's a Simpsons reference.
Oh, what are they going to have? A fucking threesome?
They're the world's oldest throuple.
We're going to the orgy.
The only fire that you should be dealing with is the fire inside your pants. She just watches everybody butt fuck. And fuck butt point.
Ooh, say that 10 times fast.
Butt fuck. No, I can't.
Yes, it worked! Get out of that car, girl!
Then she decides to go home and just leave her boyfriend precariously dangling off the edge of a cliff on fuck butt point.
He wanted to fuck butt. And she's like, you.
Wait. What? Fuck is this?
And you get to relive the 18 years that you've just experienced because you were a pregnant whore.
It's only 99% effective. What does Windy know? Do you think Father Time knows exactly when to pull out?
If he better know that. A lunch lady is like, she's
person.
like, it's natural.
Yeah, lunch person. Get woke, bro.
Gotta wait your turn in line. Gotta wait until it's time.
That toady friend who is secretly the boyfriend's father.
The animation is the same
Put
except for the hair.
a gray streak in my hair. Would you go fuck your boyfriend?
He was a celebrity. He didn't have to worry about that.
But I was just.
Have you seen Uncle Buck?
Twice.
Anyone looks good next to John Candy.
He was like 5. He was like, oh boy.
All right, have we?
White Tip's pulling a bottle of bullet bourbon out from his pants. We need more Christian cartoons.
All right, Tim is drunk. Mac.
Did you not see the bourbon pulled from my crotch?
It's just permanently there.
Well, I'm going to need to be reminded of the first 3 tapes because yeah.
Okay.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about Star Trek Picard some more. We watched the opener. We react to the opener. We watched 2 more episodes, and then we realized that we're going to be strung along for the next 5 months, and we'll come back later. I think I love Picard's Tal Shiar assassin housekeepers.
Why does it take you 3 episodes to do this?
Well,
That's so weird.
To keep you subscribed to CBS All Access, you know that. So I don't know. So they allowed 14 worlds into the Federation that are filled with racist xenophobes. These characters can't have internal conflicts. That's my show. Go ahead and try and write episodes. We land on this planet and a nightmare scenario occurs. How do we get out of it? We've achieved warp speed. We've done this and that. We've cured diseases on our homeworld. Oh, but we have this second class of citizens that we keep in underground caves with explosive charges around their neck. And they power the giant machine that powers our cities. And then when Picard finds that out, he goes, nope!
There's a Batman video game where he has that.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Batman does that sort of stuff. And he holds up this like rod, and it's like a laptop. And he presses it, and the screen comes up. And then they go through this very long spiel about hiding codes and hiding this and that and encrypting this. And we got to trace back all of her phone calls she made and blah, blah, blah.
Uh-huh.
Why didn't they just take that?
That would be theft, Mike.
And then she says, it's that they don't like androids. Where's Whoopi Goldberg when you need her? That's how sensitive the Federation was to not being awful. Oh, slavery, what? Yes, he wasn't traumatized. Then 7 of 9.
Well, he was, but just not as much.
Not as much. He doesn't talk like a robot the rest of his life. He's all fucked up. So the Jadvash hired Dajal Jaj to work for them. Remember, she was left in command because nobody was around. She's like, I'm the doctor. So yeah, that got destroyed. Although, who knows? Maybe they said, you are fated to be something great. What that is, I don't know. Keep watching. And then they come up with the whole plot of there has to be 2 of them because the other one was a Q. So they made a robot version that looked like her as a decoy. Because she's going to go like this.
You're Starfleet,
you're
through and through.
Yeah, you're Starfleet.
Which means he's a racist xenophobe.
Which means he's mad and angry. And wants to blow things up. You're in a car that's going 5 miles an hour down the road. to a cliff, essentially.
Yeah.
Isn't that all the Alex Kurtzman Star Trek projects are? You're riding in a car very slowly towards a cliff, right? And they cornered the female shapeshifter into a wall as she was diseased, right? And they surrounded the planet and they said, you're done, right?
Germans were desperate and throwing 12-year-olds in the front lines as the Russians were fucking curb stomping them.
Yes. Do you remember when dinosaurs left the Earth in Star Trek Voyager?
I do remember that, yes.
Where are they at? Let's get them involved.
That'll be in the Captain Janeway CBS All Access series.
Janeway. Yes. Janeway and the dinosaurs. Like Tammy and the T-Rex.
Tom Paris is a salamander now.
He went so fast. He evolved.
He went so fast he turned into a salamander.
Voyager did so much. And I don't think it gets credit for doing so much. And sure, you gotta stick your neck out every once in a while and write a Tom Paris salamander episode. You don't know how it's going to turn out.
And then in the next episode, like the very next episode, she'll give all of the Federation secrets to the Borg because she wants a foot massage. Her crew desperately needs foot massages, so she's willing to completely compromise her values.
Inconsistent at best, is what I say. But there's a lot to talk about. Star Trek Picard, there's nothing to talk about. It feels like something's happening, but nothing is happening. No, it's called Star Trek Picard.
It's called Star Trek Picard is the official title.
It has nothing to do with Star Trek or Picard, though.
He's doing the same exact thing, wearing the same exact outfit.
The same underwear, too.
In the same underwear. He hasn't changed his underwear in 40 years.
Am I making a mistake in trying to understand the story of the show?
They did not think about this at all.
And not just enjoying the violence? Is that my mistake?
Mike, I don't think you understand how brilliant this show is.
Brexit? Refugees all over the galaxy,
Sure.
right? That's plot one, and plot two is something with the Borg, right?
Yes.
And then say the universe is a better place without borders. To fall in line with their political angle, and then she's gonna go like this, or put her arms out, and it's gonna scary music's gonna swell, and all these Borg parts are gonna start flying and attaching. Is Locutus gonna become Q? Is Q gonna become Data's cat? Is Riker gonna become Troy?
Have you lost your fucking mind? You're just
10 forward.
This show
phasers.
This show has made
Beam me
your
up,
brain
Scotty.
just start spewing nonsense. I can't even respond to anything you're saying because it's just, I don't know. It's just like the slop is coming out of your mouth. But ultimately, he would have known it's not wise to start a lot of trouble 7 minutes before you leave the planet.
Right. Well, maybe that is a good time to start a lot of trouble. My thing is, too, and then they know to beam up Elnor. He never even mentioned that.
Yes.
You could just say a random word from the English language.
French bread. When I first heard 7 of 9 was going to be on the show, I totally expected her to be working at the Daystrom Institute. You know, using her intellect.
Rich. Let me tell you about a man named Alex Kurtzman. She's a vigilante warrior in space. She doesn't use her sophisticated mind. Burrito. But you're right. Member Barry's old Romulan warbird looks good in a trailer. And then they're like, oh, Bruce Maddox is being held by Vaginine. Whatever her name is.
Help me.
Listen to me.
Help me. Please, if you're out there, help me.
She's the one that killed Icheb, right?
Yes.
From Star Trek Voyager. I hate her. I'm all in on this mission, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, Manu was wrong to attack Anthony Rapp and to say all those horrible things about him.
Sure.
But it became oh so clear why they ripped out Icheb's eyeball and then shot him in the heart with a phaser.
7 of 9's quest to find her humanity ends with her being a violent psychopath.
Oh, Captain Jane would be so proud of all the lessons. Do you remember that time when Captain Picard was drunk in 10 forward and he was singing like sailor songs with the crew?
To honor we call you as free men as slaves, for who are so free as the sons of the waves.
That's because that wasn't Captain Picard. It was a replacement that an alien put there, who had no idea what Captain. That's what that felt like. Captain Picard has never done a wacky accent.
They don't care! They don't give a shit! Mike, we are the only people that care anymore!
Do you remember that?
Picard is the guy who does this. Do you remember?
This is Captain Picard's character now for like 2 generations. We're fucking old. He's the guy who does this, and fucking Patrick Stewart wants to put on an eye patch and dance around an alien bar. Go ahead, motherfucker. We'll write that in.
I hearken back to a wonderful little moment on Star Trek.
Patrick Picard wants to ride a dune buggy? Fuck yeah, here's a dune buggy.
Do you remember?
That's how much respect they have for the franchise.
All I'm trying to say
fine.
is Captain Picard would not do a wacky accent.
No, of course he wouldn't. Of course Captain Picard would. Captain Picard isn't here.
He's not there.
He's not here. It's all an illusion.
There was a wonderful moment in Star Trek: The Next Generation. And
everything Picard has done for his entire life.
Why did Picard go down on this mission?
Because he wants to save Soji, and he's got to be personally involved.
You just have an answer for everything. Do you remember Icheb? So it's 4 children, I think. There might have been 5. I don't fucking remember. But Icheb was the older one. He was like 13, 14, and he's like, I'm like a brilliant genius. I don't want to just plant crops. And then they escape from the Borg and they say, fuck all y'all down on the planet. You deal with the Borg. That was pretty shitty. And then they leave. Stay in the Delta Quadrant, Icheb.
This is what grief looks like.
Didn't you like the part when they go to Free Cloud? That's it.
Oh, Free Cloud!
Free Cloud.
It's Free Cloud.
It's in there. Do you like the part when they go to Free Cloud, right? And then hers is like, you want some drugs? And she's like,
How'd you feel about the subplot with her and her son?
oh, it happened and then it ended with absolutely no point. That would be a great episode. The replicator malfunctions on the Enterprise, right?
Gives everyone diarrhea.
Everyone has the runs, and there's like some kind of like crisis happening, like unrelated crisis, but everyone keeps having to run to the bathroom. Dr. Crusher works on a anti-diarrhea medicine.
Shit's clogging up the warp core.
Yeah, you see like just brown sludge coming down the tube into the warp core. Dr. Crusher's working on a cure for this nasty, nasty stomach bug.
You guys are doing such a good job preserving them on your moisture-resistant shelf. So.
That's the one that leaks water.
Yeah.
Why does he have a bazooka?
Leo, not the girls! Don't shoot the girls!
If only you just waited, Leo. Eventually they would shoot up.
3.5 stars from Science Fiction Chronicle says a fantasy epic in the tradition of Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Hey, she stayed in character.
She did.
It was a salvageable take.
Yeah.
Probably the only take, but that's fine.
Let's just talk about which is the best of the worst.
You live your life, you make millions of dollars in the mob, you're a successful career criminal, and then you go to retire in a rusty shack.
I'm really proud of my house.
My shack is crumbling around me. And
the big, tall German guy whose real name is Werner Herzog.
Yes.
Werner Herzog.
Werner Herzog.
I look into the eyes of Leo Fogg and I see nothing but darkness.
Dawson and the dealer called Blades is coming with 50 kilos of pure shit.
Wait a minute.
You got
This movie's 50 kilos of pure shit.
Oh! Snap!
50.
Wow!
Headphone drop? Was that
They were by my head. I didn't notice them.
And they're robbing like the local convenience store and flower shop for $11.
This is our new home.
Why? Yeah. What the? All the buildings are ready to collapse.
Oh, this is it, guys. We've made it. We've made it to. Not just former mafia hitmen, but former mafia hitmen living in a town with literally no laws.
That's true. Yeah. Lobo's like, you go for now. I'll get you later.
Yeah.
Right. I don't have all night, Loblo.
We gotta watch Max Magician and the Legend of the Ring.
There's so many other films to
Come
watch.
on, Leo Fong, move on. Well, she's very upset because her father gets exploded into another dimension.
Oh my God! That was a spectacular explosion.
Did it disappear?
The entire car was atomized.
Listen, honey, it's called the quantum realm.
He was climbing up a dirty hill. Like, where do you think he went? He's beating up homeless.
The fuck you gonna do with that?
How would you like a shovel head?
How would you like a shovel head?
I'm sorry, what?
That's your big line?
Yes, it was. He spent days thinking of that.
If only Loblo could have lured Kincaid out into the desert so that a tremor could have swallowed him up. We would have solved the whole problem.
Mike, you're going full Youper here, and I just gotta say, I'm with it. I'm with it.
Does your plan involve fire? No, Richard Lynch.
Oh, thank God.
It involves ancient. Why does he have cereal if he never eats breakfast?
He eats it for dinner.
He might have cereal for lunch.
He might just be really lazy.
You just have an answer for everything.
Whatever we do, we better do it fast. Stop this carnage. Let's go.
Stop this
Let's do something fast. Please do anything fast.
They've spent 2 months. We haven't done jack shit.
Well, they shoot off camera, and then later they get shots of other people getting shots that are completely disconnected.
I'm going after him. How about yourself? Yeah, it's between me and him. I'm going.
Shut up! Hey, come here.
He's so passionate about his films.
How did Kincaid get here?
Who are all these ladies?
This is like a titty bar.
But there's an actor in the film who also goes while he's talking on the phone.
Oh yeah, there's Don Jr. who's
But he does it because he just did 6 lines of blow before the take.
Maybe it's like Mr. Ed and they put peanut butter in his mouth? Just so they could dub over his lines later. After that last scene, did Leo Fong just stop chasing him?
He left where he was, then went to an unrelated bar to ask where he is. It's like the scenes are out of order. That led to what may be the longest consecutive Rich Evans laughter moment.
All right, man. He's in a warehouse on Carson Street.
You know the warehouse you were just in? He never left.
No, he's not in the warehouse on Carson Street. He's in a random parking lot.
Did he just stumble across it?
Oh, now he's in the warehouse.
This is that same warehouse.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Jesus Christ. This is madness. This is insanity.
This is pathetic.
It's insane.
He was just trying to break into a car.
Just randomly.
Leo Fong just runs after him. That movie is the antithesis of sense and logic. It literally is.
That's a pull quote right there.
Yeah, I said it would cure insanity. It's
whole
like
movie.
you're on a roller coaster into your own grave. I don't know how to explain it. Like people say that, like
The grave of reason, Mike. The grave of reason.
My concept of bad movies is entirely changed after seeing Robot in the Family. Like people say, the room is bad. Tommy Wiseau. You watch this.
The helmet is hidden inside of a replica of a full-size statue.
That's way.
That's an unrelated, ancient, priceless artifact that has been stolen.
That's what I mean when you say this is like a dream. When you say this is like a dream, how it's like...
Based off of the back of the box and the front of the box, you're thinking that this movie is going to be about a robot and a family.
Yeah.
It is not.
No.
It's not even about the fucking robot.
No.
There is a robot and a family. And then he has a gigantic foot cast on.
Why do they put a cast on his foot at all?
I don't know! And then the receptionist is...
It looks like Max Headroom fucked the Tin Man. Yeah. In a light bulb factory.
a lot of influence on this film.
No, and you know the robot.
And so then they're like, "Oh no, he stole our new friend," and they have to get him back, like a family film would do.
Now I know how you feel when I make you do Picard video.
You can call him Sala. I understand that reference, but he's Gimli.
I'm only calling him Sliders.
Not because of the show, because he really likes tiny hamburgers.
He just loves tiny cheeseburgers.
And I feel bad for him, legitimately.
He got paid.
Did he?
I'm sure it wasn't much work.
He lost a bet. He was like gambling. It was him, and it was the writer of Moonstruck.
Joey Pants?
And Joey Pants. And they all lost big.
They're all in Vegas.
And that's why Joey Pants got the associate producer's credit.
Joey Pants, John Rhys Davies, and what's his name?
John Patrick Shanley.
They're all in like somewhere, some bar.
They're in the high roller room at like the Horseshoe Casino.
Yeah. And they're just laughing. Like I had this dream last night about this fucking robot that could detect gold. I had this fucking plot that makes no sense. Let's make a movie about
I had a dream about an ancient helmet being stolen from the Middle East.
And I had a dream about a nurse with a cast fetish.
Whoever loses the Los Angeles Raiders football game has to make this movie.
And they all lost.
It was a tie. It was a rare tie. So they all had to make the movie.
Well, I think Joey Pants came out on top. John Patrick Shanley had to be in the costume.
He got hospitalized.
Yeah, he had the low end of the bet, the point spread, you know. And it was like, oh, you got to be in the fucking costume of the robot. They sing Gold Digger.
What a weird night.
That's the understatement of the year, Jay.
What a weird night.
I clicked on user reviews, and the first one just says, "What?"
Does the second one say no?
What?
It's the best review possible. What?
But yeah, he gives this like emotional scene about, you know, his struggles and his background. And then we cut to the next scene and a guy takes his shit on the floor.
The most they could do was a 600 square foot, 1-bedroom apartment in Manhattan. And also...
Which cost $5,000 a month to rent.
$5,000 a week to rent. And then also, how about you guys run this dance club?
It's Ryan.
I know about the Hampton Inn.
Yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Shit, we're gonna have so many bar mitzvahs in here.
How many magical wedding memories have people had in that location? The same location that this...
A quick note about camera work in
Bloods
versus Wolves 2.
yeah.
Oh, they're going to use that dolly.
Look, they swept.
We're dollying back.
Whoops, we didn't mean to.
The only difference is that the werewolves can be out during the day, but the vampires are also out during the day. They just say it's night. The scene where there's sunlight blaring in the windows, it's nighttime.
Ignore that.
Both are immune to day for night. Oh, no.
Not
The blood donation doctor was packing heat. The fact that ancient vampires stored blood, vintage blood, in his blood bank, which was one old refrigerator.
Yes.
in a strip mall, shopping mall, like storefront with no drywall. They would say, hey, guy, little, like, occasionally vampires or werewolves may show up looking for this blood. Don't take your Glock out and try and shoot them.
He wanted that promotion.
It made the most sense because when you have something valuable, Mike.
Okay, Alex Kurtzman. Can you talk about that in detail?
Oh, sure.
African American culture.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You are the authority.
I'm the authority, obviously.
Let's have these 4 middle-aged white guys from Wisconsin explain to you about the black experience.
Absolutely. Listen, I've listened to a Wu-Tang album or two in my time.
I know everything about it.
Showdown, bad. Leo Fong, bad. Bad low budget.
I know. Should we blow up Magician Max and the Legend of the Rings?
Yeah, just for fun. Why not? Oh my God.
Tape doesn't work anyway. Fuck it.
It doesn't work, and it's a horrible ripoff.
We have a secret. Well, actually, I don't think it does now.
No.
Because we're jumping ahead to the grief planet, and we gotta start at point A.
I forgot.
Can we do this like Jeopardy? Who is Alex Kurtzman?
What is a moron?
Soji looks up in her dream and she says, I see a red sky with 2 moons. They're blood red moons. And all I pictured in my head was Data at the station and the Enterprise. There are approximately 2,568 planets that match that criteria. And I said, that's Star Trek.
Every stupid person just wants to distill it down to the Borg. He was a Borg once.
Yeah, Borg. Well, we said this from the beginning. The vineyard that burned down.
Yeah, but it's back.
It's back. I mean, it looks
back,
different.
baby.
It's
back.
It's back. No one's ever really gone. So it's Picard, Troy, and Geordi, and they're all just standing there. And Picard's like, you know, he didn't have a little sit down with Janeway. You remember? He should have. And Janeway's like, I was blowing up Borg cubes left and right. She's smoking. When something comes up that's contradictory, my brain instinctively tries to understand it.
Oh, Mike. Let me tell you about a man called Alex Kurtzman. He thought that was the most badass line he ever wrote.
It's so fucking badass, I started crying. He said, search Borg and Star Trek. And then, pictures came up of all the episodes. That's what happened after the camera cut, after that 180-degree pan. Mr. LaForge, dun, 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 the music goes, fire.
But first, take a picture.
It's from my Instagram. I'd like to assume that in Starfleet, there are more higher-ups that exist that will listen to Picard than some nasty old that keeps calling him a fucker. Right? That's his roadblock.
Everyone is out of character. Everyone is Well, mostly Picard is out of character.
Yeah, actors, producers, editors, writers, no one cares at all about the material. They care about making it, and so a lot of my thoughts were all wrong. I thought Commander O was a secret robot.
They
Vulcan.
teased you too.
I know.
Because they even had the scene where she takes off the sunglasses.
I know. It's like they knew I said that. No, Mike, you're wrong. Look at my eyes, you bitch. I was like, no.
I think I'm wrong about the Romulans creating the Borg too, though. So I failed my major prediction.
It was worse than that.
Yeah,
I didn't think that was possible. This shit, fuck that. And every time, maybe Narek is making all this shit up. That's a possibility.
The dream walk was all
He's
bullshit.
just like, but they had a special room built for it. The sister goes, what is this room? I don't know. I made up some fucking bullshit about some ritual. We don't do rituals. We have hard labor camps. There's a program in the computer about building a human reflector suit to reflect solar flares, right?
Yeah.
And so she flies into space wearing a giant mirrored spacesuit It's experimental, designed to reflect solar flares. And for some reason, it's person-sized. And it has a jetpack on it and also has wings. And they go, Agnes, no! Agnes, no! And she's going to fly up into the sky, and it's going to be all dramatic, and she's going to be... And so Agnes flies up in a reflection suit and deflects the laser, and it shoots, and it hits the Romulan sister right in her... And then she explodes in a bloody red mist.
Slowly.
Slowly.
The wave of explosion's gonna slowly come up her body.
And then her skin starts bubbling and it burns off her face. And we see her skeleton is screaming. Oh, it's gonna be so great. Claw your fucking eyes out.
Bash your head in with a rock.
Bash your own head in with a rock. Which seems counterproductive. If you're trying to warn people. I'm with Commander O. Wipe them all out so that... Stop taking my vision of what the show should be and bringing it back down to reality. That's what you're doing, and it's very harmful. I'm trying to make sense of this. Remember when the show was a touching story about Picard?
That was never gonna happen, and you know it.
They don't even know what's going on. All these thousands of ships, or why they're fighting in a battle. They're just there. Because Jad Vash. So we have...
Let me tell you about a man I used to...
Let me tell you about a man I used to...
He gave his life doing what he thought was right.
Since aren't all so bad, Ancient Ones. Perhaps you're right, Picard. So Picard, tubes shoot into his spine. His eyes turn black. He becomes Locutus.
How much credit will you give them if Picard does sit everybody down at a table?
Oh God, all the credit in the world. If the Ancient Ones are like a guy in a black cloak who looks like Skeletor, and there's like a smoke machine, you know, when the Ancient Ones arrive, it's like that. Your eyes can't handle what they really look like. They're so powerful and so ancient, but they look like a guy in a bad Skeletor makeup. Look at Frank Langella back. And they kind of explain why they don't like androids, but their argument's not too good. And then the production assistant hits the smoke machine button, and it fills up the room. And then they back out slowly.
Because they were developing hate weaponry.
What if this ended like that episode? Such a climax, huh? It's gonna get wild. And those are our last 2 episodes.
Yeah.
And then I blow my brains out with a phaser.
This is the only thing I have to remember.
It's the only thing I have to remember by.
This is my most treasured possession.
Then you just slam it on the wall. He must have gone around that. Oh, Rich Evans.
I should have kept my original name, Holden Medicky. I should have kept my original name, Holden Medicky.
I'm sorry.
I just want to turn and go. Can't look right at your face.
Woman holding a gun on the cover. So she's like getting raped while waving a gun around?
Maybe she's defending herself?
What the fuck are you doing to me? Starring old school kung fu idol Tiger Yang, Mickle's Devil's Gambit, Sammy Hung's Warriors 2, Dragons on Fire, Bruce Lee's Game of
I don't know what you're saying. Are you speaking another language?
I don't know what I'm saying either, Mike. Sharon,
it's just nonsense.
Sharon Hughes, Chained Heat, The Last Horror Film, and Scream Queen Jules Shepard, Chained Heat Hughes app Return of the Living Dead. Jules Shepard as the standout nude scenes. Lots of explosions. Psychotronic video.
Lots of explosions and nude scenes.
That's a sentence on the back of this box. Jules Shepard has the standout nude scenes. Lots of explosions.
It's one sentence, no punctuation.
That's one sentence.
So there's lots of explosions in her standout nude scenes?
I hope so.
Because that's a whole different kind of movie.
She's going to be walking away from the explosion nude. Let's do it! Jay! What's going on? Somebody tell me what's going on!
Oh, Peanut.
You got pumped. So we made everyone watch me reading the back of the box for Her Name is Cat, a film we never watched. So I will very quickly read the back. By linking up hundreds of friends on their home computer. Well, even the guy who wrote this is struggling to come up with some kind of logic.
Yeah, I've seen lots of those. It's nothing.
Oh, it's just a gold coin. It can't be worth anything. And that's usually the goal of a nerd, is to win the girl in the end with your nerdishness.
Or if it's Revenge of the Nerds, with rape.
There just isn't a course on how to be a mayor's daughter.
Some days I think the stars are really, really out.
Is there a course on screenwriting?
I'm the mayor's daughter. Use a computer for pornography?
You ever heard of
That's like loading a picture. Yeah, you should have done this before the race started.
Oh, Turk won the race.
I mean, we talked about the ending, right? I think where, I don't know if it was this movie or that movie, where we're an extremely basic.
Is this in the? It's like a fun fact on IMDb. The only film directed by someone in a coma. The director was unconscious on life support while filming the movie.
I don't want to hear you guys bad-mouthing Panther, okay?
The 80s were a disservice to metal.
Hair metal was a blight on humanity.
That was the most amazing explanation.
Pretty close.
The movie makes so much more sense now than it did while we were watching it.
How about this? Terrorists have taken over the Nakatomi Plaza building. There is a cop.
It's all perfectly clear.
It's a well-oiled machine.
Do you remember when? And he shows up at the airport, and a government guy was like, "Hey, Tiger King, you want to help us with this thing?" He's like, "No, I got stuff to do. I got to go be in a parade."
Yeah, this is some shooting the rodeo.
Yeah.
I don't trust Fike. He'd turn on his own mother if he knew there was a profit to be made.
I know, she's in our porno magazine.
She was an undercover cop posing as a porno mag photography actress.
Model.
Thanks. Did I just say photography actress?
You did.
In place of the word model.
That's, you know what, that's one way to describe a model.
A photography actress?
My question is, after she got the police what they wanted, somehow it gave the police information to move forward with some other aspect of their investigation. What that is, I have no idea.
Or you have one toe pointed up and one toe pointed down.
But you have to reverse them, though.
It's only weakness. This all sounds completely legitimate. It's such a powerful explosion that it turns night into day. Multiple times.
Sponsored by the Foundation for a Compassionate Society.
More hippie bullshit.
But maybe weed.
Stop it!
No, she's not going to stay out. She's going to keep coming in.
Make up your mind. In or out? Oh no, Rich lost it.
I have to say, though,
After watching this video up until this point, this does look like a fun party.
Hey! It's pretty good.
Do you want us to throw one for you, Mike?
I would love a party just like this.
All right, noted. With images of a life turtle traversing various terrains.
So they're just saying literally what we watched.
Oh, that didn't help at all.
That just tells us what we know we saw.
We're not done.
Okay,
There's more.
okay.
There's more.
Oh, okay.
There's more.
It's like New Age Barbershop Quartet.
That's a great title.
Oh, don't forget this. We need to do some of that.
Is this where the turtle comes from? Yes.
Oh my God, there's an actual turtle. I honestly wasn't expecting that.
And so happy together.
Is that song by a band called The Turtles?
Yeah, it is.
There we go.
Josh, where were you?
Rich, would you like to talk about safe food attitude? Why, yes, I would. Thank you. Yes, I would.
And that's when we got nostalgic for going to the grocery store under normal circumstances.
Oh, and don't eat dirty cat litter.
Oh yeah. we had to wait all the way to the other rap for that one.
Germs from a fresh kitty litter which smells a little bitter can make you feel very low.
So don't eat cat litter.
Don't eat cat shit.
Don't mess with that. In other words, stay away from germs.
Well, no shit.
She's saying don't pick up your cat litter and put it in your mouth. No, you're only a freshman.
Oh, well, here's a video about how you shouldn't eat cat shit.
But what if you're not a pregnant 14-year-old? Is it not important at all?
Then you can just eat all the raw chicken and cat shit you want.
Fucking, you should have seen me at 14, pal.
Just like handfuls of kitty litter, just shoving them down your mouth.
And look at me today.
We all know the grandparents are going to end up raising the kid.
Well, probably. but the
Someone wrote about his love
say,
affair with
Rich,
the dolphin.
don't tell stories about your mom.
Yeah.
It's good you
I feel
didn't.
real bad about
It's good you didn't.
about that.
It's pretty funny though.
It's funny, but it's good
Thank
you didn't.
Look at this creep back here. Fucking John Favreau. What's that?
They're like, why are you wasting your time putting all the snacks into plastic containers?
We're just gonna cover them on our genitals in a bit anyway.
You're just gonna
Keep the food out.
Dig around in the kitty litter till you find the lump.
Give me them nuggets.
It's got like a hole in the bottom of the kitty litter bin.
Kitty laid a big one.
Now put your in the kitty litter. Do they still do Lamaze, or was that just like an 80s
I think we were gonna say,
trend?
do they still have orgies?
Yeah.
No.
Are orgies still a thing?
Not right now.
Not right now.
She never should have left Cheers.
First Troop Beverly Hills, and now this. She wasn't even invited.
I heard there was a party.
It's my house now.
What colors do I really, really
Get the fuck out of here.
Here, you ugly girl.
She just starts insulting everybody.
And they showed that angry dad, who was clearly drunk, that
A team of 7 or 8 drunk dads come to your house and do it.
Yes.
They have uniforms
The
on.
important thing is you are doing it.
Yeah.
But it's a bunch of other drunk middle-aged dudes with their shirts tucked into their shorts.
Sounds awesome.
They
Bring 'em
show
in.
up.
She makes it look so fucking annoying that you will pay to have somebody else do it. Transform your house. She doesn't offer her services, but maybe, since we have so much money, darling, we could contact her privately. The actual Princess Gwendolyn from the video shows up to her princess party for $24,000. And she shows up. It's a miracle.
Darling.
Princess Gwendolyn printed 100. Princess Gwendolyn pressed 1,000 of these DVDs and drove from Davenport, Iowa to the Hamptons and left them in all the coffee shops
and wine bars
and men's bathrooms.
And then drove back to Davenport and just waited for the phone to ring.
Pepper and I had a wonderful
Teacher shit behind the couch and we didn't tell them.
And my husband would like to have his way with you after the party. She has her son Bubba. He gets out and sit up there, that castle in the backyard. Now, when I do my business with the mister of the house, Bubba, you wait in the pickup truck with Peepers.
He's very tired. Peeper wants a nap.
Is Peepers in like the front seat and Bubba's in like the back seat?
Oh yeah.
Bubba's riding in the back, holding on to the.
He's holding on to the castle.
Mama, slow down!
All the way from Davenport up to the Hamptons.
Mama!
This thing's made of foam board. It'll fly out in a gust of wind.
Well, hold on to it, Bubba.
Oh no, it blew out over the highway. We gotta make a new one.
Mr. Peepers.
Mama, I lost the stars again.
The daughter gets a princess party, as does the dad. He gets his own princess party.
Is that his fetish?
Yeah, it's a very specific clientele. They're going to move down to the groin, the inner thigh.
Do you want to take this video home?
I was really hoping to get massaging the elderly.
Why?
Because former
You don't know that.
That's our own fan fiction.
That's very much slander.
Okay, suspected former alleged.
I don't know. By you and no one else.
Put lotion on the backs of elderly men and
if you have
roll their skin
roll
up.
them.
It could have happened while we were out of the room. The only one that was left was Mike. We weren't watching anymore.
No, there was.
We all gave up.
To escape war crimes. Are you getting what I got out of this video?
Is this going to affect your monetization?
Or they see footage of an elderly person being rubbed. We're done for. Our entire channel is going to be nuked from existence.
Scanning for content. What the fuck?
We're gonna get a flag for improper cooking of raw chicken.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Two Old Men and Paper. When Tasha Yar tries to hit a black lady with a spiked ball with the poison, and they're on a jungle gym. I could picture Kirk with a thing and a spiked ball. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, that's the problem. I didn't have that music.
Yeah, okay.
You'd do it now, and they'd say, well, they're not getting rid of Patrick Stewart. He's under contract for 3 more seasons.
You
It's
find
crazy.
that out on Twitter.
Would Counselor Troy not be a more appropriate choice to speak with Keiko? She already has. Didn't help.
But the ironic part is that she's an empath. They're going to dig her up for Star Trek Picard Season 2, and she's going to run around with a machine gun. After Best of Both Worlds, Riker is guy who asks questions about what's going on. That's his job. Picard and Beverly fall in that hole, and that guy's selling the automated laser things that are trying to kill people. Remember the planet that sells like war weapons that's defunct? And then I have a list of types of episodes from Star Trek Discovery. Number 1, violence. And I'm sure there's even more. And you could blend these two together.
It's a shame that Star Trek Picard is shit all over it.
That eventually androids became slaves. And Picard didn't seem to give 2 fucks.
I fucking hate that so much.
That show, I'm so glad coronavirus happened. It's not a fun rewatch. They foolishly allow a Klingon scientist aboard the Enterprise They instantly recognize Worf as an ally. He can be your SS officer, and he does recruit like a team of security people that all start doing digging. He's just like immediately down with it. Worf thinks he's the captain because he's got the sash. He's like, I must be the captain, and he's like, I think we should kill everyone. And Picard's like, but Mr. Worf. Captain Worf, the head of Starfleet Security, just leaves without saying a single word. And, it's not an action-packed episode. It's not a whole bunch of fun, but it's a smartly written episode. The Napoleonic pig warriors with the muskets.
What must I do to convince you people?
Die.
Die.
And it's perfect.
And then he says, eat any good books lately?
Yeah, that line makes me laugh too. It's nowhere near as clever.
No, but it's just funny.
Yeah, only Starfleet would be gullible enough to take him in and help him out.
And electric space fish or whatever will come to get him. This is the Star Trek's Quantum Leap episode. And then Q is there in like monk robes, and he's like, I'm God, you're dead. It's a great opening.
Q's not wrong. I mean, for all practical intents and purposes, he is God.
But he's like, I don't look 21. He's like, well, to everybody else you do. That's what Q says. He makes a date with an elderly lady. To me, it's a lovely reference to the Salt Vampire episode of the original Star Trek series. You remember this? And Kirk's like, and he goes, Bones, she's a handsome woman, but he's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? The Nausicaans look silly playing this little game with the glowing balls. It's a terrible prop. And Picard stops his friend from attacking the Nausicaan and like throws him over a table,
Yeah.
And when I saw that scene, I was like, he's got to look down and laugh. And then it happened. I was like, okay. I'm watching your canon already, Star Trek The Next Generation. And then Q's like, what?
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Nothing changed. I had this whole thing set up.
Like all Starfleet, you talk and you talk.
But you have no grandma.
But you have no grandpa.
It's one of my favorite lines. Where you could see like the carpet cut, like stuff like that. And I noticed, and then there's the Vulcan ambassador on board. Vulcan ambassador. Behind her in the background is Picard just standing there. And Patrick Stewart falls asleep in the shot. He nods off. Because it's not his line. He's just standing there, and this lady's probably doing 20 takes. And he goes like this. He goes like that. And it's like, Blu-ray. Well, it's a good thing they didn't send 3 nobody Starfleet security guards to go on this mission. So they're the captain of the flagship. That's why you send a 20-year-old Bajoran girl into Cardassian space on a secret mission, because they don't come back.
Okay. I thought you were talking about the episode that was Die Hard on the Enterprise.
No. That's a guilty pleasure and a half. Because in this, she carries the rank of lieutenant commander, and she doesn't even know it. Miles O'Brien mansplains her own rank to her. And she's got the wild card, Ensign Rowe, former terrorist.
Who just wants to let everybody blow up.
Who's like, fucking separate the ship. The other half of the ship's going to blow up. Fuck those people. He did the simulation. He's all right. No. The baby should be coming out now. And she's like, it doesn't work that way, Worf. But the way the shot is framed, Worf is standing there with his arms folded, like just looking elsewhere. He has no interest whatsoever. He does not give a shit. Beverly Crusher's always trying to do plays. She's bored. So their character flaws are showed during that. I'm like, oh yeah, she made it over there. She's good on her feet. All the details, all those like wonderful things that you don't see in Discovery. Everyone's yelling and exploding things. Miles O'Brien explains it, and she's like, so it's like a cosmic string? And he's like, no, that's an entirely different phenomenon. And then to ask dumb questions, but they're talking about having a containment breach in engineering. And Troy's like, what will happen then?
That's totally for the sake of the audience, but I think everybody in Starfleet should understand what a warp core breach means.
A containment breach. Even those little kids in the elevator shaft understand what a containment breach means. It's the Poseidon Adventure in space. And I saw that live on TV. And I ran to tell my mom. I said, Mom, the Enterprise just blew up. And she gave 2 shits. It's all because Kelsey Grammer crashed his ship into this.
Well, that's...
Do you remember the fish people that had to be stuck in those tanks of salt?
That's Fleetwood Mac?
It is the one where Barclay becomes the smartest human being who ever existed. It's all Barclay, all the time. And it's Barclay is a man who lives in the 24th century, and apparently they have not found a cure for Asperger's. So they say his IQ is like 1,400 or some 1,200 to 1,400, somewhere in that range. She's like, you're the smartest human being who's ever lived. We can't, if we disconnect him from that, he'll die. And because like, do it. I can't have a crazy man running my ship, right?
It's the most inefficient way to study the galaxy.
Yeah, I think it's pretty efficient. Bring him to you. And then at the very end, there's a little cute sitcom ending where he walks past the chessboard,
Oh.
And he moves a chess piece, and he's like, checkmate, Nate moves. I think it's Troy who says, I didn't know you play chess. And he's like, I don't. You got that ending where Worf and the security guards are trying to blow him up with phasers, and it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculously fun. Data crash lands and gets covered in radiation, and he just wanders into a primitive town and goes, meh. I love when he interferes with the ladies' class. She's like, everything comes from the 3 elements: fire, wood, and water. You mean they just don't skip town like Luke Skywalker and Han Solo did, forever altering the Ewok culture?
I remember an episode of Star Trek: The Original Series where they're dealing with a primitive culture that doesn't have space travel, and Kirk starts reading them the Constitution of the United States. We the people. This document says, "We the people." You can get away with that shit back then.
Yeah, 1960s, sure. Just pick 5 more that you really like that are in your top 10. We can talk about them someday soon, after coronavirus is over.
If it's ever over, Mike.
But we always have our Star Trek. June 20th, BC, Egypt.
Okay.
His head's cut off.
His head's cut off.
Also, I don't feel like getting up. I'm going over to the fridge.
Who do you think designed that cover? Rich is gonna hate this.
I have all of the questions. Where? Why? When? How? And what?
And what?
This is church. That's one of the questions, Mike.
Okay. Are investigating these murders happening around the necklaces?
And that's pretty much what happens in the movie.
Makes.
And now you know why we're confused. Oh no!
because their class assignment in their ancient history class is to draw a picture. In their college course, it's to draw a picture.
Draw a picture of something Egyptian.
Then
I'm gonna paint a picture using a makeup brush.
all they had was her makeup brushes. They didn't.
They don't have paint.
I felt it when I texted him a few days ago and he didn't reply.
A few days ago? You didn't tell your daughter? Till now?
Oh God!
This is a fucking nightmare.
Just wait.
Difficult.
Give me a second. Diamond Cobra goes into give me some of your famous hot wings, and he goes, here they are. There's a villain named Barbecue, who's like the local crime lord at the community college, right?
The library cheer? What is
Ted Johnson?
Oh, that's another character.
Who's always.
Should we go around and do 5 more characters each?
Let's do one character each and go back and forth until we can. until
we're satisfied.
You know, it's this really awkwardly edited telephone call.
You don't have to say awkwardly. you don't need to clarify.
Just show a clip and it speaks for itself.
And then he's like, today I show a 5-bedroom, 7-bathroom, 9,000 square foot house. I hope to sell it. Bye. And he hangs up. Right?
Yes.
Oh, she's there for the hot wings.
She has a musician friend.
Oh, yeah.
Corncob pipe guy.
Who gets hit by a car.
Eye patch lady's like, here's a bunch of Monopoly money. Don't call the cops. And she's like, you're supposed to split it with me. And he's like, no.
Why would she
End scene.
I got cop lady who can phase through bars in the prison.
I was going to say her. And he's like, I'm not the baby daddy. End scene. How does Diamond Cobra and the White Fox, how does they...
Just say that. Just how does they?
How does they end up in a bell tower? Wait a minute. Script?
I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking.
In God's name, let's all look for the white fox. Amen? Amen.
I think we've done as good a job of explaining the movie as you possibly could. Which is really sad, but I think it's true.
It's a train wreck on every level, and it needs to be seen. To be understood.
Yeah.
I would say don't buy it for $14.99. You don't want to own this movie.
Can we get some more of her films? I better give her $100 million to make an Amazon Prime original.
No! I'm sorry. Did we talk about the Olive Garden scene?
Oh, no, we didn't.
Stop. The credits started rolling. I know, but we're going back. The mom says, I'm not wearing the eye patch in the Olive Garden. So, a woman who's been wearing an eye patch since Egyptian times won't wear it at the Olive Garden.
His life's ambition is to get revenge on this child that beat a Cobra Kai student. And so the whole movie, it's like a Looney Tunes thing. He's like the Wile E. Coyote. It is so insanely stupid that it's actually worth watching. It's so bad.
Oh, God.
The real villain of the entire series is karate. Because anytime any of the characters are on the verge of understanding each other or having some sort of personal breakthrough, a silly karate fight breaks out and all the drama is just reset.
Well, you did notice at the end of that, right? He ends up in a body bag.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, that's not the kind of thing that's going to appeal to people that live their lives on Twitter, where anyone that they have a slight disagreement with is an evil monster. It's like, oh, the 80s bully is the most sympathetic character on the show now. A little redemption. He didn't know that the multimillionaire was secretly in cahoots with Kreese. It's so stupid. It's amazingly stupid.
Oh my God, look at that grandpa.
Oh.
Nope.
He wandered onto the set.
Horny neighbor. It's all about horny
Oh,
neighbor.
he's there too! He teleported!
He's got a
He
side-
teleported! recorded.
This is the laziest of the vanity projects we've ever seen.
Men.
Real men.
Who knew the meaning of life?
Oh, those guys are looking for trouble.
Yeah, you
They're
can
just
tell.
waiting for that waitress to go away so they can make some comment.
Hey, you. Apologize for calling me a Mack truck. Maybe I'll drive you.
Maybe I'll drive you?
Maybe this is a gay porno.
This is how Canadians insult each other. Did they slow it down because it came out awkward?
Yes.
Yeah.
Film it all from one wide shot.
Oh my god, that teenager's getting beat up. He didn't even do anything.
That being said, they clearly thought they looked very cool. So that's why it's funny to.
Not, I guess it's literally homosexual.
Well, they're overcompensation for possibly.
Our poster's gone. Must be the soldier.
That got a bigger musical sting than the girls getting kidnapped. That is shocking.
Yes.
What happened?
You missed the ultimate act of vanity.
You were throwing things around about something about finding the ancient diamonds. Like we're just
He was
talking
throwing
like
out
a
ideas
plot.
for a plot. Yeah.
I know anything.
He's literally sitting on his lap.
Oh my god.
It's better for me if I lean back.
Oh god. Their girlfriends get kidnapped when they're out on a canoe ride together, shirtless.
That's right.
Shockingly chaste. Like there's no like male gaze.
Can we cut to the ATV scene again?
Sorry.
That's a problem when that's the most sexually charged scene in the film. Yeah.
Is
this is one of those things. This is your rickshaw.
It's a rickshaw.
It's a rickshaw.
Oh my god.
No.
This isn't going to be
No. No. What?
The rest of that summer. Unharmed.
Oh God.
Shit out of each
I
other.
want to legally beat the shit out of someone else in a cage.
But they already have that. It's called hockey.
Boom.
And he put it in a safety deposit box in a train station. And he kept the key on a chain around his neck.
Preach on, brother.
Everything you're saying is absolutely true.
Can we call him Rick Shaw?
Hey, I approve.
Okay. Or some kind of, he's the Tiger King. And he's got tiger blood. Mr. Thumbless, his sole is he a pervert because he can't masturbate because he doesn't have a thumb?
You can still.
Scott Edwards is considered a serious and hardworking kid according to his university professors and the rickshaw pullers.
I spent all night with the rickshaw.
It's a lot easier to manifest a snake, to spook a rickshaw driver, to break his leg.
Tell the mom the joke.
That was just him clearing his throat.
Look, the important part is that Donald Pleasance starts oinking like a pig at the end of this film. That's what matters. Oh, she's out of there.
Why isn't she taking her own car?
Yeah, he was the one that wanted to change cars. What the fuck difference does it make to her?
Because that's a better car, okay?
Lot of
I only got
little
halfway
things.
through.
That's right. That's right. I don't even know if you got halfway. You just got to like the first act.
Well, but you explained.
You scream, I swear to God, I'm gonna stick you with this thing, all right? I found it in the gutter. I'm sure you're familiar with AIDS.
Yes!
All right.
Look, all I know is that this couple, they overcame a lot of obstacles. He threatened to give her AIDS. She threatened to accuse him of rape.
He saves the day in the end when the bad guy gets himself hit by a truck.
Oh my God.
But she couldn't open the safety deposit box in the lobby.
Like with
of-
magical
of a train
powers.
station,
Yeah. Well, it needed a key.
All the landmarks of New York City in 2002. You know, there's Radio City Music Hall. You know, there's Times Square. There's a bunch of smoking rubble. There's, and then we discovered during this montage, and everyone's. What is so funny?
Nothing's funny.
I don't know. You're reading way too much into this. They went on the discount website to get the cheapest music rights.
Guys, we can get the real Eddie Money.
What's the cheapest real song we can license? Thanks, Google.
Did he have the Eddie Money 2 Tickets to Paradise deal where you get 2 Eddie Money songs?
There
for
are
the price
2 Eddie
of
Money
one?
songs in the film.
And we happen to have an official Rem Lazar
I don't think
figure.
it's official. Oh, I don't think that's an officially released action figure. It has our logo on the front of it.
That looks just like Rem Lazar.
Oh, yeah. Keep away from small children and acetone.
So this is something a fan made for us. That's great.
And then we have 16 other white people, ladies that we lost track of. Is that the same lady? A lady with a wig on?
Jay, she has cancer.
Oh. Her dying wish was to be infested.
Aw, well, you did it.
She wanted to be in a movie with Zach Gallagher.
Zach Gallagher is Gallagher's younger brother.
Yeah, that's the guy who smashes the watermelons.
He smashes gremlins with a big melon.
Let's make some fire.
Oh, you know he fought for that line. Like, come on, let me say it.
I want the camera to push in on
Yeah.
it.
That was in V 30 years ago.
He's doing commercials for Viagra.
Viagra?
Ugh. 40 years after Steven Spielberg made Jurassic Park, this film came out, right? And Steven Spielberg wowed audiences.
I quoted you a price for one fly. I didn't know you needed swarms.
It times it by 100,000.
Later in the movie, Tom Paris saves himself with a cardboard box.
Yes.
Discuss.
What if this is just a passion project for Josh Olson? What if he really wanted to make this story? This very original and very creative story.
Don't put the cart before the horse.
Don't put the rickshaw before the Gaylord.
The rickshaw before the Gaylord. As in, yeah, good one, Jay. Look out!
Look out!
Oh. I'll jump, but only 6 inches. Unless you get me a stunt double. And
Joe Dante lost a lot of money.
I'm sitting there, watching the production. Shit.
They're gonna pull this off.
I, for one, want to take Twin Dragon Encounter and break it in 2.
Saw it in 2.
So we have twins?
Saw it in 2 with an actual rickshaw, which we have, with the exception of the terrible episode where his mother is a ghost and he flies in a fire pit. You know, he says, "You want another Coco No-No?" He's trying to get her drunk. He's, oh, I just wanted Picard to go, no, I meant a warning buoy. And then Riker's in the brig. That's how it ends. So it's like blowing up the fucking Egyptian pyramids. Somebody got bit by a snake. Let's make sure no one gets bit by this snake again. Fire a nuclear missile! What would be the worst Wesley episode is when he falls on a bunch of flowers and they want to execute him, right? But really, the whole thing is Riker's fault. Riker's, it's a pleasure. We get to see Riker's O face, which is unfortunate. And this is what I'm talking about, where you have that opening scene, and at the end, Riker and Troy should have been sitting in 10 forward, and he's like, you know, Troy, I should vet these I sleep with. You know, like, I've learned my lesson. He's like, do you mind if I stop in? He calls Worf. I suppose that would be okay. Worf's all mad. And I like the fact that when they remastered the Blu-rays, they didn't update any of the special effects. They recreated them to look as terrible as they did back in the day. Didn't think about this shit when I was 11 years old, right? What a genius little thing to... And Wesley, in true nerd fashion, says, I think I'd like to learn a little bit more about the game before I try it. Because that's what... And he clearly put the game right in Wesley's sight line, but it's a 4x3 television show. No one noticed that. It's on their tiny little TV screens. But it's kind of lame how Data saves the day by flashing a flashlight at everybody. But, you know, hey, it worked. But had they had a scene where...
And they have these conversations with each other. Where
they're not yelling at each other? Calling each other names?
Shut up! Shut up, here's what I gotta say! Somebody actually, like, finishes a thought without being interrupted.
Oh my God, what kind of show is this? This truly is science fiction. Why, Rich? I didn't hear a single thing you said. But as far as I know, this is the only one that exists, and it's the actual head from the monster. And it's like, those are English words mixed in with your weird mythical characters. But if it was all gobbledygook, like if you said, Dharma, Glaba, Jalad, Waga, Chanagra, they'd be like, yeah! You know,
if it were Kirk, Spock would have done all the work. Picard is telling them that their captain died when he said chakra when the walls fell. I understand what they're saying.
Shakma when the walls fell. I was thinking about Star Trek Discovery, that giant dumpster fire. And waltzes onto the bridge with this attitude of like, I get the fuck out of my way, I know what I'm doing. On screen. He doesn't even like say hi to anybody. Like, that's the ultimate badass moment. Like, he comes back from the planet. Maybe they can really effectively communicate a situation or an emergency by using metaphor. Because they just know every metaphor in their entire culture, and then they're both dealing with, are we in a technological snafu, or are we ghosts?
Well, it's Star Trek, so we know they're at a technological snafu.
Yeah.
So many names listed on the front of this cover.
Do we know any of them?
No. This is just a bunch of nobodies.
Goddamn those kids playing with cherry bombs again.
We must honor the witches, Jay, with the lowest shelf vodka available.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
The fuck is that?
I'm gonna put that in my script because they're pansy
Is this
boys.
directed by Frank Sinatra? I'm gonna make a movie that's gonna crush this genre of music. And bring...
Oh! Oh, he's taking his plate!
Jesus.
He just wanted to dirty up the guest house. That's why it's so small and shitty.
Yeah, you don't want to clean all that, You're a pervert. You were looking through the fucking pepperoni pizza pie. Peephole.
Pepperoni pizza pie peephole. Whatever it's called.
When you go to the website, that's all it is that image, and you click on the...
It opens up.
And it opens up.
You actually have to click on it and drag it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And what's behind it is a disappointing movie. It
Super,
reminded me
yeah.
of like an old surfer B movie where it just cuts to them and they're going like. It was like that.
I was surprised by the Huey Lewis cameo in this film, though. I was not expecting that.
He was walking in the background, going to his car. What?
Look, I've got talent. Someday I'm gonna be somebody. Nothing is more important to me.
He didn't even know the camera was rolling. This is just, he was an actor.
Oh God.
Are we gonna analyze the movie with a team of scientists?
I need to meditate on it. I really do.
Rich is condescending you.
I see that. I don't care. I didn't think Hollowgate was that bad. It's a little dull, but it wasn't that bad.
A little dull. a little dull now.
Oh my God.
Yes.
No, right back to the kitchen table.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, dang,
Where the
this
fuck
just got
did that
Jerry
come
Springer
from?
on.
This is what we were talking about. He fucking sucked at bobbing for
He
apples.
was real bad at it. Right?
I have no sympathy
He's
for him.
really bad.
I side with the dad in this situation.
No, let's stop at the gas station and make fun of Mark Wahlberg.
Because we got time.
We got time.
And then we had the all-important lawyers scene
Which we talked through. Let's not.
that we just left there when we saw this Halloween shop.
I wanted to get wasted at the sub shop.
The witches are pleased.
We honor the
Witches, please.
We honor the witches with the we
That's
do.
a whole sub-series we could do. How do you fix this shit?
We have that series, Rich. It's called Best of the Worst.
It's like one of those like home renovation shows on the the
You really
TLC.
want this?
Yeah.
You want this? You
We
sure?
got to knock out this wall, and then we're gonna move this over
No, we're
here.
gonna talk.
30-minute segment where she's running through the woods? That's gotta go.
We gotta take that out.
We got to know who these characters are. That's your foundation of the house.
That's you
Martin Scorsese, shock 'em dead.
I passed on Shock 'em Dead because I wanted to do Goodfellas.
Biggest regret of my life.
I was really into hair metal.
Hey, listen.
That's why he passed it to his good friend Sinatra. to direct.
Frank, why does my character talk with the list? Because you're one of those hair metal guys.
You know how they are.
You're all sissies.
You know.
You're one of those.
Now, how do you guys do this thing? You shake your hips or what? How tight do these pants gotta be?
That tight? Oh.
Carnita pumpkin?
Oh no, Carlos! That's golden retrievers.
He got loved to death by golden retrievers. All because his golf cart hit a pumpkin.
Oh my God!
Doberman pinchers. They
Pit
tried.
bulls,
Yeah,
you name it.
They're all booked up for this weekend. We got 2 golden retrievers. What if he had like 100 Pomeranians that all had the taste of blood?
That's
you know?
a whole other horror movie.
Yeah, 1,000 Pomeranians. That's the title. Just 1,000 Pomeranians. They all have the bloodlust.
Just like the scene in Gremlins where they're all coming down the street and
All
hopping
just
over each
tiny
other.
dogs.
And then there's it's like the darkness outside the front door. 1 appears, and then 2. Oh, that's cute.
And they
6.
close the door really quick,
Yeah.
and then there's more in the house.
They start jumping through the glass windows.
Oh, we got it.
Just start like pouring through the fireplace.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem, is that they're not deadly or anything. They're just very annoying.
Non-stop, extremely
What
annoying.
do they have to lure him off a cliff at the end or something? So they put like grandma on like a crane, and then just like they move the crane over the edge of the cliff.
Oh shit! Hold on. Not the Pomeranians.
Just attracted to a grandma.
No, I don't have a VCR because I'm homeless.
Pass it on to the next box.
I just like to set it on my shelf and pretend it's good.
I just look at it for a while. I hope it's a good movie.
It's a hit in my box.
Detective Stevens, do you think there could have been anything done to prevent this?
I could have caught him.
Does that mean you blame yourself for this?
Child in strip club. Embarrassed.
Embarrassed.
This is like Shane Black's first script.
Who's it calling now?
Didn't know what he was doing yet.
He wrote it when he was 8.
Remember when he went to the airport? Why?
Oh yeah, they went to the airport for 5 seconds.
Remember when he just shot a pimp?
Yeah. He was just wandering through an alley. He was just like, hey, guess what? Bam.
The pimp might know something. And the pimp's like, I don't know nothing. I'm just smacking up my hoe. And then he's like, die, pimp. And then moves on. End scene. And he says, I'm drunk. It's been 5 days. They're off the case, McGarnacle. But no, I'm not. Bye. Hangs up.
No, not bye.
He just decides he's not.
Yeah, that's all it takes in Virginia.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, he's grabbing her balls!
Oh!
I just got one more question. What's a motherfucker have for breakfast?
I don't know.
What?
He asked that of everybody for some reason.
Open your fucking mouth.
Oh my God!
No!
He just walks up from outside of the
He's in a
yard.
cornfield. Adjacent to the property.
Now he's teaming up with that guy?
It's like 8 guys versus one
Where's
squishy
that third
viper.
cop?
What happened to the other cop?
Now they have the address of the Satan killer because he squeezed the balls of some guy in a bar.
It's
And then they all die at once an hour into the film.
that fucking scene.
You set me up!
Oh my God!
Jeez. It just resets itself there is actually fairly audacious. Where the fuck are you gonna go?
All of our years of training have led to this moment.
I killed 3 guys today. They were eating pizza in a hotel room. I don't even know why I was there. Where'd the movie go?
We lost it.
Don't fall off.
Make a break for it, cameraman!
Save yourself. Yeah,
She's just trying to get on the elevator.
He blows up a fucking.
They killed the Wait, what?
Oh my God! The toy car blew up.
Where was that?
It was the exposition cops from the other movie.
Oh.
They showed up for a second and got killed, and their car blew up.
Their car turned into a toy car?
And it blew up.
It's like the end of the Blues Brothers.
Oh! Jesus! Craps.
He shot him in the head like a piece of plastic flew out.
This music!
Landed on some Dixie cups.
This music is perfect!
This is.
All those cops there, and it's over.
Hey guys.
A little Die Hard with Carl Winslow shooting, finally firing a gun again at a perp, mustering that courage again.
That is what Die Hard was missing. Carl Winslow needed to grab more balls.
This guy we're looking for is a scum-sucking, motherfucking, ball-biting death machine.
I mean, is it too much to ask to have something make sense? Something?
That's like a good quote for the box.
So what did we learn today?
We learned that Halloween is canceled. From now and forever.
Jay, I totally respect your decision.
Do you?
No, I do.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Jay, I have absolutely no respect for your decision.
You're right. It is Halloween themed, and whatever you said.
He does have a picture on IMDb, and when you see it, you see that picture, and you're like, oh, okay, now I understand the Satan killer.
That's the guy that.
He
cleaned up as best he could, and he went to Sears.
But he's a director. Why does he need a headshot? He's a director.
Sears only gave him like
That's
4
'cause they went to
seconds.
the audition and they took. Oh God, maybe behind the camera.
You look like a director. Go ahead.
He got the Sears photography package that lasts 4 seconds, and he was able to sit in the chair, and there was like motion blur. Or you said it looked like a mugshot.
It looks like a mugshot.
It kind of looks like it's the combination.
Is anyone's IMDb picture a mugshot?
Like actually a mugshot.
Harvey Weinstein.
Should be.
Oh my God.
You always see the cockpit, and they go in the back, and when they never built a set. And I was always just like, this is weird. And then I thought about it, and the Romulans have a distress signal, and he's like,
To be fair, the Romulans are always up to shenanigans.
you racist. Troy tells a story about how she was sexually harassed, and everybody laughs. A watched pot never boils, and he's like staring at it, and I'm like, this is so first season data. You know what I mean? I've been around a while.
I've had 6 seasons to learn this
I
shit.
have 6 seasons to learn like human sayings. Troy realizes she's hitting menopause. I don't know. You know what I mean? Troy's like, good. I just want to sit in the chair the rest of this shoot.
Yes, very well.
I'm fucking miserable. Oh, that wasn't very exciting. They're shooting 26 episodes this season that are an hour long. They're just like, move on.
Crank it out.
Talk
That
about
was one we had that overlapped.
Yeah,
And I think Timescape was your last minute substitution.
perhaps.
So you could get up to 5.
Maybe. We'll never know. What do you got next, though, Rich?
It's a fun parallel universe episode.
It should have been what was Worf's dream, and it didn't really happen. It's not so much philosophical, like as in like the soul and all that. It's just the fact that it deflates their importance.
And it's not on my list,
It
so.
sucks. It sucks. Q wants to teach him one final thing. Have fun with your friends.
Enjoy it before you're 80 years old.
Before they all hate you.
And everyone hates you, and your only friend's a drug addict, and you're on a ship full of murderers.
Oh, God.
None of the rest of it happened.
No. It's all a dream, like Parallels.
Yeah.
That's where it branched off. And then he went, like, Star Trek Generations happening, and timeline 348. Now, all that shit happened to those movies, those crappy movies. So what's next, Rich?
I don't know, Mike. It's your turn.
Oh my God, it's my turn. This one opens up with what I assume is a controversial scene of Counselor Troy beating Data in chess. But if the monster of the week beats up Worf, he's the strongest guy on the ship. If it beat up Wesley Crusher, he'd be like,
Well,
so yeah, don't fire because this guy's no good. But the ship, blow up ship, The guy, Kieran, is just like, well, if you don't act, you're gonna kill a lot of people.
Is it right to risk prolonging this war? To allow the needless deaths of thousands on both sides, solely on the basis of our moral discomfort?
No, Picard's smarter than that. I think he knew what was going on. They say, our deepest apologies to the Lycian government about the loss. They've been at war with this race forever, so they're like, okay, those guys did it to you. But we understand. They're a bunch of assholes. And then the Enterprise is just like, all the phaser banks just like blow them up instantly. And Riker's like, that was too easy. And they do a little test on the guy. He's like, I'll volunteer so I could pretend to have a seizure.
Everyone is wearing their goofy war belts.
Yes. Their war sashes.
Data asks Picard, why do humans celebrate a day they don't remember? Picard's like, shut up. I like Picard comes out of the ready room and he's like, Mr. Data, are you ready to go to Commander Riker's party? He sounds so like awkward.
like they're 7-year-olds.
Yeah, Captain Picard should never say birthday party. Who's ever running this show behind the scenes can't think of an answer fast enough, so like, burp, burp, burp. The computer's making noises. Oh, now we found it. The computer's been slow all day. I love that shot where Data's walking, I think he's walking Tomalak. Let me tell you all about our defenses. Over here, and Riker's just like, he starts questioning Data's ability to process information. Then Picard comes out and he goes, shut up. It's an epic scene. It's a famous scene. He doesn't play it like coy, like, okay, I'm being tricked. So
Yeah.
he just gets mad. And I don't blame him, you know. You would have like PTSD. You'd be like paranoid that, am I in a holodeck? And you'd end up in a straitjacket, right? They could have done something a little more tasteful than some goofy. Yeah, that. But
Oh no, your knowledge is all 200 years out of date. You don't know anything.
Just ends up being a waitress. I went to Scotty just flies off into the sunset in a stolen shuttlecraft. It wasn't stolen. I know it wasn't stolen. I know they gave it to him. We discovered you really loved this woman, that you had passionate sexual intercourse with her. And you're wrong, Tomalak. She was just a hologram. And they're just like, how embarrassing. Like, we didn't realize the depths of human perversion.
You just admitted that?
Just admitted that. She was fake. And they couldn't have sex, you know, because she was someone else's property. And they got all hot and bothered. And Riker's just like, he's like, if you need me, I'll be on holodeck 2 for the next hour. And he storms off. And it's like episodes that are good, bad. Episodes that didn't quite work. This is what you get for killing Paul Winfield. You
Oh my God! I'm covered with 30-year-old paint.
Like Twin Peaks: The Return. There's 18 hours. Every week was an hour. And it's weird David Lynch shit. So you want to watch that and then have time to process it before the next episode. So that, or Diary of the Dead, where he's like, the internet exists. And he just feels so out of touch. Spoilers, Stormfront is literally a Nazi. Not just some sort of like troll on Twitter. Like she's actually a Nazi.
Like she's 100 years old. Oh, the women get it done?
Girls get it done. Yeah. That, and then like the like pride bars, like they take Queen Maeve being a lesbian and
they marketed it.
They market it, all that stuff. But that's a fun thing too. All the stuff with Homelander being like a sex weirdo is great. Fucking in a filthy alley while they crush someone's heads. drinking breast milk. Like Homelander is just the best character.
The breast milk is the best.
That tension where you know what all these superheroes are capable of, and they're just waiting for one of them to go nuts.
That's why you need the boys.
Yes.
So they can sit around in a basement.
I mean, there's a scene where just a ton of people explode, and I love it when a whole bunch of people explode. So that's great. And then 30 seconds later, we see Huey, their van flips over, and he comes out with like a shard of glass or metal in him, and you're like, ooh. And like being able to balance that between those two completely different types of violence is kind of amazing.
That was Mildred. She said somebody broke into the garage. We should go down and check our things.
Bye.
My diamonds.
Oh my God, that's almost as many as Mean Guns starring Ice-T that we keep getting copies of for some reason.
So, Rich. I guess Rich. Rich is a true film critic.
What does the actual script behind his head represent?
Oh.
It's clear when you look at him, you're like, okay, that one's the writer-director. That other guy's a higher talent.
It's
pretty clear which is which. I hope that's not his real brother, because that final scene of this movie would be incredibly awkward to watch with your real brother.
No. Yes. That's why the
True.
sex scenes were so awkward.
No, honey, you're playing my brother. I'm gonna be doing the makeout scenes with this guy.
What a hunk.
Hey, they gotta sell the movie somehow. You look at the cover and Sam's not on it.
In fact, there's quite a discrepancy of the size of the photos on the back.
Yeah.
B for bald, as in not bald. Okay? It would be so much easier if the balding one was named Ben, right? But
Ben is bald.
Yes.
B.
Then flip it.
That's so simple and elegant, Mike.
Ben is you just got to invert it in your head. Ben is the one with the glorious head of hair. Arthur is the one who has alopecia. Right? Okay. Got it. Ben.
All right.
Or he needs a toupee. Per A. Listen, I got a system. Okay, so what I'm saying is...
Goes through a lot of changes throughout the course of the film. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, he's dead. Get back to life.
It's a miracle.
They're in that episode of the Timescape episode from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Oh, he's back.
Oh, someone took down the Halloween decorations while he was gone. In reality, there's two actors that live in that hallway. One lives in the bathroom.
But then, yeah, cuts to Ben, B, not bald, is washing those dishes.
Well, first he's waiting for someone to say action, and then he starts to wash the dishes.
Outdoor school hallways and lockers in the Midwest is
That doesn't exist.
In Haddonfield,
Illinois.
I've got my own methods, and it's been working 30% of the time. Okay, I still get Ben and Arthur
Wow, that's
confused.
less than chance.
Look, the important part is that they go from LA to Vermont on Air Alaska.
But they go home on FedEx.
Oh, here they are. They're getting FedEx back. They hid themselves in boxes to save some money.
They spent so much money on the tickets.
Okay.
They had to fly freight. And they went home.
Can't you just sit there by the airport and just wait for a different plane to go by?
They waited for one plane. They can't wait around any longer, Rich. We got a plane. It's a plane.
We're going on a trip, everybody. You just film any old airplane that leaves the airport, not realizing the markings on it say FedEx.
Grown up enough to have alopecia.
Apparently, according to the credits, it was rented by Hollywood Rentals. And then once their deposit check bounced for the rental of the gun, Hollywood Rentals.
Oh, now he's got a space gun.
Oh my God! He comes from the future.
Look, it's either the gun or the apartment. We gotta choose one.
or to eat ramen noodles this week. We have to make the choice.
They already repossessed my air mattress.
He's like, Arthur?
I haven't
My
seen
brother?
you in 7 years.
Seen
We're
you in
35 years old.
Seen you in 7 years.
Look, the potion didn't work. Can you believe it?
Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
You know what? I can.
I thought for sure taping it to the door would do the trick.
Arthur says, great, I'll cook up some ramen noodles and hot dogs. Arthur's brother pours the potion in their Faygo Cola and in wine glasses, their Faygo Cola in wine glasses. And tries to trick him to drink the demon expulsion potion. And so that's what would happen. But instead, he takes packing tape.
And he doesn't have it ready before he walks over to the door. So there's this awkward moment
fucking
where he
tape.
spends like 30 secons trying to get the tape
You'd
off
think
the
Ben and
roll.
Arthur would have all the packing tape from their FedEx flight. But the Christian brother has access packing tape. I don't know.
Maybe they left them some of the FedEx tape. It was just like a housewarming party after the graham cracker dinner. we brought you some tape.
That was a cut scene, a deleted scene. We got this from our flight from...
Complimentary from FedEx Air.
Yeah, it was what they passed out in the...
Third class.
The stewardess passes out, like, packing tape and peanuts, bubble peanuts. Is it the cardboard box that the 8th roommate uses as a bathroom? Where's the bathroom?
And use a ruler to cut out something that's straight and one piece.
Wait, who has the money for a ruler, Reg? You're talking about multiple things you have to purchase here.
Rich, it's Los Angeles, too. It's the $20 store. But also, they couldn't find a picture of Jesus to hang on their set. Every time an old lady dies, a Jesus picture ends up in a Goodwill, right? Okay, so Jay, we bought this Jesus photo. She didn't have a frame for this exact weird size. So Grandma, who is now in a grave, put her Jesus picture in different frames so that she could hang it on a wall. Sometimes thrift stores have the pricing gun, right? And a pricing gun, unless it's like shoddily put on where you could peel it off perfectly and move it to another item, and we've done this before. I know. It'll peel off awkwardly.
Sure.
So we were 15.
15 to 30 in that age range. So all you got to do is bring in your own. So if we find something that we really need for a prop or something, pull out that marker. Let's add the price, or let's try to remove. They get out of the car. They get out of their Dodge Neon with 176,000 miles on it. It stops not 2 days, not 3 days, not a week. 30 seconds.
So he runs in with a milk carton filled with water. And then the priest says, "Oh no, now I'm gay."
That at least been interesting. He's like,
I kind of like men now. Yeah. I have to leave the church.
He shoots Ben with the space gun repeatedly.
Arthur does it to the priest with like a nail polish remover.
That's why they don't put corrosive acid in eyedropper bottles, right?
Like aluminum Coke cans.
Aluminum Coke cans, eyedropper bottles, yeah. You don't got to get a lady's nail polish remover from CVS. Everybody's dead. Oh, it ended.
So tragic.
Oh. Why did that happen?
It is a clown named Pennywise who appears in the Bunny Dreams video. It's somewhere in the background. He's drooling over all those delicious children to eat. But I do know who Barry Sanders is, who played for the Detroit Lions, who appears in this video holding a basketball, wearing a basketball jersey.
That's all they had.
Which momentarily caused my brain to melt. It just wrecked my brain. He's like, "I'm Barry Sanders," and I'm like, he's like, "From the Detroit Lions," and I'm like, I know Barry Sanders.
Man, I'm through. I'm down with the honeys.
Oh my God.
Wait, you're in the middle of a game. This never happened before.
You have a 50-50 chance of getting sick. And I mean real sick.
A statement not supported by science.
You see lots of dweebs saying, "I don't want to have sex anyway."
Yeah, they're not. Oh, come on. Ooh, boy. It's like, this would have been great a week ago.
The new hot single, "I Had Sex and It Wasn't That Good."
They should interview teens who've just had tons and tons of casual sex without consequence.
Yeah.
That's the companion video. It was worth it.
It's all worth it. Look at me, I'm doing fine.
Memories to last a lifetime.
Y'all.
I'm having sex right now, and it feels great.
Y'all are suckers.
This is my present to myself.
This is your present to the world.
This is my
God. And then he said, "I'm going to go in between delivering pizzas. I'm going to invent the Kevlar vest." And he did.
Ooh. Easy as pie, guys.
Come
I think he has a weird heart-on for guns, and that's okay.
That's a pretty good assumption.
That opening, though, was amazing because
Dude didn't do anything wrong. Just let him out on the street.
He hasn't raped anybody in 5 years.
Yeah, that's because we've had his rotten ass locked up for the last 5 years.
Yeah, he's perfectly cool.
And then he moves up to like the 50 caliber. Like he's like, well, if you have a bulletproof vest on, this isn't gonna help. But I might as well shoot up my grandmother's Cadillac.
I hope the whole video is him just shooting cars.
Wow. Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, fuck that car!
Yeah.
What? That's not how it happens.
Not how it works. And he's shooting the ground.
He's clearly not a comedian.
Nor a ladies' man. Oh, no.
I don't know.
He is.
He's a pretty manly man.
He can't lift 350 pounds.
Hardcore Ebert.
Survivalist Ebert.
Wow,
This is just him showing off that he can lift weights. What does this have to do with anything?
Join my
I
militia.
can't do it 6 times if I really wanted. And then he put a text on the bottom of the screen that said, I could have done it 6.
However much weight it was, he was fucking out of breath for the next 10 minutes.
Like, he fucking pressed like 4 times. He's just like, and then set it down. It's like, now I'm gonna carry you. Oh. Now I'm gonna carry you.
I don't think he was willing to trust her with his beloved katana.
That's a man's weapon. It can't be sullied by a woman touching it.
She might have attacked him with them in order to escape. He was literally beating his meat.
Hacking his meat. Hacking his meat hard.
Richard Davis comes out and shoots guns at a car, followed by.
All right, Ben, let him have it.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god!
This is the best black fight ever!
They're just unloading every piece of...
You could see how much fun those guys were having. They're just like, yes! They're in there, right?
Full disclosure, we didn't watch the whole tape.
We do not endorse any of this man's stuff.
So if he starts endorsing like white genocide ideas near the end of this, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We stopped.
We just thought it was funny when he got a pie in the face, okay? Give us a break.
Also, at the end of each year of his life, he shoots himself.
And on top of it all, he sounds like Roger Ebert, which makes it
And
that
he loves
much funnier.
shooting cars.
And that's what makes you put your foot on that gas pedal and run that gun. Can I shoot you each year like Rich does?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Richard Davis.
Thanks for having me here.
And the first thing we have to do is get the top off.
So why did your wife leave you?
How to slap together a video in an afternoon when you're drunk on PBR. That should be the name of the video.
They got it. And so
I've got so much experience. I'm going to show you how to make a terribly average pumpkin.
Yeah.
Which is exactly how you would figure to do it on your own, even without this tape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
This is the face that you carve.
Oh.
What the fuck are you doing to his mouth?
Oh,
It's going over too far.
What?
that looks like shit.
Not
Harold.
good.
Harold, you suck.
Will do. I'm gonna use.
Is he drunk?
What if it's like...
Why
Gordy, what are you doing, Gordy?
He's gone bad.
You want him to breathe, don't you?
Oh my God! It looks freakish. It looks absolutely freakish.
We'll get rid of some of these pieces.
Just throw them on the ground.
Your pumpkins are light years beyond the man who has made the instructional tape. A drunk and knives don't go together.
Gordy does it just fine.
This was the perfect video in terms of comedic value and length. It wasn't too long.
What are you doing in my house?
Harold, stop.
Where'd all these pumpkins come from?
We're not excited.
We're not excited. This will be our first real clubhouse. Before this.
Oh my God.
A small change. It's going to be hard for me to talk about because it's a very short video, and I left the room for 2 minutes and I missed the entire thing.
This is like the boringest video ever. And it's in a cartoon form to like make the kids interested.
I have some more money at home. We can use that.
I didn't know the Walt Disney Company was doing animated educational videos in the 90s.
She's right.
They're Gary Coleman's children.
Gary Coleman and the lady from Poltergeist?
Yes. Zelda Rubinstein.
This house is clean, Willis.
Go into the light! Go into the light!
She's just standing.
They just answered the question and the girl is just like,
University!
This is meant for college students in Florida. Develop your psychic powers.
Yes!
How can I develop my psychic powers? This video will tell me. In 55 minutes. She works at KFC.
But she knows when people want the extra crispy.
Sand dollar, scissors, rubbly glove,
Post-it
notes.
Start by trying to concentrate on being together.
That guy's like, fuck you. trying to do my laps, motherfuckers.
Like, fuck, I got a VHS and now they expect me to have a goddamn pool? What the fuck?
And his friend said, oh boy, this weighs about the amount of a body.
Are you sure there wasn't a barrel involved in the relationship?
Done. Right? Rich is helping Drew move that blue barrel at 4 in the morning.
Completely oblivious.
And this weighs just about as much as your wife.
If
Or
you drink
30%.
alcohol, there's a 50% chance you'll have sex. I
believe that more than I believe anything in the abstinence
Even if
video.
no one's around.
That's a crummy time, though.
Why is my dog looking at me funny?
Oh boy.
Or my grandma. The celebrities are so old, they should have had Cleopatra. Nero. Charles Darwin.
Socrates.
I mean, they were all there.
Sigmund Freud.
What is a geek?
Has there been a single cut? It's nothing but dissolves. Everything is wrong. Everything.
He looks like he got mangled in a car wreck. Oh, there's JonBenet Ramsey. Before she got murdered.
Oh no! After she got murdered.
We need a professional mime in JonBenet Ramsey's dead body. So the JonBenet Ramsey's dead body won't move? No, the mime won't move. You need to figure out a way to animate JonBenet Ramsey's body. Snow weighs more than lead, and it's falling outside the window. And they're like, yeah, bunny, sloth, I don't know. We're Californians. All we know about is bottled water and earthquakes. We don't know anything. We're stupid.
You graduate mime school and they give you your miming diploma.
Yeah.
And then you're sitting around there with your graduating class and like, what do we do now?
And someone just said, children's show? And then we get Dream Bunny.
Do they give you an actual diploma, or do they just...
It's a stuff film.
That's a stuff film.
A stuff film. I'm so glad that landed.
That does
I
deserve
was
an applause.
Stuffing in here.
Produced by Build-A-Bear. Oh, that's what the bunny's supposed to look like. Until Estelle Getty fucked up the costume. Stop, or my mom will make a Dream Bunny costume. It's got your mouth droop, Sylvester. Make it look like me.
You know me, I love Halloween, and this will become a Halloween staple for me at this point. I'm gonna watch this every year.
We actually played basketball for the Bucks a long time ago. But anyway, I would say the best is still fucking dude shooting his own fucking self on the end of his fucking
It's my birthday.
45th. Yeah, it's my 4th.
And he would have shot right through the EBS, the mortician section of the phone book. And he probably would have needed that.
We gotta call the hospital. Could get the phone book. Oh no, he shot the section of the phone book.
He said he'd wait how long for the book?
I would love to watch the rest
Sober
of this
up
video,
before I drive home.
It's not a bad idea.
We're safe here. Not a bad idea.
It's a Christmas miracle. More Magnum Force.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
Merry Christmas!
We're gonna watch more of this fucking weirdo.
Merry Christmas.